I will call the Ute Mountain Youth Council meeting to order for February 17th, 2026 at 10:05 a.m. I would like to have Miss Vice Chairperson, Miss Cansey, to do the invocation for us this morning, if you would, please.
Marobona pugat. Avanos muy bechupare. Muna vananerne nike. Tu suke bechum. Tu muvova avachna karuga. Tu paravach tu su vech. Chichika su vech. Nubra emana purpachit. Tu purpatra eka I am wa. Kasui go wa manerne nu jum rika jum wachum. Tu nikavachum beam stipachak. Tu pupa. Beam chipachik kukamais. Mugapaya to go one beam to what you might be to to go for over number that move to Punican, check out number in count number two soup about him ramos. Photos Ponusaka of the day.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. Roll call, Ms. Lopez, please.
Connie Knight. Marilyn House. Here. Wayne Kensey.
Here.
Alston Turtle.
Present.
Catherine Jacket. Conrad Jacket.
Present.
Selman Whiteside.
Here. It looks like we have a quorum. We have a 6-member council, 6 members, 5 voting members, so we are here. Council members, can you please review the agenda for an approval? As a reminder, number 11, Ms. Hopkins, did you submit an written update for your report?
I did, yes, sir. I
Okay,
submitted that to Evelyn.
You got a written report from the BIA that has been submitted. BIA superintendent will be leaving the council meeting at 11 a.m. So, just want everyone to know that that will be taking place at 11, or yeah, she'll be leaving at 11. The other one, and it has been brought to my attention by Mr. Janot, Executive Director, is on executive session number 14. It is encouraged that this enrollment agenda item under executive session be tabled until March 9th at an executive staff meeting, which will be all day concerning enrollments. And that will be even the 12 included, plus any other additional enrollments that need to come before us. So if that is okay as a suggestion from individuals that wanted that to be tabled and extended to the March 11th executive staff meeting. Okay. Is there any other additions, deletions? to the agenda?
Chairman,
Treasurer?
I'd like to put up an executive for temp worker hours. We can increase the hours for the ones that are over the 500 hours.
Do we want to, we'll take out the number 14 and add, we'll leave the 14 and put temp worker. Temp worker hours. Any other changes that we have seen? Mr. Turtle?
Just to give you an update right now, I was gonna get the lobbyist, to present for today, but I'd rather her touch base with Nikki first, so that way we can kind of sift through what we need to and be on the same page. So I'm thinking probably next council meeting for the New Mexico lobbyist.
Okay,
And what is her name?
Valerie,
Okay. I'll watch for contact information.
thank you.
Ms. Lopez reporting. Please note that Councilwoman Knight has come before council at 10:09. Am I correct? 10:09?
11.
10:11? Okay, I got 10:15, that's all.
I got 10:09.
My watch is 5 minutes ahead, so please note that. Mine's at 10:15, so I'm just shooting from the hip. Okay, if you reviewed any deletion, additions, note that Councilman Turtle is waiting for a response for the lobbyist from New Mexico to come in contact with legal counsel per a presentation for services. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Council members, if there isn't any additions besides what Treasurer Jacket has submitted, and there's no, in the deletion of number 14 that was originated with the enrollment committee for the 12 enrollment, change blood quantum, that will be postponed till March 9th, 2026. Which is a Monday. We'll take that up in executive staff meeting all day, as well as new enrollments that come before the tribal council. And also, number 11, in the new business, BI updates, BI superintendent will be submitted or has submitted a written report and will be leaving at 11 a.m. as well. Okay? So, before us, tribal council members have an agenda for February 17, 2026. What are the wishes? Treasurer.
If there's no more questions or comments, I'd like to make the motion to approve the agenda with the deletion of 14 and making it from enrollment to temp work hours.
Okay, I have a motion for the approval of the agenda with the deletion of the enrollment and inserting the temp worker hours as well as the 11 o'clock departure of the superintendent. Do I have a second? I have a second from Vice Chairperson Cut Hair, or can't see, excuse me. Let's go to the vote. All those in favor of the agenda as proposed? All,
Aye.
okay. I have a majority, 760. Thank you, Tribal Council members. Okay, we have before us as well, number 2, the approval of the council minutes for February 3rd, 2026. If you could please review the minutes for the February 3rd, 2026 minutes.
Regional office. I have to get on that stupid. So, starting at 8 o'clock. Try again. We're starting at 9. I can see it. Goes, move like it.
Should be getting a little tired. You're going along. Because it's supposed to be snowing. Yeah, later today. Oh, really? Well, that's good.
It's a kid's minute. Okay.
It's four-wheel drive, right? Just in case. Yeah.
Nice, you drive slow.
Okay, council members, what are the wishes of the council to approving the council minutes of February 3rd, 2026?
Chairman, if there's no more comments or questions, I'd like to make the motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Treasurer Jacket. At this time, Treasurer Jacket is motioning for the approval of the February 3rd, 2026 council meeting. Is there a second?
I'll second, Chairman.
I have a second. Ms. House, go to the vote. All those in favor by signifying by saying aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Abstention?
I'll abstain.
Okay, I have a 5-0-1. 5 approval, no nay voters, and an extension from Councilman Turtle. Thank you. Okay. I forgot to read what the agenda was, so I'll briefly go over that as well. In old business, number 3, we have the planning development, Ms. Bernadette Cuthair. Subtitle A, the authorization and approval of the DOLA or LPC grant funding to the supportive housing project preliminary engineering report /environmental assessment study project phase 1, which is an action item as well. Number 4 is the TIPO. Mark Wing, Tribal Historic Preservation Officer. Subtitle A, Mesa Verde General Agreement for Discovery of Ancestors, a notification process, which is an action item. Number 5 is the environmental programs. Mr. Scott Clow, Director. Subtitle A, DESRI on the Foxtail Flat Solar Update and Agreement, which is an action item. Number 6 is the broadband, Lee Travado, broadband consultant. Subtitle A, authorization to execute limited waiver of sovereign immunity in connection with the broadband project, Colorado grant bonds, and Exhibit A, which is an action item. Number 7, we have the Tribal Energy Administration, Mr. David Blue, Director. Subtitle A, approval of a 2-year option agreement with Four Corners Helium. It's an action item. Subtitle B is the Rocky Mountain Power right-of-way negotiation update. Number 8, Natural Resource Department, Mr. Dave Stoner, Director. Subtitle A, resolution requesting BIA assistance, which is an action item. Number 9, we have the Water Resource, Letitia Yazzie, Director. Subtitle A, purchase of additional MVIC shares, 50 shares at $6,000 a share. It's an action item as well. Number 10, we have the environmental programs, Mr. Scott Clow at the Director. Number A, the Colorado Energy Office Local Impact Accelerator Grant, which is an action item. Number 11, BIA submitted written reports. Number 12, Tribal Council reports. In executive session, we will have number 13, legal with the pillar litigation. Ms. Green will make an update as to the process that's taken place. Number 14, with the new temp worker hours that is going to be presented. We are taking off the disenrollment committee, or we're taking off the enrollment committee for the 12 enrollment change blood quantum for March 9th, 2026. Number 15 is the curfew fine discussions. That will be the agenda for February 17th, 2026. Thank you, and let's go to the old business. Miss Cuthair, could you make your way forward, please?
Chairman, do we each go?
Morning.
Bernadette Cudhere, Director of Planning and Development, here to present Council Agenda Number 3. I come before you on a request in reference to authorization and approval of DOLA or LPC grant funding to be to the Supportive Housing Project Preliminary Engineer Report, the PER Environmental Assessment, EA Study Planning Phase 1. So the reason why I come before the council is the topic of the summary is the project consists of preliminary planning and analysis with the future development of a supportive housing project to benefit members of the Ute Mountain Tribe and generally advance affordable housing goals within Toyout, Colorado. So I want to talk a little bit about, before I read the resolution for requesting action. So I just want to talk a little bit about the project, the importance of having a feasibility preliminary study is that oftentimes the tribe, we come up with great ideas. However, we need to make sure that it is sustainable as far as the maintenance, operations, and the administrative, whether it's sustainable or not as a project program. So let's say, for example, that during the study that we find out it's a $15 million project based on the acreage or square footage of the facility. So it will also require a match pending on the source of funding for the design and construction. So what that means is that if we go to a $40 million project, that means a $10 million match is required. So we need to outline in this study how we plan to achieve it. So that's part of the reason why it's so important to get the study underway. So so the other thing that we never account for is staff costs, the overhead that we look at during program. As we're standing up programs to make sure that we have people that are certified to run the programs. Sometimes we run into those issues. Also, there is that possibility there's always in studies and feasibility to give you recommendations. It can be the full-blown project or it can be a scaled-down version of it. Meaning that if we don't have, for instance, the certified persons to sustain the program, we can also ask for partnership outside of the Ute Mountain Tribe. So some of the things that we're talking about, but they'll be looking at it in the study. So so the more information that we're given in this, it will be best, because ultimately the council will have to make a decision based on those recommendations, a way forward or next step. So so those are some of the things that I just wanted to kind of outline. So Chairman, I don't know whether you want questions now or after the resolution.
I think we'll do both. Is there any questions pertaining to Ms. Cuthere's presentation with the authorization approval of the DOLA LPC grant assessment? Councilman Turtle.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, I want to say good morning and thank you for presenting this morning here at the Tribal Council meeting. I know a lot of us been pretty busy here and there, but nonetheless, I'm glad that this project is getting off the ground. This is definitely, as Bernadette stated, very much needed for the different studies that are out there, the different feasibility studies, the environmental. It's important that we do that. We know that in that area that we've had some activity there in prior years, but just really wanting to make sure that it's really laid out in a good foundation there, and things that are there could be identified. I did talk to Zoe LeBeau, so I did let her know everything that has happened up until now, and that we acquired the funding from DOLA for the studies, so that way we can start moving forward with this, because it's very important. I know when we did these studies with the Piñon project, that took a lengthy time period too. But in that project, I think it was a 5-year project just because of the circumstances with COVID. So really looking at it now, hopefully with the knowledge that we have now, it'll shorten that time span depending on the feasibility studies and what we get out of all of these studies and what is determined on what is being needed from other entities out there. But I think we're partnered with a great consulting firm from Bo Simone. And they've got all of the history, and especially Native American, working with Native American tribes. I think that's very important as we sift through the challenges moving forward with things of these magnitude. But we did see a lot of questions and a lot of concerns from a lot of our tribal members out there with the project up in Cortez. Even though it's just 11 miles north of the reservation, we saw how comfortable the tribal members were with just remaining on the reservation. So really fitting an opportunity for the tribal members to take advantage in, and hopefully the tribe to take advantage in, and offering something of this magnitude, because we've never seen anything like this. So definitely we see the challenges with a lot of our tribal membership that are going through, whether it's hardships, dependency issues. So really needing to develop an outlet here for tribal members that would suppress a lot of these issues, because we see now with a lot of our tribal members that come back from these systems, they really fall back into challenging lifestyles. They end up going back to the treatment centers. They end up going back to penal facilities because we don't have no support services here for anybody. So I think this would really help magnify what we're trying to do here for the tribe in suppressing and addressing a lot of these issues, especially with the shortfall of the housing. We see how challenging that is, and now I think with this, what we had determined with this was maybe 60 units, and we're reaching for the stars now. So we're not going to get the 60 units. We probably know that, but it's always best to go up and get the max or request for the maximum and work from there. So really looking at this now. Again, thank you, planning. I want to thank DOLA for their consideration for our grant application, and really allowing the tribe to express their interest in this activity, because it is well needed. I still want to look at the, I think it was the, what was it that we were talking about with the former behavioral health program that was going to be next to it. But looking at that, developing a treatment area that kind of gives our tribal members a sense of privacy, but a sense of accessibility as well with the help that's near the reservation. We didn't want to put something that's close into the middle of the foyer area just because of confidentiality reasons, and that's faced with the employee or the tribal member that's there. So again, I really want to thank everybody that's been a part of this. Beverly for submitting the grant. Bernadette for getting the paper trail ready and making sure we have everything planned out as we move forward. So I think this would be definitely a good fit for the U Mountain Ute tribe. Now it's time to really get the work going and getting involved with more of our consultants and any consultants that's out there and trying to make this a reality, because we really need this. We really need this. I mean, we saw the little supportive housing, the homeless shelter that's right by Rodeo Drive. We saw a lot of the shortfalls that had there, and I don't think it had a lot of structure to it. So really, if we could build something from the ground up in what we think is right, and especially cultural sensitivity, I think that's really important, because we have a lot of questions about cultural sensitivity and how we can implement those in programs like this for tribal reservations. So, you see other tribal reservations out there. I think Red Lake is one of the biggest reservations that are out there that has a lot of these things going on, and they've been successful with their housing endeavors. So I'd really like to maybe even take a peek at Red Lake and maybe open up conversations with them and seeing how they became so successful. We don't have too much money, tribally money, but again, grant funding is always out there for the opportunity for the tribes to take advantage of. So really looking forward to this project to get lifted off and seeing how we mainstream a good, successful lifestyle for our tribal members, because everybody deserves it, from the youngest to the oldest, and that would be who would be included in these housing units is families. So again, thank you. I just wanted to reiterate on what's been going on all the way up from the conversations to the acquiring of the funding. We've been trying to meet once a month, but that's probably going to have to go maybe bi-weekly. But I'm supposed to have a conversation this afternoon with Zoe LeBeau from her consulting agency to see what that looks like, because again, when we did this with Cortez, it was just very time consuming and we had to be at the table. So we see some challenges right now with some of the departments, but I'm pretty sure we can get that back on track because it's important that different individuals from these different departments participate in these calls that are there. So again, we're going to start those ones back up probably on a bi-weekly basis, but I'll touch base with all the team. We're going to probably update the list is what I was telling Zoe about taking people off that list and putting more contacts on that list. So that's way it's more communicative and transparent for everybody. So just my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Turtle. Any other comments from council members? Ms. Knight?
Good morning, Bernadette. So with this project, will you be the project manager? Who's gonna be in charge?
Well, it's a study, so I think it's pretty straightforward. It's normally what we do in planning. So I would say that we're kind of leaning towards Juanita to be one of the primary people to kind of coordinate out. So as far as umbrellaing housing, whether it's aftercare, short-term, 6 months, or if it's supportive housing, as long as they need it. So it's best for us to work within a team atmosphere rather than one department going and making all the decisions. So it's good to kind of bounce that off. The one thing that we do have in planning is that every week we do have a weekly new construction meeting. It involves Housing Authority, Weemanuch, and Juanita Plenty Holes as well. It's usually at 2:30 every, like today. So we have these weekly meetings because we want to make sure that we stay in communication with all the things that we're kind of dealing with as far as approval of projects. So.
Vice Chairman?
Morning, Bernadette. To see it.
Yeah.
I had a question on this. I was reading through it, and on here it states that if there is an aftercare facility to be built in the same location, that the buildings would have to be separated. So you mentioned an aftercare, so that would be in a separate building than the housing units?
Yes.
Are you envisioning something like what's in Cortez where they have the units and the services there?
I think that Richard Harlan is working on something to purchase that building. So I think that's something that it doesn't necessarily have to be on reservation, but it can be off reservation. The one thing that I just want us to be upfront with is, let's just say, for example, the KCA. In order for us to go to the next step on BEST grant, how the high school was built off that grant, the tribe has to come up with a tribal maintenance plan. So what that means, it means that the tribe has to take on the cost of that building of maintaining its maintenance it over year after year. So I know we're trying to scale back on a lot of things as far as tribal funding. However, just keep in mind that it's all based on, like I said, square footage and the size of your facility and what that means as far as tribal maintenance dollars. Because in order for us to get there in this plan, we have to understand the business plan behind it, which means how are you going to fund the tribal maintenance? How is it going to be sustainable? That's the questions I have as a director with this person that's going to be hired to do the study. So I want to know that, so that way I'm bringing the best information to the council that we can get behind it and support it. And if it's not sustainable, then the number one thing that engineers are going to tell you is their first recommendation is do nothing. So that's exactly what we'll do if it's not sustainable. So, we're just, I think, as Alston said, that, we're fortunate that the state of Colorado is supporting this with this grant, because I think it's really important to understand that, because my first thought was turn it down, because, it's very heavy. It's a heavy lift to do, but I think just as we understand that the services are needed here on the reservation, and it's our jobs to make sure that we get the services here, even if it's a scaled down version. But I think, I'm gonna go back to the question you originally had about having the two facilities together. I think just to respect the client confidentiality and privilege, that, we'd have to maintain some kind of, boundaries in there too, as well, and just based on that client needs. So, but I think the tribe is actually trying to get some kind of good understanding how all the programs mesh together, and for the best outcome for the client. So hopefully that's going to be our goal.
So the maintenance cost budget will be identified with this study as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Just a
Councilman Turtle.
Just a follow-up comment. I know we were, this is going to be a part of the LIHTC submission for next year too. We wanted to push this one back. We had this submission and then the 15-unit submission that we were doing this year, but LIHTC is open every year. Given the circumstances for this year with the voucher program for Colorado, it was recommended that we just push this one back until next February. So that way it gives us time for the studies to be done within hopefully this year, and then it'll just fall into that process. Next year we could do the submission for the LIHTC, but definitely with the 15 housing submission that we got approved for, definitely gives us the knowledge and some of the expertise to move forward with this type of project, and definitely looking after aftercare too. I think it was envisioned that we wanted a quadrant or an area that would be accessible to family members or anybody that would be in that area, kind of like a support system there. But not connecting them as so much, but just making sure they're adjacent to each other. So that way, anybody who's needing these service or support services, or knows of anybody, a family that needs these type of services, then it's accessible to them. So just to give a little bit of highlight on that. But yeah, definitely, I think by next year, we should have the feasibility studies, the PER, everything, I'm hoping. And then that adjacent to the meetings that we're going to have should just definitely fall right into place. So I'm being optimistic about it. So I mean, that's the only thing we can be, is optimistic, and really just trying to sift through issues that we see that wouldn't make it as challenging as we're going through these processes. So just a comment, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
So just to add to that, we do have a draft RFP prepared to get it advertised according to the regulations of the state, that we have to advertise it and go through the scoring process to select the engineer company. So in the original resolution that we did identify Sauter Miller as a to-go engineer, and we had to pull that out because that's we're not abiding by the requirement if we do that. So so today, that's kind of that's the process we have to go by.
Chairman.
Ms. Jacket.
Good morning, Bernadette. I have a question. I know that it says within this 12-month period, we're going to be doing the study. Okay, is this something almost like the project, what we have down? Or is it determine the outcome of the study, what we'll be looking at?
Yes, I want to say yes. It depends on the recommendations that the engineers come up with. We sort of kind of already identified an area on the north side of Toyoak. So we know where that site is, and it's has a lot of the infrastructure already connected to it. So if you'll look in your packet, you'll see that map that's there. So there's a couple of sites that we've already identified preliminary before we even started talking about things. So, but yes, it's, I think it's a little, I want to say, I always want to say things that we bring to the table are going to be improved and better. So that's what we always hope for. So, but it'll be a little bit different. I hope with more services, and just like I said, we might not always have the certified people, but there is always room for partnership, like with the supportive housing in Cortez as well. So we can partner with them if we need to bring services together. So, yeah.
Councilman?
Just to kind of add to that too, definitely, like she's saying with these services, it won't mirror exactly what that little housing was doing down there. I think with this, it'll be more supportive. And definitely we could incorporate with these studies a management team that wouldn't include tribal members, but it would include an outside entity. And I think that's where the challenges really get suppressed there, is because we as Native American communities, if we have relationships with other people in our communities, then we tend not to be on that straight line and say, okay, your rent's due or these maintenances need to be done. So definitely with these studies, it would definitely see if we're going to bring in that company in here that would be the management company of this. But there would be, again, there would be probably tribal members that would be working side by side them, because again, cultural sensitivity is the most important part, because it's not going to be modern day medicine, how they challenge those, but it's going to be cultural medicines and what we see and what we believe in Native American communities through there. So within this year time span, it'll really address a lot of these issues and a lot of questions that the council has. So definitely, it's a good project, and even trying to mirror something like that in White Mesa, it definitely would be something that would be an overcoming challenge as well. But again, baby steps as we move forward, because this is something totally new to us here at the tribe. But again, just trying to make sure we identify things the best way that would give good studies to our tribal members, teach them the right way with the dependency issues that they have, or even, it's not even just dependency issues. I mean, family. So just incorporating all kinds of things within this program. So, I mean, it's a good program. It's a good fit. But like I said, we need something here on the reservation, because our tribal members didn't really participate in the one in Cortez because they're comfortable here. So we need something accessible here. So that's why this idea was brought up from Bo Simone to maybe take advantage of it. Because they offered 3 chances for 3 different communities, and they selected us as one of the communities. So definitely want to take advantages of the relationships that we have, because it opens up a lot more opportunities for things like this. So yeah, again, thank you.
Well, I think one of the things that we're looking at is, once we hire the engineer company, that we all have an opportunity to have our input in there, because I'm sure they'll meet with the council and, try to get some good understanding of what's important in this project. As we're saying that, culture is always, our traditional ways are always best, and it's always good to have that kind of cooperation into your projects. So that way we all understand how we think, and because we don't think like the traditional, like, let's just say European concepts and things like that. So it's a lot different the way we think as Nuchu and as Native Americans. So, sometimes we don't always understand it because we weren't raised that way. But, that's just the way, we're just trying to step people back to here's what's really important to you, and trying to build put the person, back up again. So raise them up. So that's kind of what our hope is. So, but anyway, I think that's all I have.
I think from my perspective, as I see this, and the opportunity that is given to us by the state of Colorado in that area of the DOLA and the other entities that provide services, there's many entities that come before the tribal council or to the tribe to set these programs up. One of the things, and it's not a contradictory of what we're trying to obtain, what it is that when you set these up in this cut here, we have worked many, many years together in many, many strategic plannings and other assessments that you have brought forth to the tribal council for the departments to engage with the state of Colorado or the federal government. These programs are out to address the issues, whether it's in an addictive or whether if it's in a substance issue, as well as it just being a housing concern. And you've also taken it to the linked as the early part of the years when we didn't have an economic development director for almost 12 to 15 years. You took that initiative to ensure that these types of grants served the tribe to the best of the ability that the tribe had seen forth with the team that you just indicated that need to be together, whether it's Tawahi, whether it's Corps, whether it's the planning department and the tribal council working together. Ms. Cuthair, how does this, and when it's done, we will know the assessment that is being done with this grant. The tribe as well has an opportunity off the reservation with another grant from the state, pass-through funding, that we're looking for that same initiative. But this is somewhat an offshot of transitional living. And, you know, I did go and visit that facility as well, and I think that it may cost more to make the improvements to that facility than what it's going to cost, because we've had the assess construction individual, what was his name, Mr. Scott?
Miles Struben.
Miles Strudovan went in from Weemanooch to do the assessment on that building, and it is just a 1967 era building that may have to be gutted out to put new electrical, new water lines, just a whole set of new infrastructure building in there as we toured the facility. And if that is possible and the tribe goes and wishes to continue in that process, that's another facility. But what you're doing and having it locally based north of this community would be something that is really encouraging. I think that every project that you initiate is something that is going to benefit. And as Councilman Turtle has worked, I give a lot of kudos to Mr. Turtle, because he has been a phenomenal individual to work on our housing initiatives in many areas, particularly with the housing with Pinon project. It may not have been something that is really acceptable, but it's something that gives the opportunity to our tribal members to have that living in Cortez as part of the project. But the fact of the matter is, I think that this assessment grant will give us that ability to look at many different options for our community and our individuals that are transitioning back into the community. So I thank you, and I hope that we can move forward with this grant to make those changes. Any other council members' comments? If not, could you read
Yes.
the resolution, please, Mrs. Carrera?
Yes, I'll go to the resolution. Reference title is authorization and approval for DOLA or LPC grant funding to the Supportive Housing Project Preliminary Engineer Report, PER, Environmental Assessment, EA Study to Planning, Phase 1. So I'm going to go down to 1, 2, 3, the third, whereas the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe has applied for the State of Colorado Department of Local Affairs, DOLA, LPC planning grant funding for the supportive housing for the project purpose of preliminary planning and analysis for the future development of a supportive housing project to benefit tribal members of the Ute Mountain Tribe and generally advance affordable housing goals in Towaoc, Colorado. The Ute Mountain Ute Supportive Housing Project is to provide long-term housing wraparound services for Ute Mountain tribal members in need of supportive housing. And whereas the Ute Mountain Tribe has been awarded the DOLA Planning Grant State of Colorado funding requested the amount of $250,000. It was required, within the grant opportunity, a 20% standard, funding match. However, DOLA has approved the tribe's request for a 10.07% funding match as $228,000 for a project grant total of $278,000. The grant, the project 10.07% match of $28,000 is identified from the Colorado Health Foundation Capacity Building Grant managed by Keystone Policy Center. Whereas given the representation by the future housing, supportive housing funding project documents do not in any way construe consent by the Ute Mountain Tribe to be sued. The tribe does not in any way provide such consent with this resolution by entering into the grant agreement contract or by accepting funds as part of the grant deliverables. So there is your resolution for action, Chairman.
Okay, members of council, Ms. Cutt here from the planning department has read the resolution that needs to be taken action for. Any other discussions, questions for Ms. Cutt here?
No more questions or comments, I can make the motion.
Okay, I have a motion from Treasurer Jacket to move forth with the resolution. Is there a second? I have a second from Councilman Turtle. I'll go to the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed, abstain. The ayes have it. We have a majority vote, 760. Thank you, Ms. Cutter. You have, Mr. Councilman Turtle.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, I want to say thank you, tribal council members, for approving this resolution today. I think this really is the first step for our tribal reservation internally to move forward with these type of services. So definitely, I think this is a great learning experience for all of us as we move forward on how we can incorporate other things that need to be incorporated within the tribe, because we see seriously how behavioral health, mental health, counseling and treatment, even if it's resultant services, how the shortfalls are there. And I think something like this would definitely, I don't think I should say I should know that it will definitely make a difference on our tribal members' life. And I want to thank you for the work that you do, Bernadette. As the chairman has stated, I want to reiterate on that, how you've really taken the forefront of a lot of these things. So again, that just shows that you care for our tribe and the success of it. So again, thank you for the resolution. Now it's time for us to get the work started. I will see you at 2:30 on the housing meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, thank you, and council, have a good day.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is HEPO. Mr. Mark Wing, could you please come forward? Could you please state your name and the issue? And I believe you have Ms. Sharek on the Zoom, as well as, who else is there? Right behind you.
Casey Collins, Miss Collins.
Ms. Collins as well, Mesa Verde Superintendent.
Hi, good morning, Council, Ute Mountain Tribal Council. My name's Mark Green. I'm with the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal HIPPO office.
Okay, what brings you before the Tribal Council?
What brings me here today and to council is a resolution that was the tribal resolution for NPS General Agreement for the discovery of ancestors at Mesa Verde National Park and Yucca House National Monument.
Could you give us an update of what entails this agreement that Mesa Verde is seeking to have from the Ute Mountain Ute tribe?
The background of this agreement, it states in letter here that Mesa Verde National Park and Yucca House National Monuments are located within the tribal by original and traditional accessed lands. The general agreement was developed through the government consultations with the Ute Mountain Ute tribe and other traditionally associated tribes. On this grant is or this resolution, it states that we're working with ancestrals in the national park area for Mesa Verde, and we're trying to amend the regulations of where on the resolution says the National Grave Protections and Reputations Act of NAGPRA 25 USC 3001-3013 is the implementation of regulations regarding federal agencies and tribes in turn into written agreement governing the discoveries of and treatment of Native American human remains and cultural items. And the National Park Service is developing a general agreement for the delivery of ancestors of Mesa Verde National Park and Yucca House National Monument through consulting with traditionally associated tribes, including the Mountain Ute tribe, and whereas the purpose of this general agreement is to provide the cultural respectability of protecting framework for responsive and diverse discoveries of ancestors, primarily leaving ancestors in place whenever possible and minimizing disturbance within protection and action. And I believe that this is where we're trying to avoid, if an ancestor is located in the park, we're trying to avoid going into the NAGPRA government federal regulations of writing letters to NAGPRA, and then we write the letter to NAGPRA. It takes about 30 days and return, and then after that it takes another 30 days to respond to tribal agencies, and then it takes another 30 days for the parks to respond back to the tribes to do consultation. So what this is that if an ancestor or any human remains are found in the park, is that the key point is that we're trying to exclude the handling of it to minimize the living ancestor in a place of the minimizing disturbance, and provide early notifications to tribal inputs into treatment decisions, allows participation in prayers or ceremonies if desired, preserve the tribal authorities, and devolving the NAGPRA if consensus is not reached. So what we're there asking is if they do find ancestors, they want to contact the TIPO office here in the Ute Mountain Ute tribe. And then instead of going through NAGPRA guidelines, they just want to contact us and ask us what we're wanting to do with the ancestors. How should we repatriate them? Do we just go up there and do a prayer offering and then leave the ancestor there? Or how are we going to handle that? But I believe that would be more consistent for our behalf of our tribe and our ancestors in that area of the national park, is the less handling of the individual. And places we have done in Utah, we've worked with the Monticello BLM, and they have come across some ancestors in those areas that were disposed of due to weather, deterioration of the ground, river, water, whatever the rain is, and they exposed. So what we do is we go back and do an offering, a prayer. They contact us, and then we go back and we just cover them, or just stabilize them as best we can without moving them or anything like that, or relocating them with a new burial. We just leave them there. So that's what Mesa Verde National Park is requesting is if we could minimize the handling of the ancestor and then just kind of briefly taking care of that human remains to stabilize it and secure it.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Collins, Ms. Sherrick, do you have any comments regarding what's being proposed from the Tribal Council for approval of this agreement through resolution?
Good morning. Yes, I'd like to make just a couple of clarifications regarding the agreement. There was an agreement in place for a number of years that expired a couple of years ago. And while we were working on a new agreement, there were new NAGPRA regulations put forward by the federal government. And so we incorporated guidance from the new regulations into the version of the agreement that we're hoping that you will concur with and sign on to. There are a handful of the 27 traditionally associated tribes for Mesa Verde and Yucca House that are interested in being signatories. So Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, should you sign on to the agreement, you would be one of 5 tribes. There, so far we have the Pueblo of Acoma, Pueblo of Zuni, Pueblo of Zia, the Navajo Nation, and then Nambe Pueblo. So there would be this group of signatory tribes that would be involved in helping to advise the National Park Service should we need to move an ancestor. So the whole idea of this agreement, as Mr. Wing pointed out, is to make things easier than they are if we have to go through the full NAGPRA process. So with this agreement, we actually are able to, when ancestors are discovered, and generally they are discovered through erosion processes and so forth, but sometimes there are projects that happen in the national park that cause us to encounter ancestors. And so what we would like to do through this agreement is be able to have this smaller group of signatory tribes work with us to help us make good decisions about repositioning ancestors. The best thing to do is obviously to stabilize them in place, which we can't always do. Most of the time we can, but we may need to reposition an ancestor. We would want to keep the ancestor as close to where their family members originally laid them to rest for eternity. And then in a rare case, if there is the need to fully excavate an intact ancestor, then that would, and have that ancestor reburied in a different location, not just repositioning, but buried further away. That would involve the full large group of traditionally associated tribes. So this is a way through this agreement, for us to care for ancestors more quickly, expeditiously, with cultural respect. And your prior Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, Terry Knight, worked with us for a year as we moved towards getting this agreement together. And so that is what we're hoping that you'll be interested in doing, is coming on as a signatory and then helping us with regard to making sure that ancestors are treated as respectfully as possible, whether or not they need to stay in place or need to be removed to a different location, but still within the national park.
Questions, council? Okay.
Casey, so you said there's 26 or 27 tribes listed to be signatory on it. Is there a reason why there's only 5 and not all 26 or 27?
Yes, so all of the traditionally associated tribes would be involved in a full NAGPRA situation, which is what we would encounter if the ancestor could not be repositioned and would have to be reburied at a special location within the park. So the smaller groups of signatory tribes, that smaller group participates in advisory to the National Park Service for all of those situations up to full removal and full excavation and then reburial. So having this smaller group advise us would handle nearly all of the circumstances that we believe we would run into when we encounter ancestors.
Okay, any other, Councilman Turtle?
Good morning. First and foremost, I want to say thank you for presenting today at the Tribal Council. It's important that we, really communicate like this on a lot of the challenges that we face as Native Americans moving forward. So talking about the shortening of the NAGPRA process, what does that look like either locally or either nationally for the tribes what do they feel about the shortening of this process since it's coming from the Department of Interior?
Well, all of this is based on the regulations that the Department of the Interior put out in, I think it was February of 2024. And we've been consulting with our consulting tribes for, well, about 2 years now. And there was actually a lot of support for it. In fact, Mr. Knight himself recommended during a tribal consultation meeting we had with probably 12 of our consulting tribes that it would be a good idea if the National Park Service took this before the All Pueblo Council of Governors in New Mexico. And so in October of 2024, we made a presentation at which virtually all of the Pueblo governors were in attendance, and we got very good feedback about this general agreement as it responds to, but makes easier, the conduct of the provisions of NAGPRA. And so actually, Mr. Knight helped us end up getting good concurrence and support from the Pueblo groups in New Mexico.
Thank you for that. I know they're going through what they're going through at Chaco Canyon because they've expressed that a lot. But I just want to make sure that the tribes are in full support of this when they're shortening the process, because I know it's a long process because of those reasons. We want to make sure that our ancestors are taken care of the best way possible, and there's no endangerment of other ancestors that are buried around those areas that could complicate the area or the challenges that we're trying to make come to fruition. I just saw it at that process. How would older generations look to new generations, and how would they have the common differences or the common support for things like this? And we just want to make sure that we're stepping in the realm of doing the right thing, even though it's a shortened process. I mean, because it's taken years to devise the NAGPRA process, and we don't want to undermine it and short process it because we want to make things easier and faster. For whatever we're trying to do. I think in respect to the ancestors, we just need to take that into consideration as well. So that's why I asked you what the support looked like from other tribes, because I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page as we move forward. I know with this administration, they administered a set of new changes from my recollection on hearing and reading online, but I just want to make sure it's the right direction that we're going. So just my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Any other comments? Ms. Knight?
If there's no other comments, I would like to make a motion to move forward with this resolution.
Okay, we have a motion for the resolution in regards for the National Park Service General Agreement for the Discovery Ancestors at Mesa Verde National Park and Yucca House National Monument as well. Motion was made by Ms. Knight. Can I get a second from? I have a second from Ms. House. We'll go to the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion has it. Ayes have it. We have a consensus vote of 760. Motion passes with this new agreement. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Oh. Let's go back. Could you read the resolution? I forgot about that. Thank you, Councilman Turtle. Miss Knight, Miss Green, you should have caught me. Thank you.
Okay, I'll read the resolution. Resolution of the Mountain Tribal Council says reference Tribal Council resolution for NPS General Agreement for the Discoveries of Ancestrals at Mesa Verde National Park and Yucca House National Monument. Whereas the consultation and bylaws of the Umatni tribe approved June 6, 1940, as subsequently among providing Article 3 that the government body of the Umatni tribe is the Umatni Tribal Council set forth and be of the Tribal Council exercises in this resolution, and whereas the Umatni Tribal Council is responsible for promoting and ensuring health, welfare, tribal members, tribal resources in the Umatni tribe. Whereas the Umatni tribe is a federally recognized tribe, inherited sovereignty, authorities, protecting heritage, ancestral places, and the remains of its ancestors. Whereas Mesa Verde National Park and Yucca House Monument are located within the tribal, bioregional, and traditional associated lands, and the tribe maintains ongoing government-to-government consultations with the National Park Service regarding cultural resource and the treatment of ancestors. And whereas the National Native American Grave Protection Repatriations Act, NAGPRA 25 USA 3001-3013, for its implementation regulations, encourage federal agencies and tribes enter into written agreement governing the discoveries of and treatments of Native American human remains and cultural items. And whereas the National Park Service has developed a general agreement, GA, for the discovery of ancestors in Mesa Verde National Park and Yucca House National Monuments through consultations of traditional associated tribes, including the Ute Mountain Ute tribe. And whereas the purpose of this general agreement is to provide a cultural, respective, effectiveness, and protective framework for responding to advertent discoveries of ancestors, prioritizing leaving ancestors in place whenever possible, and minimizing the disturbance when protecting action is necessary. And whereas without a general agreement in this place, minimum stateability and responsibilities of ancestors required in full NAGPRA process, which may result in excavation, prolonged delays, and temporary storages for ancestors in Mesa Verde collection repository. And where the general agreement provides signature tribes with early notifications of discoveries, opportunities, and provide input and treatments and responsibilities to such decisions, and obtaining the participation in prayers and ceremonies while imposing no legal and financial obligation on the tribes. And whereas the Tribal Umatni Council finds that participating as a signature to the general agreement and the best interest of the tribes, and support respectful care of ancestors and protecting the tribal culture and values, and therefore be it finally resulted in the Umatni Tribal Council authorizing the chairman of signing resolution future authorizing him to take such action may be necessary to carry out this intent of resolution.
Thank you. And as the vote was counted, we will insert that as well. So the resolution's read, the vote was taken, so we thank you and look forward to this agreement.
All right. Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. You read this?
Some printouts of the presentation. I'll send around. Thank you.
Oh, there's some nice sheep there.
I try.
That windmill looks good too. That solar farm. We already built the
Oh, those
solar
are some of our
project.
other projects around the country. But I do want to, at some point, I think, we built the 200 megawatt San Juan solar project right south of Ute Mountain Ute land that's operational. And at some point, I'd love the opportunity to give the tribal council and any other interested members a tour of that, just to see what, what it looks like before we start construction on this project.
Okay, I want to welcome you here to the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council. Members of the Tribal Council is here to hear your presentation. Mr. Cole, could you please present yourself as well as the individual that's with you?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, executive staff. My name is Scott Clough. I'm the Environmental Programs Director for the tribe. This is Witter Swanson with Desri. And Desri is our partner on the Foxtail Flat Solar Project. So Witter's here with a presentation and update on the project, as well as you have a council resolution in support of two agreements, one of which is a community benefit agreement, and the other is a water use agreement for the project. So we've got a little slide deck here. Do you want to get into the presentation?
Yeah, good to. As Scott mentioned, my name is Witter Swanson. I think this is my third or fourth meeting here with Tribal Council, and I appreciate the time. I'm going to provide just an update on the project status and the next steps as we move closer to construction, as well as highlight some of those agreements that Scott mentioned, the water agreement, the CBA. So on that first slide you see here, in past meetings I've tried to do this, and I like to just recount a little bit of the history of the project. So as I mentioned, Desri, we built the 200 megawatt San Juan solar project immediately south of the Ute Mountain Ute land and south of where this project will be built. That went into operation in 2024. In January 2023, we signed our first option agreement with the Ute Mountain Ute for about 5,500 acres. And then in February 2024, we executed our lease agreement for about 3,500 acres. Around the same time, we signed an agreement to sell power to Los Alamos County Utilities for 170 megawatts of solar and 80 megawatts of battery storage. We then expanded the lease with the Tribal Council for an additional 400 acres in October 2024. We held an open house at the Ute Mountain Casino for community members in February 2025. Those boards, are they still in your office, Scott? So if anyone's interested in the informational boards, I think Scott still has those. And then in May 2025, we signed a second power purchase agreement for an additional 100 megawatts of solar and 100 megawatts of battery storage. So the total project is 270 megawatts of solar and 180 megawatts of battery storage. In August 2025 of last year, we reached a really important milestone for the project. We received BIA approval of the lease, and we completed the NEPA process. That was a relatively lengthy process. I think we submitted the permits in December of the prior year, and it took a lot of support from members of the Ute Mountain Ute tribe to get that over the line, but a significant achievement to clear that hurdle. Looking forward, we anticipate starting construction on this project in late April, early May, which is coming up very soon. It's very exciting. We will close financing on the project in mid-March, early April. And so you may see some documents and additional questions as we get closer to that date. I know there's an estoppel agreement that should be coming through for signature related to that. And then we anticipate completing construction and starting operations in July 2027. I do want to note, this has been, I hope it's an exciting update. We've been working on this project for over 2 years. And to be this close to start of construction is exciting. And I do want to take a quick moment to say some thank yous and shout out some individuals who I've had the opportunity to work with on this project, working for the Ute Mountain Ute tribe government or otherwise. So obviously Scott Clough in the Environmental Programs Office was incredibly instrumental in getting us to this stage. Marcy, Blaine, Lynette at the Taro office have been incredibly helpful explaining the Taro process to our contractors. We have a meeting tomorrow. We have monthly meetings with our general contractor in the Taro office, and they've been an incredible help. Tina and David, I know David's here, at the energy office, getting our contractors permitted, appropriately demonstrating that, the stickers and the permits to be on the reservation, as well as navigating oil and gas use on the site. Keely and Mark at the TIPO were incredibly helpful. We had to go through a whole cultural consultation process last year. I think we gave them like a 600-page document and asked them to review. And so we're very appreciative of their work on that. And then, yeah, Shannon, Miracle at the BIA. We wouldn't be where we are without their approval of the lease. And it took a lot of, navigating to get to that lease approval. And we're very appreciative of their support. So just in general, I wanted to shout out those names, and I'm sure I'm missing some other folks, but yeah, a genuine appreciation for the collaboration with Ute Mountain Ute over the course of this project development. We're truly appreciative, and we're looking forward to the long relationship we hope to have here on this project. So I'll stop with my kind of thank yous and jump into just kind of the brass tacks. You'll see on the next slide what this project will physically look like. This is our layout of the 270 megawatts of solar right there. The green is the fences, and then the gray is the solar panels. You can see in the middle of the site, those two kind of yellow squares. It might be hard to see on the screen, but relatively small, those are the battery storage components of the project. And while it's not shown here, there will be a 345 kilovolt transmission line that travels from around where those battery storage projects are down to our existing operating San Juan solar project, and then from there into the grid owned by P&L. I'll pause there before I go to the community benefits package if there's any general questions about the project or project timeline. Otherwise, I can continue into the CVA.
Any questions? Council, no questions? No questions?
So on that next slide, you'll see the community benefits package. This is an agreement Treasury would like to offer to the Mountain Ute, both in recognition of that collaboration we've had over the last 2 years, and moving into the next phase of this project. We try to do community benefit agreements with our host communities throughout the country. And some of the components of this agreement, I think, are reflective of the feedback that we've received over the course of development of this project, both at the community meeting and in conversation with employees. The antelope component here is we spoke to Wildlands and heard feedback from community members about antelope, but in overview, it's a $550,000 contribution at start of construction of this project. So we anticipate that being in April, May 2026, made to the tribe for these purposes at the tribe's discretion for their use. And so we're excited about this next stage of our relationship with Ute Mountain Ute, and we hope that this is a reflection of that appreciation for the past and going forward. And I don't know if Scott, you have any additional commentary on the security or the antelope pieces. I think those are works in progress already.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you to Ron and our finance office for budgets set up. The security budget is really securing the open gates. There's probably about 12, 13 gates that access the New Mexico part of the reservation. Some of those come from the Colorado part of the reservation, but it's really the external gates. We have a lot of trespass issues, a lot of theft issues on that part of the reservation. The Bureau of Indian Affairs, law enforcement is very challenged, as you're well aware, and they don't have the capacity to really get out to that part of the reservation. So the goal is to secure unsecure access points onto the New Mexico part of the reservation, and then to enhance the main access point for the construction project, the road from Kirtland, which they're reconstructing right now. They're fixing that. Darnroad. So I've been talking with Philip at Wildlife Office, and I've talked to Jerry, and I've talked with David Stoner about how to actually do this. So we're looking at building some secure welded gates on those access points that are not secure now. We'll have signs out there as far as, who to call if we really need access. Obviously, we need to accommodate our partners, whether that's oil and gas or solar companies. We realize livestock owners need access out there. So we'll put the mechanisms to get access in place and inform people, but we're looking at hundreds of millions of dollars in investment at the Foxtail Flat Solar Project, and then we have everything else out there, from the natural resources that people routinely trespass and steal, cutting down trees and the like, we've had people literally go into some abandoned well sites and steal pump jacks off from oil well sites out there. So it's a serious concern. There are some after hours and various activities that take place out there. So it's really about securing that part of the reservation, and eventually if a community is built out there, making that with everything else. So the second item is something that I really kind of made a plea to Witter about. We have a partnership with what's called Project WIRE, which is Wildlands Network, and they have a grant from the Department of Energy to look at the impact from renewable energy development on wildlife. And on this part of the reservation, the most profound impact is on the pronghorn antelope. The herds that are out there have been constrained by the San Juan River and Highway 64, Public Service, New Mexico, San Juan Generating Station, oil and gas, and all of the boundary fences that they can't navigate. So they really kind of had a rough go, and we're taking thousands of acres of their out away from them. Really wanting to enhance what they have. One of the things that's unique about antelope, you think about, see deer jumping over fences. They can do that easily. Antelope don't do that. If they're under fences, they're high over fences. This project is about keeping the livestock fences, both the boundary fences and the interior fences, as much as the budget can cost. Or removing the lower wire from that and then installing a new smooth wire somewhere between probably around 24 inches high, so that the antelope can get under and move around and not be constrained. That's what that is. And then the last one, built into the lease agreement that we had tribal council support of its approval 2 years ago, is $100,000 payment at commissioning of the project. So once it's all built and running. And I talked with the education committee about this a while back, like, hey, this fund's coming, what do they want to use it for? It's just totally up to their discretion and your discretion. As part of this agreement, and sooner, DESRI is offering $400,000 additionally for education for the tribe to use at its discretion. So that's just it right there.
Yeah, and I would note that's at, much earlier than those other funds, which would have come, at commercial operation. So we hope that's beneficial. I'll turn now to the water agreement. So, go ahead. Sorry.
Does anybody have any concerns, questions about just what was presented with the community benefits package. Councilman Turtle.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. Welcome. Thank you for being here and presenting on the Foxtel project, what's going on. You know, as I was looking at these community benefit packages, you know, it's always good to support the community in the best way possible. I really like how now that we're structurizing things with New Mexico, how we can alleviate a lot of those issues, because I know we brought up down there that they have what is going on with the resources being taken, the culturally relevant pieces that have been taken. And from my understanding, they do have some funding down there. I think we were talking about with Representative Hernandez about that. So definitely to utilize the funding that's here with this, but also to magnify the funding that's in New Mexico, because that's important. As we're talking about that, how are we ensuring that, you know, these fences or the products that we're putting out there are doing what they're doing? Because, I mean, if fences are being cut down, torn apart, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be the same thing. So it's just we're throwing away money for what? So, I mean, really looking at that, how are you planning to ensure that these structures are not being vandalized or torn down? Because that's where I see where it's going on, whether it's from you're trying to implement something for the antelope. How do we see with feral horses? We just came back from a summit where feral horses play a huge role there. And I don't know, you see the feral horses coming out now, because as I drive down through New Mexico, they're there. They're there. Do we have any problems with that on the New Mexico side? Definitely is what we want to talk to and talk about. How can we collaborate with our next door neighbors, our partners? That way, you know, these fundings could be fluctuated maybe to something that's more internally needed for the tribe. This is just as one council member that I'm seeing and what I feel and what I'm saying. You know, as I see that, we are in the midst of planning out probably where the community is going to be. So those got to coincide with one another as we move forward. So just making sure we have all our bases covered as we move forward. You know, we know trespassers that are already been trespassing, they're going to find a way to come back and do what they need to. Do we have cameras that are out there? Do we ensure that, you know, we have all these transparent things that would pinpoint somebody in the event they're doing these things? Because these are resources that are really relevant to the tribe, especially the cultural resources. And I want to make sure that, you know, even we're just talking about this, how do we ensure that it's going to be a successful plan? School additions. I really like that idea with the school additions, but something I think we really need to look at, council, is maybe with the partners that we have, how do we get a really structured school here? How can we help in those endeavors? You know, we had a concern with other things that are here. Our pool. As we see, our pool's been shut down and we have to replace the whole thing because it's so outdated. So really just looking at things like this. I'm not a part of the energy committee board. That's not my thing. So I heavily rely on Treasurer Jacket to be transparent, and he does. So just really looking at things like that, I just want to make sure that these fences that we're trying to put up ain't a waste of money. That's my main concern there. That is my really main concern. I'm hoping within this early spring that we can take a trip down to New Mexico. We're still in that planning phase right now to see where the community is going to be. I'm the lead person, because what's going to happen if fences are broken down again? Are you guys going to replace them? Are you guys going to fix them? Or is that something that we have to start back at square one again on our resources? And tribal resources are limited at times. So we want to make sure that we're approaching this in the best way possible. So just my questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions, concerns? Ms. Knight?
Well, good morning, Mr. Swanson and Scott. My question is for the fencing upgrades, who will be doing the work? Will it be Natural Resources?
I was talking to Dave about that. It's my intention to have Arlene Ketchum on our staff lead the project. He's been part of our biology working with the wire folks from Wildlands Network. So he's aware of the need out there, and he's also been part of the two antelope collaring projects that we did as part of that project wire. So on our staff, he's going to be in charge of it with my oversight, of course. And then, yeah, I'd like to figure out with David how to make that work. I would like to see and support these fence So some reasonable billing mechanism for his crew's time to be paid for this.
And second question, I know when you came earlier in the years, I recommended to have a meeting with the cattle owners that are down there. Did you have a meeting with them?
What we did, and Scott may have spoken with some of the Ute Mountain Ute grazing. We spoke with the Alati from the BLM, the Shumway Arroyo Alati. So I guess that's not necessarily the Ute cattle grazer, but it's who uses that road, Barker Dome Road. I'm not sure what the connection is, but we spoke to those folks who use that road for cattle grazing to ensure they know, when we have road work ongoing. And I don't know, Scott, if you can speak. I know you've previously spoken to grazing.
Yeah, we haven't had a specific meeting about this project with livestock owners. We did have a public meeting last year. It's my understanding from David that we don't have any livestock owners that have grazed in Foxtail Flats for a long time. Whereas they're definitely out in Decker, there's livestock.
Yeah, I think just to inform them, because it's just right down the road and it's still a part of the land. Just so we don't get that negativity and, well, no one told us anything. So I just want to make sure that the communication is around. Thank you.
Do that.
Okay. Well, it sounds pretty enlightening in fact that this project, and I knew this was going to be a quick project when we first initiated this several years ago because it had the backing of the Department of Defense, Los Alamos. We knew that this was going to expedite as we were negotiating this, the need and how it's going to be set up, and we sending this solar energy out to Los Alamos National Laboratory or something of that magnitude. 24 inches is pretty high, and you see these caps that come to light. And in our area of business, we try to minimize the ground level to the very first line because they can easily go slip right underneath them. No questions about it, particularly if you round them up and you're out there branding them, they'll find a way to get through there. And if you're pushing them, and if you got some from the south by the BLM land, you know that Mr. Hatch is out there as well, next to P&M. Is he still out there, Dave?
That I'm aware of.
Uh-huh.
I don't know who.
To the south.
South.
Yeah, right to the south. I believe it's Mr. Hatch from.
Yeah.
He runs his cattle in that area along, as you see the map area as it goes along the old haul road, the coal mine haul road, and that used to be the Whites grazing area many years ago. The Whites had the Foxtail grazing area in that section. So if there isn't anyone in that area, and I would like to ensure that these types of opportunities to be really conducted by Mr. Stoner's fencing group, that they have that ability to sustain that and to it's just for the betterment that we share in this opportunity to have that amount of funding to assist Mr. Stoner and the fencing crew you have. It's just something that we need to be cognizant of the antelope and whatnot in that area as well. So that's about what I have to say about that. So any other concerns? questions? If not, let's go to the water.
So, yeah, projects of this size, we use a significant amount of water during construction. The plan and what we did on San Juan Solar is we trucked water from various sources in Farmington and Kirtland. But there was a conversation with a variety of folks of, well, if we could drill a well for water, that would be saving on trucking costs for us, but then also we could provide the well to the tribe for your uses. And so before we did any kind of test well or drilling a well, we wanted to have some form of agreement guiding how water would be paid for, how the ownership would operate with any new water wells out there. And so the structure of the agreement that we've come to today is, Desiree would pay to drill a test well, investigate water resources out there, and then also pay to drill an actual well to support construction water needs, and then provide that well to the tribe for your uses as it may come up, either for grazing or a future community. And then it also establishes a rate by which we would pay Ute Mountain Ute for water at $7.70 per thousand. I don't want to get over my skis or ahead of myself. It's not guaranteed that we will drill a well, right? We have to actually, drill the test well, identify that it makes economic sense for our project. But we wanted to have an agreement set up ahead of time so that my team has the confidence to go forward here to pursue that well drilling. We've done some preliminary desktop investigations of where we think there might be a water resource. It's towards the northern side of our lease area. Yeah, that's the main thrust of this agreement is we'd like to investigate drilling a well, but we want to make sure there's an agreement in place prior to that that contemplates how we would pay the tribe for that water, and then the tribe would own the well for whatever purpose after the fact.
Has this been brought before the Water Resource Committee?
Yes, it has the blessing of the Water Resource Committee, and it was in fact petitions dollar amount per 1,000 gallons that the Desiree was accepted.
Okay. Treasurer?
Thank you, Mr. Swanson and Scott. So, this makes it a big deal for us to do business, especially in New Mexico, especially with this last year that Miss Grisham got as governor in New Mexico. So I definitely, if you can get on anything that would definitely support or improve Desiree solar plant in the Mexico side, I would highly recommend that. And Councilman Turtle's the lead in New Mexico, so he has all the connections with natural resources and renewable. So I would definitely get with him or me on that. I also like to say, you said the construction will be either April or May.
Yes, start of construction will be April or May. I did want to note this regarding hiring. Maybe this is the direction you're going, but I forgot to mention it. In terms of hiring will ramp up over time. And so we anticipate a peak construction of 300 to 400 employees on site, new hires on site. It'll start around 50 to 100 in that May-June timeline, and then ramp up to that 400 level from August to December, and then phase down from there until July. And so, yes, I did want to make that note because I think that's a big component of this project. Our contractor has, I think, 20 to 30 resumes so far from tribal members who've sent their resumes to Marcy. And so we highly encourage more folks to do that so that we can review those resumes in advance. Sorry, I interrupted a little bit, but I wanted to make sure I noted the hiring timeline. Yes.
Yes. And I would strongly suggest that $60,000 for security, that law enforcement committee be involved with that. Because that's a big connection, especially with the county under San Juan County. We're slowly making our connection there. So definitely, Councilman Turtle and Vice Chair Cansey, they sit on that. So just have that connection because you are going to have issues. There's going to be trespassing, and people are going to know that there's a lot of traffic going on that side. What are they doing? They're going to be more interested in what's going on there. Are we open? Is the tribe letting anybody go on that side? So it's going to happen. Yep. And I'd like to say, is Los Alamos, are they gonna use all of that 170 megawatt? Are they, is that what they're gonna use the whole amount, right?
Yeah, so they're 170 megawatts, and then PNM is 100 megawatts, and PNM is doing what we call a sleeve to Meta for their expansion of their data center. So that's where some of this power is going eventually. So it goes into the grid, but Meta is paying for it through PNM. And so two different power purchase agreements. Yes, Los Alamos is contracted for that full 170, and they intend to use it. I should distinguish it's both the county utility, the majority of their electric load is of course the national lab, but it also serves, the folks who just happen to live in that vicinity. What they're planning to do, because their load is around, this may be going more detail than needed, but their load is around like 80, 90 megawatts. So what they're planning to do is charge the battery when the solar production is higher than their needs, and then use that battery to discharge energy at night when the solar isn't generating. But yes, that's their current plan, is the 170. We're always looking for new people to buy our power. So yeah, that's the current status.
Okay. Chairman, Council, those are my comments.
How much you selling the power?
About in the upper 30s in both agreement per megawatt hour is the wholesale rate. Yes, that's highly confidential, so I expect that not to leave this room, but I'll share it with you. But yes.
It's already gone.
Okay, well.
Via YouTube, it took off already.
I didn't say a specific number, so higher 30s is where that power rate is. And so I think that flows into, if I may go to the financial projection. In my past meetings here, I've tried to provide, our most up-to-date forecast of anticipated rent revenues to the tribe for your own planning purposes. And so I have that here. As a reminder, the lease agreement that we signed in 2024, it established a greater than structure. So greater of 4.5% of the gross revenues of the project, or $425 per acre. We anticipate that the gross revenue share, especially because of that addition of 100 megawatts with PNM and Meta, will substantially exceed the $425 per acre. And that's also due to the battery projects, right? They don't use that many acres, but they are a substantial portion of the revenue generation, and the tribe will be receiving a percentage share of that revenue generated. So we anticipate about $2.5 million per year paid to the tribe once we start operations. We can best forecast that over the first 20 years for two reasons. Our contract with Los Alamos and our contract with PNM are for 20 years. So we know the rate we're selling the power for those 20 years. We expect the solar project will last for 30 to 40 years, but we don't know the rate at which we'll sell the power once this contract ends with Los Alamos and PNM. And then the battery storage projects, we only anticipate operations for about 20 years. So that's why I give the 20-year forecast, but note that our lease is for 30 years with, I think, an additional 10-year potential extension. And so the revenue should continue as long as the solar project is existing. There could be slight fluctuations to this, dependent on the weather. If it's a particularly sunny year, there will be more revenue share. But this is our current estimate in our financial models, and so I wanted to share it with you for your planning purposes as well. I did note down here the equivalent on kind of an acreage rent payment, so much above the 425, and I would note, I think we're only really using 2,000 acres of the site. We're not using the full close to 4,000 acres, so you could argue it's actually over $1,000 per acre on an acreage basis. But yeah, happy to answer questions about that forecast, but wanted to provide that to you.
So in the interest of simplifying your approval process, I drafted a resolution that includes both the community benefit agreement and the water use agreement. Both of those agreements refer to the dispute resolution clause of the lease. That's because when we were negotiating the lease, our attorneys, Desirie's attorneys, those are always the sticking points. Well, can be the sticking points. I'll say it that way. And so those dispute resolution clauses do have a limited waiver of sovereign immunity. And so that is explicitly described in the resolution, that you acknowledge there is a limited waiver of sovereign immunity in those agreements, and you accept that limited waiver. So the resolution spells out the terms of the benefit agreement. It describes those parts that do constitute a limited waiver. And that is the action that I have before you today.
So, just discussing with Councilman Turtle. On the lease agreement, established rent as greater of 4.5 gross revenue from project operation. Could we go up 500 per acre?
Size, could we change the terms of the lease? I don't think at this point we legally can, because it was approved by the BIA. And so if we were to edit the lease, at this point, I'm not aware of any approvals for solar projects across the country from the federal government. I think this is the last project actually approved. So no, I don't think we can edit the terms of the lease at this stage. Particularly, you know, Desiree has invested significantly into this project on the basis of that original lease agreement. We have a lot of folks lined up on the basis of that lease agreement. I would say my point here is that the revenue share will exceed the amount, right? Substantially over the course of those 20 years. So I understand on the concern. I would say, you know, we're always interested in doing more projects and new projects with the Ute Mountain Ute to the extent possible. And so I would say that's something we could address on a future lease or a future project. But given this project and the sensitivities with the federal approval and also our planning purposes, I don't think we can't amend the lease at this stage.
Okay. All righty. Go ahead. Miss.
I got a question. So, is there a reason why that the resolution has the water use agreement and the community benefit agreement together? Is there a way we can separate that? Because I have some concerns about the water use agreement, but I agree with the community benefit agreement. So is there a reason why they're put together? Because like I said, I agree with giving back to the community and the benefit of that. But the water agreement I have a little bit of issue with. So it's like, yes, for the community, but kind of I'm not sure about that water use agreement. So you kind of got me torn on putting it on both one resolution. So it's almost like you're making it sound good by the community benefit agreement, but really the water use agreement is kind of what I have an issue with.
What's the concern with the water use agreement?
So it says, let's see, so there's no, it says Desiree is currently planning to truck water to the construction site, but would like to explore the possibility of drilling. So you want the agreement first before we even find out if there's a possibility of drilling.
Yeah, because
Is that, I mean, you want us to agree to the agreement even before we don't even know if there's water, possibility of drilling for water?
yeah, and I think the reason for that is it'll cost about $300,000 to do the test well, and then an additional even more to drill the actual well. And so before we spend those kind of funds, we want to know that there's some kind of agreement in place for how the water would be treated if we do find water. And I will say, from our perspective, this is something we thought might be a win-win, right? Like we were like, we'll pay the tribe, the water will drill a well, provide the well. But yeah, we'd like to have some kind of agreement in place prior to us spending the funds and time to drill a well or explore more in depth if there's water there.
Yeah, and I have a concern with that. It's almost like you're wanting us to agree before we even really know the specifics if there's even water there to drill. And I have a little issue with that. I mean, that's just me, so, thank you.
Councilman?
Just to go off of Secretary's concern there, so if we're doing an agreement when you do the drilling, is there any type of process that we can implement that says you will move forward with the water well in the event that's what you needed, or that's something you just want to specify all right now within the resolution?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, it depends what the water resource looks like, right? Because if we identify a water resource that's not that significant, then the cost of drilling the well would, surpass the value to us of mitigating some of those trucking costs. And so I hesitate to say, yes, this must happen, or this will happen, this won't happen. Our goal, we'd love to drill the well. That's why we wanted to bring this, because it is a substantial cost to truck water. But I defer, I guess to you guys of what you'd like to see in the agreement.
I just concerned about that because, as you know, water is very scarce and it's a fight right now. I just want to make sure that you're not just drilling anything and then you have to remediate it, and then it's just maybe a dry run for both of us. I don't know if it'll attain anything. It's kind of like the NAGPRA Act we were talking about today. I see it kind of along the same lines, but I have that concern too. I would like the study to be done, but I would like any movement to say, okay, we agree with you doing that with the water if it's feasible for you to do it. Instead of, I don't know, just to put something of a safety measure in there, a protocol before that, because the water issue just really, it's very sensitive. It is very, very sensitive, and especially underground water, or even if the well that you're trying to do and fill it with. But yeah, just a concern as well. If we could just implement something that would say, okay, this is what we've done, it's feasible, we're going to move forward in doing this, and just specifying that in the resolution.
If I could propose, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, but I think somewhere in the agreement, it says something along the lines of complying with permits, the tribal permits. And that's, I think, entirely to your discretion what those tribal permits are. And so if you'd like, we're happy to, fill out an application, a submittal prior to any drilling, outlining, the plans, and get sign off prior to any drilling. Would that be an amenable kind of solution?
I think anything to be transparent, especially with a resource that's, again, very scarce, or it's becoming scarce. I would just like to know what's going on every step of the way, especially when it comes to the water. I mean, if we can implement something that specifies that, then I think it's a win-win for all of us here. I think everything else is good, but again, just protecting our resources there and making sure that we're going down the right path. So thank you.
I have one more question.
Go ahead.
So you did say you and Scott had some concerns about the water agreement. What were those concerns?
Well, I don't have concerns with the water agreement.
Did you say that we might have concerns on it when you brought it? No? Okay, I would really like to see if we can separate them. On one resolution, we do the community benefits, and on the other resolution, the water agreement. They're two separate, very vital issues. And like I said, combining them together, like I said, you're conflicting me as a voting member, because of course I want it for the community, but I'm still unclear about the water issue, and I'm not gonna vote for something I want but then have concerns on this other side, because as Councilman Turtle said, we're here to protect our land and everything, especially when we talk about drilling on our land. We want to be very specific. We want to know, if there's even an option for that, rather than just going into the land and drilling, and then not know if it's was even beneficial at all, and here we just tore up our land. So I would like both of them to be separated. That's my comment. Thank you.
Councilwoman Knight.
Just some comments listening. I did have concerns too, but it's very short term. It's only 2 years, right? The water agreement. Yeah.
I believe so.
Yes.
So it's very short term.
Construction.
So we can look at it in 2 years, and then this is a start to, seeing if water is there for our New Mexico community. Plus, we already have oil and gas down there, so what's drilling for water? So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Vice Chairman.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming today. I agree with Secretary House that these two need to be on separate resolutions because they're two totally different things. The only thing that they have in common is that they're going to benefit the tribe. I agree with that because of the turnover of the water well down the road somewhere, and that would benefit our tribe as well because of the community that's being planned for that area. So I appreciate that, but if you could do the resolution and resubmit, I would appreciate that.
The other connection is that these are things that DESRI would be funding for the tribe. That's part of the reason I put them in the same resolution. It's all on their dime on these projects. But yeah, I can separate them if that's what you want. No biggie.
And then, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And then including like what I had expressed with just making sure that we're transparent, if it is feasible, if it's not, and then where we're going from there. Because I think it's really important. I mean, tribal lands and tribal nations really want to protect their lands and their resources. So I think it's just an extra safety protocol as we move forward and just being transparent and, it addresses issues further down the road if we have another project and what our wishes are. So just a comment.
So in the interest of transparency, so I understand you clearly, I mean, we'll obviously update you guys as the project moves forward. We have a Water Resources Committee of the tribe. I have been keeping the Water Resources Committee apprised of this project from the initial efforts to evaluate the 3 existing livestock wells in the project, which could provide about 1,000th of the necessary water for the construction, to the proposal from DESRI to, drill a test well, potentially complete a water well. And those ideas, concepts, initiatives have been supported by the Water Resources Committee. Anything pertaining to water development will be shared with the committee. So we can inform the committee, we can inform you. Absolutely. Is there anything beyond that you're seeking?
Nothing as far as that. Maybe just public safety. Are we going to have some type of training when you have these 300 or 400 employees that are there? I just want to make sure on the public safety side we're covered on that aspect as well. That's just another concern. I just want to make sure that everybody's safety is pinpointed and it's what it needs to be.
And I can speak to that, certainly. I mean, safety is a major concern of ours. On all of our projects, we implement, worker safety protocols. On this project especially, there will be, I think, even more enhanced trainings because it is an entrance onto tribal land. Every single employee will have, an ID card signaling that they should be there or not on there. Upon their entrance onto the work site, they will undergo an environmental and cultural training. That's every single employee whenever they enter. And so, yes, there will be substantial. There will also be monitors on site during construction. So, yes, of course.
So thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
There's also one more tidbit on the safety side. DESRI has entered into an agreement with San Juan County. And we didn't bring this as an issue today, but that agreement is to provide fire and emergency response services to the project. Because we don't have the capacity to go and deploy an ambulance down there or a fire engine. They have a firehouse that's right there in Kirtland. We did get a few concerns from Jerry at Public Safety on that, so we need to get with him and figure out exactly what those are. But yeah, that is also a part of the safety piece out there, is what happens if there's a fire, what happens when we need to call an ambulance. And so right now, the only thing preventing that agreement from being finalized is just us allowing San Juan County Emergency Services to have access to do that. So we'll broach that subject another day, but that's also part of the picture.
Okay.
That's probably something we can discuss in a law enforcement meeting with any type of MOA or MOU that needs to be devised, so that way everything's not complicated when you guys get to that point. So I'll jot that down. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Treasurer.
Scott, so since you're the lead on this, maybe if there's some way you can meet with the city of Kirtland and let them know we got this project going on. I don't know if you did, but let them know it's gonna be revenue coming in their way, and this is how we're gonna help them out, because those workers, they're gonna be driving to McDonald's, they're gonna be driving to KFC, going to Speedway, getting food and drink. So just something to let them know, because we did that with the city of Cortez, and they like that. They said, okay, revenues will be coming in. And as you said, it's not going to be a steady 300 employees. It's going to go up. It's going to go down. It's going up. It's going down with depending on what stage you are on in the project. So I really like to stress it out. If you need me to be there or need any rest of the council to be there as supportive, it would be great. We did that with Hogback also with economic development, and they really liked that. They said the jobs, we need the jobs. So just to give you a heads up, I would really like to see that happen. So Chairman, Council, those are my comments.
Any?
I have one last question. So on the community benefits package, how did you identify those topics? Like you're saying the security on the New Mexico portion, the fencing and the education. How did you identify those three topics? Because as you know, our tribe is in need in a lot of areas, but how did you come up with those three topics?
Yeah. So those arose, I think, primarily from our community meeting at the Ute Mountain Casino. We heard from folks that they wanted to see more near-term and tangible, hey, where's money going kind of thing. Because we could point to the revenue, over the long term, but there were questions of what near-term and what specific items. The security was from conversations regarding issues with security on the New Mexico portion of the reservation. I should clarify, we will have security and fences, substantial fences around our project, and I think 24/7 security and cameras. But we knew that there might be a need from the tribe to supplement your security on that side of the reservation, and so that's where that stemmed from. The antelope component was primarily from, I think, conversations with Scott and then Wildlands, who's doing the antelope studies, and we asked them, we want to do some kind of contribution that assists the antelope in this region. What would be something that we could do? And they mentioned the fencing. And then the education, I had done some, I think, initial outreach to folks, the tribe, if there was a way to make it more specific. But primarily, it's just something that Desiree does at a lot of our projects, is try to support schools, try to support some kind of education components. But we wanted to make it as full discretion for the tribe of how those funds are used, right? We're not specifying how anything is used. And if you guys want to reallocate within that, we're totally open to that. But that's the initial proposal we had forward.
Okay, and how you're saying we can reallocate some of that. I mean, we have a need for our tribal members to receive some sort of utility payment, as we know that took a big hit, and seeing that some of these funds could go to something like that. I mean, I would be open to discussing that, but I would have liked it if, the conversation kind of came to council to see where, because each of us sit on different committees. We have our own areas where we, talk for what we fight for, but in the end, it's the tribal member that we want to see succeed and help and give assistance to. So I would have liked it if, that choice would have came to us to, say, well, what do you guys see? Where would you guys want this to go?
Well, so we did outline this, I know it was, I think maybe in May of last year, and so there may have been changes on the council, and so I apologize for not providing that update, I think, subsequently, and certainly, yes, I'll take that note.
Ms. Jacket?
Thank you for coming. And I just want to say, this sounds so promising to my tribe here. The revenue, we need revenues, we need employment, we need all sorts of help here with our tribe. And I guess, I hope that this really come reality, I like to see that big check come in, deposit to the tribe. Then I'm going to say, yeah, this was real, I just want to say that, make that comment, okay?
Certainly.
So I think a really good next step would be, like, Scott, you can take council out there for a tour, because just right south, like you said, there's that big solar farm. So it's already on Navajo side. It's just going to be put on Ute Mountain Ute side. So it's really big. It's really nice just out there in the desert. So I think if you got some of the people out there to see, they're like, okay, well, let's move forward. So.
Okay.
Relative to that also, there's an opportunity to have a ceremony for the groundbreaking. I enjoyed looking at the pictures of our groundbreaking when we did it down at the bottom of the hill on our 1 megawatt project. It was a day much like this morning in mud and snow for a solar project groundbreaking, but we might be reaching out, looking at times beginning in May, when we could have a ceremony out there and invite some people who've been involved internally and externally for actually putting a golden shovel in the ground out there.
Any comment? No? Okay. All right. Now the devil comes out. Okay, like Councilwoman Jacket said, it sounds really good, and that, we hope to see some kind of revenue come back to the tribe for its use in many different areas. The thing that I really want Mr. Clow know, and any of our department directors to know, is that these negotiations that you go into that get approval at the early onset of these negotiations has to get the member of the tribal council approval. It can't just be a project manager or department director to have these issues to go forth. It takes the tribal council, and per the tribal council's directive, they'll direct me to as well finalize that agreement or the consensus of that agreement. I don't want you or any organization to think that because a department director, project manager, or any consultant to represent the Ute Mountain Ute tribe in a way that commits us to going forth. So I want to make that very clear as well. That segues into law enforcement jurisdictional issues. It's on the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation, and if there is going to be law enforcement presence in that area as well as EMS presence, it needs to come before the tribal council, because the law enforcement authority is the government, the BIA, Office of Law Enforcement Services as well. So any jurisdictional or cross-deputization issues need to have an agreement by the tribe to ensure that is what is going to take place. And they too as well have their own requirements to provide that services as well. So not only just Philip and his other tribal ranger, but as well as the BIA law enforcement as well. So you need to, as well as the two law enforcement council representatives, Vice Chairman Cansey and Councilman Turtle as well, to be notified. And that's why they ask these questions of concerns. It's not just a committee concern, it's the tribal governing board that is having these concerns as well. You can get consensus from the committee, but it's going to come down to the tribal council to make that decision as well. So I just want you guys to know that that's where we're at, and that's the direction that we need to take as well. So how do we want to go? We want to break this down. Do you want to table the water resolution, go forth with the first community benefits agreement? Or do we want to take both at a later date upon the completion of the water agreement resolution?
How long do you think that'll take to?
I
Separate.
can do it in a jiffy. We can come back this afternoon if you'd like.
Why don't you come back this afternoon with both resolutions separated out?
I don't know
Okay.
if Witter will be,
I may not be here,
but I'll be back for sure.
Okay.
I can just revise those and come back for my next agenda item.
Okay?
Okay.
Very well.
Thank you.
So we'll entertain this later in the afternoon.
Sounds good.
Okay? Thank you.
all. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Scott,
Yes.
Did you put the 2-year agreement in the water resolution, the time frame?
Okay.
We're amended.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We look forward to the shovel breaking
Yes.
opening, I guess.
Be going to.
We got, I'm gonna stay here. I can't, I don't leave the rails. Okay, members of council, you guys want to have lunch? You guys want to lunch? We're gonna recess for lunch, Mr. Travado. Can you, be patient enough? Okay. We'll, see you back at 1:15. Okay? Thank you. We'll call a recess.
What's man?
Good afternoon, Chairman, Tribal Council, Executive Staff, Lee Travato, Broadband Consultant for Ute Mountain Ute Tribe.
Okay, Mr. Tomato.
I have a resolution building on the resolutions that I brought last time to council, and it's for the bonding of the Colorado broadband projects. And would you like me to read it from the reference?
What is this concerning? What is this?
This is an authorization to execute a limited waiver of sovereign immunity in connection with the broadband project bonds. It's for the SLFRF bonds that are in the broadband grant agreements, where we're receiving money from the state of Colorado. And the state of Colorado wants us to have a bond to protect the projects in case they don't get finished.
Legal?
Yes, Casey and I have both looked at these, worked on these. Casey didn't state that these are kind of time sensitive, although there's not a deadline. The state of Colorado has been requesting these, and it's delaying the project. That's what Casey informed me. But Casey looked at them, and I also looked at the resolution, and so as far as the legal review, they're ready to go. But I did want to point out that the state of Colorado is requesting these bonds.
Question?
Lee, so I've seen on the resolution, it just has the third page, Exhibit A, waiver of sovereign immunity. Where's the rest of the agreement at?
That's the agreement in entirety.
One page?
Yeah, it's, and in the waiver of sovereign immunity, it's only to, the, bonding company. It's only between the tribe and the bonding company. Nobody in the tribe can be held liable for it. No council people, no employees, can be held liable. It's just between that group, which is a group that has been, is going through McCann Risk, who we use for insurance all the time. It's just for that in order for us to get these bonds.
But isn't there an agreement?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, the agreements were on the two that we passed last time. On the two resolutions, which were on 2006-005, I believe it was, on that resolution that we passed last time while we were in council here. And they're required by, anytime you receive a federal grant, there's a pass-through requirement to have bonds, have the project bonded by the people who receive the money for the grant. And this has also been modified to the amount that we've already spent. So it's It's at a different amount than what it was originally, and the grant's going to pay for the bonding. So there's no cost to the tribe on it. It's just a matter of protecting your interest and the bonding company's interest.
Yes, go ahead.
And then the sovereign immunity is just standard language, correct?
Yes, it's just between us and the bonding company. Nobody else is involved in it. And there's no liability for anybody in the tribe on an individual basis.
And this went through transmittal. What is your take on it?
Well, I was trying to get hold of Casey. I thought there was another agreement.
I mean, is that the whole page agreement? This is just.
Yeah, this is the whole agreement. I would be happy to read it.
This is
And
the excerpt.
Well, this is the
the exhibit.
waiver
Yeah.
that goes with the bond agreement.
Uh-huh. And the bond agreements were in the last Amendment 2 and 3 last time that we were here. And we passed the Colorado bonding agreements. That was a precursor to this, now us purchasing the bonds. So that's why we came in with the agreement so that we could get that passed. Now, we need to purchase the bonds, and this is the exhibit from the bonding company in regards to.
Chairman,
Yes.
So this isn't the whole agreement, this one page?
Yeah, yes, it is.
This whole page is just the whole agreement. This isn't just
This-
a page taken out of the agreement?
No, this is the agreement just between the bonding company, the surety, and the tribe. The agreement is standard language on the bonds, and that was in the last resolution that we passed on. We wanted to get that in so that we could do this portion of it, because this had not cleared yet legal and gone that far.
With this, go ahead.
One more last question, Lee. So if it was in the last agreement, which was been passed in a previous date, is that date identified in this resolution? Just seeing that there's a timeline when it was first passed and then all the way up to date now. I don't see that date.
No, I did not see a date about the other resolutions in this. I read through it thoroughly, and it seemed pretty straightforward to me that, the waiver sought the Exhibit A, waiver of sovereign immunity. But I may be, because I'm aware of the bonds, I may be just looking at it that way.
Yeah.
Would you rather have it contain the bonds in it as well before you approve it, or?
I would. I mean, I'd like all the information on the
Sure.
resolution stating how we got up to this point of where we're at today.
Okay, I understand that.
Do you mind if I have Casey call in?
Yes.
She can jump on. I have to send her the link.
And that was the whole entire agreement.
The agreement hasn't been done yet. That's why I want her to call it, to make,
The resolution for what?
for authorization to approve the state of Colorado broadband grant. And it's number 2 and 3.
That's what you're referring back to.
Yes, yes.
Is
I
that
don't know where the link is.
attachment to this agreement, 2 and 3?
There's a resolution and
Is
then
that
I would say that it stands alone, but it is part of that agreement. But,
yeah, it stands alone, but
yeah,
it still addresses this broadband project.
yes, it is. It addresses back to those bonds. It does.
Okay.
Go ahead.
In January's meeting, there wasn't a reference to a waiver of sovereign immunity. Was that just for the grants? It didn't tell the bond side of it?
There's no waiver on the grant side. It's only in between the surety company and the tribe. Who are
I got it, but now I got
I
it.
understand
given the bonds, yeah.
some of the council's concern right here, because if you really look at it, I mean, it says surety in there, but maybe, I guess that's their formal agreement.
Yeah, and in the resolution, it calls out, the tribe is working with a surety company, Arthur J. Gallagher and Company, the surety that has agreed to issue performance bonds and labor and material bonds for the tribe's broadband projects, under which the tribe will act as the principal on the bonds, and the surety will guarantee the tribe's performance and payment obligations to the state of Colorado. Ron has additionally been working on this with
Dennis McCann, yeah.
Yeah, Dennis McCann.
So it's just to ensure that the work gets done within this project, the
Yes.
bonding.
Yeah, only in the Colorado projects.
I'd really, maybe if it's a part of that, there should be some type of reference to the resolution that was passed in January, to make it more stronger, than what it potentially is, or maybe even more, or the attachment for that resolution should coincide along with this as well, so that way you know it's attachment for the waiver of sovereign immunity. I think just to justify and really answer a lot of questions that everybody has there, because right now you just say this and it just, that's just my recommendation.
It's so vague.
Yeah, I would attach the attachments with what you passed.
Okay, Casey just jumped on. Casey, so is this, so all Lee presented was a waiver. I thought there was an agreement. He said the agreement ties back to what was approved in January, but I'm not understanding that's correct, but can you just follow up, tell us where we're at, and then what, because she did send me a text and said, the carrier will not draft the agreements until we do the waiver, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But go ahead, Casey.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Hope that the things that after again. So, your understanding is correct. So, based on the 2 amendments that the tribal council signed off with the state of Colorado for the broadband project, the state is requiring the tribe to get its own performance and payment bonds for these projects, which would be funded by the grant. And so that was kind of the first step with the state of Colorado to execute those contract amendments that support all of the grant funds. And then so based on that, the broadband team reached out to a surety who would be responsible for those bonds. And so the first step, which I agree, Nikki, doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but I guess it's maybe just their standard operating procedure, is they want the tribe to execute this limited waiver of sovereign immunity before even presenting the agreement language for the underlying bonds. And so it's tied to the state of Colorado grant amendments that the tribe has previously signed off on. But before the surety will even put before the tribal council for your consideration the agreements for those bonds, they want this limited waiver of sovereign immunity first. And so, Nikki, I agree, doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but that is the process that the surety has outlined for the tribe to get these 2 bonds for the projects.
Okay, well, and Casey and I both reviewed the waiver, and the waiver itself is okay, but I just thought it went to an agreement that was already in place. So that's on my part for misunderstanding that. Like I said, that doesn't make sense to me, because usually but anyway, so and you've reviewed the waiver. You helped draft the waiver, correct?
I did update.
We didn't hear that. You're breaking up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I did help edit the waiver that is before you all.
Question?
Is there a draft agreement available to look at?
There's not, no, as I apologize, but the surety wants the tribe to sign off on the waiver first before putting what they're calling the indemnity package for the bonds. I could certainly ask for it and see if that's something that we can present to you as you take up this.
I would like to see a draft agreement first before a decision is made. It's almost like doing it backwards. They want the decision and then the agreement will be done.
That makes sense to me. I'm happy to reach out to the surety and follow up with Nikki so we can get this back before you all when you have the full picture and you can make an informed decision.
Could I say something? I just wanted to say this, and I appreciate exactly what you're saying here. This is a very time-sensitive document. I don't think we need to take it up today, but with council, I tried to put this through a transmittal so that y'all could look at it prior to coming here, like last week. Well, actually, the previous week I tried to put it here so that if you had any concerns that we could address them. So I'm wondering, can I take this, put a whole package together, put it in transmittal to you, since it is a very time-sensitive document? Can I put it in transmittal and will you review it and possibly take it into account for next council session, but allow us to move it forward to the state so that they're aware of it? Is that a possibility?
That's the possibility. That's the ultimate goal of the transmittal. That's why it goes through the process. It's getting those documents signed in the manner that it needs to be signed for us to move it forward. Members of the council, who has the entire packet of the transmittal in their box?
I probably got some transmittals that I just got out of my box, so
Okay.
you want me to go take a look up there real quick?
Please.
I haven't put it into transmittal. I'm
You
just saying
haven't?
it got rejected from transmittal because there was a waiver in it. I'm saying moving forward.
It got rejected.
Yeah, because there was a waiver in it, but I understand that now all council looks over the documents that go into transmittal. And
It hasn't been in the process?
no, it was rejected from that process.
When?
Let me look here. I think I got it.
It may have got rejected if only the waiver was submitted for transmittal.
I think that's what happened. It got rejected
Because-
because the waiver was in there.
Because I mean, the waiver form itself looks fine, but we need to see the agreement to see what we're waiving. I mean, what we're liable for.
Can I make a comment?
Go ahead.
I just feel like, our job is to protect our sovereignty, but with this broadband, there's been so many waivers of sovereign immunity. Is there any way, I don't know, were there any other bond organizations to look at? And I just feel like they're tying our hands, holding us hostage and saying, waive this and then we'll give you the agreement. I really don't like it. It's a red flag to me.
And I appreciate that comment. I really do. I totally appreciate that. The thing about this is time limited because this ends on August 31st, 2026. That'll be the end of the project. We'll have completed the project at that point, and the bond will no longer be in effect as far as I know. Unless there's a claim against it or something along those lines during that period of time. But I agree, anytime you deal with the state, anytime you deal with the feds, you have to waive some sovereign immunity, but eventually you get it back because it's time limited to the money that they give you. So I understand that. I'm a big proponent of tribal sovereignty. I totally believe in it. So in regards to that, I don't think that, we're giving it away. We're getting it back because we're going to have our own digital network. It's going to be ours. It's gonna be totally owned by the tribe, hopefully ran by tribal employees. And that is the goal of this. We have to give away a little to get a lot. So that's my personal opinion on it. But I respect what you're saying, Ms. Knight. So I appreciate that 100%.
If we get a draft agreement from the bonding company, I mean, we can show them, this draft waiver that we can play the same game. This will get approved when we see a draft agreement. If we get all that, and I know you don't like doing them, but would you be open to pulling this resolution since it is time sensitive? And,
No.
and I'm just not sure when is the next council meeting? March? What?
March 3rd.
Oh, it's not that far off. Okay.
Chairman, I just feel that when people come in, especially directors and departments that want something and it has something to do with the agreement, we're always told this is time sensitive, and then that ties our hands to be making that decision very quickly. So I'm only one council member, but I would really have liked that agreement, even if it's a draft agreement, because that's what we're here to protect our tribe and what we have, and just not getting enough details and looking at even a draft agreement is, to me, it's an insufficient packet item.
I totally respect that, and I understand where you're coming from. That's why I said, well, if I could put it into transmittal, the whole package, you guys could review it in advance, and then if there was anything in advance that we needed to go back to the surety or the state of Colorado on, we could do that, and it would be prepared, completely, so that you had the authority to say, no, this isn't going to work, or that's not going to work. And as far as time sensitive, everybody's in a vacuum and they see their world, it's got to get done, but I've been under a lot of pressure to get this done. This resolution, this particular thing was missed at the onset of the contract agreement, and it was in the initial contract. But nobody saw it as we needed to get the bonding. We felt that it was the contractors who needed to get the bonding. And they did. They're all bonded and the like that. It was not until, I think, November or October that the state of Colorado came back to us and said, hey, you need to have your bonds in place. And so we started putting it together, negotiating it, working the details out on it and all that. And so now we're at this point right here, but there is a need for it because they're going to shut off our funding on the grant if we don't go through this. But I hear you, everybody looks at it like, well, we've got to do it today, and it's not today, and it's in my opinion, it's at the tribal councils and the chairman's wishes that will follow. And I always believe in that, So that's why I always come before you and, present things to you, so that we can get that approval. Because I don't make decisions, I leave them up to the tribal council.
I would just say, KC's already written, as we're talking, to the surety, and explained where the tribe's at. So if we get those back, I think today would be the deadline, but as soon as if we don't get them today, can at least still put them in for next week's packet. March 3rd's packet. And then he's saying transmittal, but I'm not sure if he understands. If he gets it to Evelyn and gets in the packet, then council does review that prior to the council meeting.
Yeah, I understand that portion of it too. I was just seeing if we could expedite it. If I could get in, I'm concerned about getting on the next council agenda.
They're saying they will send the documents.
If you can expedite it.
Yeah, well, I know the problem is like, I've got the insurance company. It's got to come back with.
They said they will send the documents.
Oh, well, okay, good enough.
Councilman Turner.
Chairman, I would definitely feel good with that. I know I've dropped the ball on broadband in the past month or two. But is there any way you and I could sit down maybe tomorrow? I'm free in the morning, or even Friday. Just so that way I'm brought up to speed on what's going on with this agreement. Because I know there's a couple of broadband things in here that need to be signed off.
Yeah.
But definitely looking at what this agreement entails too, and I agree with the rest of the council members. I don't feel too comfortable moving forward with the cart being pulled before the horse. We just want to make sure that that we just take the proper precautionary measures as we move forward. So definitely, and if you're needing maybe a council support to be put on the next agenda, then definitely I can do that support as we move forward, maybe with another support of another council member. So that way everything's a little more clarified and I know what you're going off and I can help advocate on that aspect.
Yeah, I'd be happy to meet with you tomorrow.
Tomorrow more, I think, I probably won't go to IHS, but I probably, me and you could sit down in the morning.
Okay, about what time?
9. Let's do 9. Are you
Okay, I
available?
can do 9.
Okay, let's do 9 o'clock.
And it sounds like we might have the documents to go over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so what we'll do at this time with the consensus of the tribal council is to table this until the agreement is reviewed and the conversation that you have with Councilman Turtle would be sufficient, but put the packet together, whatever you need to put together, as well as what's being sent.
Sure. I don't have a problem, and I appreciate the words today and working with Councilman Turtle and everything that was said. You know, I think these things are important, and I'm glad to you know, speak to them anytime and get it correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Lee.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One more
Vice
comment.
Chairman.
Oh, sure, sure.
Lee, could you, when you resubmit, could you make sure that you put a timeline on there?
Okay.
You know, like referencing the dates that the past resolutions were passed and approved
Sure, I can do that.
for reference?
Yeah, and that, you know, I know you guys have a lot comes through, and it's nice to be able to see when things happen and stuff.
Because
Can we meet tomorrow too? What time do you have?
HS 10.
Anytime's okay, just tell me.
7:30.
6 is fine.
No one wakes up at 6.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, bring it back.
Thank you, Casey.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day. Take care.
Leave that page. Okay. Number 7, Mr. Blue, David Blue. Balu? Is that Balu?
Yep.
Balu. From Louisiana?
Long time.
Oh, okay.
Not in my lifetime.
Oh, okay. All right, Mr. Blue, could you state your name and your department and the topic you bring before the tribal council, sir?
I sure can. David Ballou, I'm the Tribal Energy Director. What I want to bring for discussion today and approval is the concept of a 2-year option agreement for Four Corners Helium to continue some studies for oil, gas, and helium in the southwest portion of the reservation that would lead to the execution of a new IMDA agreement in a portion of that acreage. What I kind of wanted to start with was a little bit of a review of the history of helium exploration on Ute Mountain Ute lands. Four Corners Helium did some initial work back in the winter of 2019. They worked with Tribal Energy Administration back then, and an IMDA agreement was executed between Four Corners Helium and the tribe to lease a really large tract of acreage, kind of in the near Farm and Ranch, what they call it the Coyote Wash prospect. Unfortunately, Four Corners Helium is really a exploration, science directed company. They themselves don't necessarily have investment dollars to invest in drilling. So that IMDA agreement really didn't go anywhere, and Four Corners Helium continued to look for investors and introduced Mossman Helium to the tribe in July of '24. And that really kicked off a new energy around helium exploration. We developed a draft agreement. We got that agreement approved by tribal council, and then kicked off some pretty significant activities in the summer of 2025. The tribal council approved the assignment of seed oil to Mossman Helium. Mossman believes there's some opportunity for helium in that existing lease. They also, the tribal council approved Mossman to conduct some seismic data collection. And also the council approved to extend that original lease for 5 years to give Mossman some time to do some exploration on that acreage held by production. Also, in August of 2025, the tribal council approved the Tribal Energy Department to seek some grant funds for the Energy Mineral Development Program of the Department of Energy Mineral Development to reprocess some 2D seismic in the southwestern portion of the reservation. The tribe in Four Corners Helium was awarded funds. We've been spending some money on those funds to reprocess 2D seismic. And in talking with Four Corners Helium, they're very aware of our utility scale solar projects in that same Four Corners area. We kind of refer to it as that Area 1. It's the next big phase of solar development in the Colorado portion of the reservation. And Four Corners Helium is interested in considered to have an option agreement to allow them to do seismic, a pretty big study area before solar is built, so that they can identify potential drilling prospects, know where they are, how many there are, and so that solar and oil, gas, and helium can be developed in a co-developed cooperative manner rather than either one or the other. Solar's interested in surface access. They need to put their panels on the ground. Of course, oil and gas companies are interested in what's under the ground. So as long as we identify where opportunities are for exploration, we can configure the solar around those. So that's the reason behind the interest in the option agreement, to give them time to collect seismic, identify specific locations for exploration, and then co-develop along with solar to make sure we're getting, the tribe's getting the most out of the land use possible. So what we're contemplating is a 2-year option agreement, allowing Four Corners Helium or a designated company to enter into an IMDA agreement that would require a minimum lease of 15% of the total 33,270 acres under study. Four Corners refers to this area as Mustang. The agreement would allow Four Corners Helium to apply for approval and permits to conduct 3D seismic data collection over this area for the purpose of identifying oil, gas, and helium prospects for development. Seismic data collection approval may require approval by the BIA, definitely if the tribe requests that, and definitely will require approval by tribal council. In compensation for the option agreement, the tribe would seek $655,000 in payments to be made over this 2-year period. $25,000 on day one, and then $126,000 periodic payments every 4 months. Every 4 months, 100 days, 120, 240, 360, 480, and 600. Embedded in that $655,000 evaluation is compensation to the tribe for a seismic data collection permit to allow 3D seismic data collection in the area. The seismic data collection permit value was determined as $5 per gross acres. So 33,270 gross acres times $5, 166,250. The balance of the compensation is basically that right for Four Corners Helium to exercise the option. That valuation is $408,750. Comes out to $14.61 per acre. This is very comparable to the MS2 option agreement, which is valued at $14.16. So a little bit better. The option agreement requires coordination with transmission infrastructure and solar developer leaseholders through a joint development plan. It requires a joint development plan. The joint development plan is critical as there are overlapping surface interests between mineral development and solar developers. A joint development plan submitted by the solar developers at Four Corners Helium must be approved by tribal council. Instructions conduct all operations in a manner that avoids material interference with each other's activities. The optioner or the tribe would determine priority use if there was a conflict that couldn't be resolved. A surface use agreement between the optionee and solar development leaseholders specifying access routes, site improvements, easements, and reclamation obligations. And the compensation must be paid to the optioner, the tribe, for any disruption or loss of mineral development capacity. So if there was no way to work around solar development and one of the oil and gas prospects had to be stricken from the plan, the solar developers and Four Corners Helium and the tribe would try to come to some compensation for walking away from that development opportunity. There's no waiver of sovereign immunity in this agreement. And then some tentative IMDA agreement terms would be the optionee would pay the tribe a bonus of $100 per acre for any leased acreage under an IMDA agreement. There would be a minimum of a 19% royalty on all oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons. There would be a minimum 16% royalty on all helium and non-hydrocarbon gases, such as CO2, such as nitrogen that could be produced for sale. The optionee would pay the optioner, the tribe, tribal taxes, which include tribal severance tax, possessory interest tax, and tariff fees. Drilling obligations will be agreed upon by the optioner, the tribe, and optionee based on the results of the seismic data collection. Some of the projected tribal benefits from future oil, gas, and helium exploration in this area is, one, the co-development of utility scale solar and minerals exploration in the same geographic area, basically getting the most value out of the land. Tribes maximizing the value of both surface development and protecting mineral development. Mossman Helium under their IMDA has 5 to 6 prospects to explore for oil and gas and helium. That can be $3 to $3.5 million in annual revenue in royalties and tribal taxes. The Mustang area represents 2 to 3 times more opportunities. So annual revenues could reach in the $9.5 to $12 million in annual royalties and tribal taxes. Following that is a small map. It kind of outlines the area of interest of Mustang. It's the heavy blue shaded line. Kind of looks like the state of Ohio. Within that line is a red outline of the area 1, area of interest for solar. And then the yellow kind of shapes within that are some of the preliminary gross acreage areas for oil, gas, and helium development that have been identified with the 2D seismic reprocessing. So, in conclusion, the southwest corner of the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation has the potential to co-develop both large utility scale solar generation as well as additional oil, gas, and helium exploration. The utility scale solar developers have an option agreement that allows them to lease surface acreage for the development of solar, energy storage, and other related projects. My recommendation is that it's wise to consider providing an option agreement for the continued development of oil, gas, and helium in the same area. These co-developments can be managed together for the best uses of tribal lands. And additional gas production can provide additional energy, whether to support solar development, charge batteries, provide backup power for data centers, other benefits for the tribe. So in the packet, I do have a draft resolution for the approval of an option agreement, if you think we're ready to consider that, as well as the draft option agreement itself that legal helped develop. Megan Musto helped me develop that, and the Minerals Committee reviewed and discussed. I thought it was in the best interest of the tribe to present it to council.
Okay, you heard the presentation by Mr. Blue. Do we have any questions, comments, suggestions on the resolution that's before us with the approval options agreements for the lease of tribal trust land in Four Corners Helium?
Thank you, David. Thank you for the presentation. So this went through its whole process. It went through David, it went through the minerals. So this was the recommendation of the Minerals Committee. And the Minerals Committee, it's not just limited this to a council person. Anybody can attend it. Most of the time it's on Zoom, but I believe this is in the best interest because our membership, the first thing to tell me, what about the helium? What about the helium? This is the first step of this seismic study. So Chairman Council, those are my comments.
Thank you. Secretary.
So David, I just have a question. How is the relationship with Four Corners Helium and the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe?
When you say how is it, are you asking is it good?
Are we
Is it-
are we good working partners together? Are we respecting each other's
I think I
issues?
am putting forth a lot of effort to make sure it's a good relationship. I think the geologists that work for Four Corners Helium are talented. I think they do good work. They just need to understand their role. Right now, their role is to uncover opportunities for the tribe. I think they would want to promote these opportunities. Right now in Houston is a NAPE Expo going on where basically people present deals, present opportunities to the outside world. And Four Corners Helium is down there to discuss some of the preliminary seismic things they're finding. And their goal would be to find another Mossman Helium type company who'd be interested in coming to the tribe and executing an agreement. I really doubt we will be executing an IMDA agreement with Four Corners Helium. I see them as a valued research and data collection company, but I really don't think the way they see themselves is they're not going to be entering into the agreement. They're going to try to bring somebody. So I think it can be a good relationship. I just think I need to make sure they understand their role, what the tribe wants from them, and what the tribe doesn't want from them.
Yep.
We don't want noise.
Yes.
Any other? If not, members of council, before us, we have the approval of option agreements to lease tribal trust lands with Four Corners Helium.
And would you like me to read the resolution?
Please, start.
The third whereas?
Third whereas, sir. Thank you.
So the reference is approval of an option agreement to lease tribal trust lands with Four Corners Helium. Whereas Four Corners Helium and the tribe applied for and secured grant funds through the Energy and Mineral Development Program, EMDP, offered by the Division of Energy and Mineral Development, the DEMD, to reprocess 2D seismic in the southwestern portion of the reservation in Colorado in order to identify new prospects for oil, gas, and helium production. This reprocessing of data has identified new prospects for development in an area of interest known as Mustang. Whereas the Minerals Committee has engaged in discussions with Four Corners Helium about the potential to explore for minerals in the Mustang area located in the southwest corner of the reservation, where large-scale utility solar development also has an opportunity to be developed. Whereas Four Corners Helium is aware the UMS2 Incorporated has executed an option to lease tribal trust lands agreement for Area 1, covering 19,415 acres of real property located within the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation that is held in trust by the federal government. Whereas Four Corners Helium proposes entering into an option to lease tribal trust lands in order to conduct seismic exploration on a 33,270 acre area that overlaps the Area 1 option acreage for UMS2. The goal of the proposed option agreement is to conduct seismic data collection within a 2-year time period with the obligation to enter into an IMDA agreement with the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe approved by the BIA for a minimum of 15% of the gross acreage, which would be a lease of at least 4,990 acres in size. Four Corners Helium will provide compensation to the tribe in the amount of $655,000 throughout the 2-year term. The compensation includes payment for a tribal permitting fee for seismic valued at $166,350, calculated at $5 per acre, multiplied by the gross option acreage of 33,270. Whereas the Minerals Committee discussed this opportunity and voted in favor that this option agreement is in the best interest of the tribe to pursue a diverse energy co-development opportunities on tribal lands. And I corrected a couple of typos down below this. I changed the year to 2026. I used an old draft agreement and recognized that we have a new chairman now, Selwyn Whiteskunk, and Evelyn Lopez as the recording secretary. So if this is approved, I'll present a corrected document.
Okay. Tribal council members, before you have heard the presentation. You've also heard Mr. Blue read the document resolution for your approval. Is there any questions, suggestions, concerns regarding what has been presented before us?
Chairman, if there's no more comments or questions, I'd like to make a motion to accept the resolution.
I have a motion from Treasurer Jacket, second from Vice Chairman Clancy. I call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Abstain? The ayes have it. So it is 760. You have your resolution, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate the confidence that the council is displaying in, co-development of resources. I think that's fantastic. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Second item is more informational and just a request to proceed. We've been negotiating the Rocky Mountain Power right-of-way. It expired in April of 2025. With that renewed. There's been a number of proposed valuations, and what I'm seeking from the council today is a little bit of discussion and an approval to provide a counter negotiated value back to Rocky Mountain Power. You can move this negotiation forward. I put together a timeline of kind of how we got to where we are today. From 1970 to 2020, Utah Power and Light, that was the predecessor of Rocky Mountain Power. had a 50-year term right-of-way for $1 million in compensation to the tribe. That's roughly $20,000 per year. When that expired in 2020, the tribe and Rocky Mountain Power agreed to a $3 million right-of-way valuation for a 5-year term. That's roughly $600,000 a year. Better, but still probably not reaching full valuation. So what we're looking at now, Rocky Mountain Power proposed to renew that right-of-way again for a 5-year term at a $3.35 million valuation. They applied a 2.5 escalator to it, 2.5% to the $3 million to basically come up with a $3.35 million. The tribe proposed a counter valuation for 5 years at $7.25 million based on a review of their 10K and their revenue stream. Rocky Mountain Power has argued that revenue is not specifically tied to right-of-way miles, but load, negotiated rates, and transactions they make for the power they transfer. So when Rocky Mountain Power really looked at right-of-way miles and revenues, they said it's worth about $800,000 for a 5-year term. The tribe's not interested in that. So the tribe countered again to renew the right-of-way for a 3-year term at $5.8 million. The tribe's trying to talk to Rocky Mountain Power about sharing in the right-of-way for using some of their transmission to support solar projects, to go to the Four Corners substation, possibly going north to the Salt Lake City market. So we kind of wanted to put a 3-year term with a good valuation to kind of coincide with this discussion around how we might use the right-of-way. Rocky Mountain Power really likes longer terms for the right-of-ways. I mean, they would love a 50-year term. That's not in the cards, though. What was structured was $3 million in year 1, $1.4 million for year 2, and $1.4 million in year 3. Rocky Mountain Power came back with an alternative valuation for a 5-year right-of-way at $4 million, applying a 7% consumer price index escalator to the $3 million base value to increase the 5-year term valuation. What I would like to take back to Rocky Mountain Power is a counter proposal for a 5-year renewal of the right-of-way for a $6 million valuation. And where I came up with that $6 million is I started with their $4 million offer, and then realizing that that works out to $2,516 per right-of-way acre. And in our IMDA agreements, we value land use at $5,000 an acre for irrigated land, $3,000 for non-irrigated land. So I want to adjust that up to the appropriate valuation for where the right-of-way goes. So I estimated that 20% of the right-of-way goes through the farm and ranch area, which we deem as irrigated land. So applying a $5,000 per acre for that 20% of right-of-way acreage would add $789,380 to the right-of-way valuation. And then the remaining 80% of the right-of-way acres would be bumped up to the $3,000 valuation for the acreage, adding $614,512. Following are just some different worksheets of the various options that they considered, but the very last one kind of shows what I would like to counter back to Rocky Mountain Power. Basically starting out with a $4 million valuation, adding in $789,380 based on the increase of 20% of the acreage at $5,000, bumping up by $614,512 for the remaining 80% being valued at $3,000, And then also realizing that had they paid their $4 million, had we agreed, and they would have paid the tribe $4 million back in April 2025, the tribe would have had use of those funds. So there's a time value of the tribe not receiving any funds yet that I believe the tribe should be compensated for. And that valuation is a 3% interest of the lost opportunity to use that $4 million had that been agreed to, adding $593,692. That totals up to $5,997,584. And I would like to counter with just an even $6 million back to Rocky Mountain Power for all the reasons I've outlined. See if we can get a response from them, see if we can get agreement from them, and still get this right away on the books by April of this year before it would have to be reapplied for. Thoughts, questions, alternative ideas?
Treasurer.
This question for Ron. Ron, this right away, was it projected for our fiscal year this year?
No, it wasn't included in this fiscal year.
Okay. Okay, so we're good.
So these funds, whenever the lease is negotiated and Rocky Mountain pays the tribe, this goes into the per capita trust funds.
Yes, thank you, Ron. Thank you, David. Thank you for giving us these numbers, and this is the good backup. This is what we need when we're going to counter offer, that we have this good data with us. So you definitely got my support with this, David. So Chairman, Council, those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, David, for really looking out for the tribe. I've seen the work that you've done since you've gotten into your position and really bringing up things to par in which the ways they should have been. Definitely, I feel a sense of relief with a person like you in your department. And that's what we always have to fall back on, is the expertise of individuals in their positions. Because you guide us, you give us recommendations on what we need to do. I remember being a part of this first negotiation process. I think it was a couple of us council members.
It was a pretty full
Chairman,
room.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, for $1 million for 50 years. And you really got to look at that and think of that and how tribes really got taken advantage of. So really now negotiating with these terms, I mean, if Rocky Mountain's unwilling to do that, how much do you think it would cost them to go around us? So definitely they got to really weigh out. Yeah, they got to weigh out that factor. Are you willing to pay $6 million to a tribe for a right of way, for the 3-year, or what is it, a 5-year right of way, as opposed to hundreds of millions of dollars going around? And you're going to be dealing with other tribes, and there's definitely going to say, we want this. So I'm glad that we're making our demands right now and really being a part of the playing field, because I mean, tribes, like I said, have been taken advantage of for far too long. So moving forward, I think that's a great counteroffer. As you're seeing the escalation price, you're seeing all the complications that we go through. Every year is a different challenge. Every administration definitely is a different challenge, especially the administration we got going on up the hill now. You know, so we've got to really make sure that we put our voice out there and say, hey, Ute Mountain's a part of the process too, and our voice is going to be heard. And that's the good thing about it. It can really supplement the shortfalls that we're having. I know one year it did for, I think it was utilities, right, Ron? We had that shortfall. So definitely, if it's something that they're in agreement to, definitely the utilities program could potentially come back next year. So just to put that out there, I really appreciate the helium endeavors that you got going on. It's really time that we look into other affairs like that. We've been such a conservative tribe, and I understand the conservancy and making sure that we protect the lands, but really taking challenges on that really adapt to the lands and make sure that the lands are being taken care of along the way as well. So definitely I encourage that, we continue to negotiate a lot of these terms like that. I don't agree with the long-term right-of-ways that they want. That's how they really get you. So definitely we'll keep it at the 5 years and really continue to look at the escalator. So that way it benefits the tribe in the best aspect possible.
Yeah, I think Rocky Mountain Power just wants to hear from the tribe that let's say we agree on this, that they know we're always willing to look at that 5-year renewal, at the right valuation, because they I mean, this is very advantageous for them to have this right away through the reservation. And they realize that.
Definitely. So, David, just continue to do what you're doing and really trying to ensure that the tribe reaps the full benefits that it's entitled to. So again, thank you. My comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, David. Well, unlike the other councilman, I told you before I was disappointed.
Yeah.
Because you were saying but we were never in that most recent meeting. We were never even invited. So, but as you heard Chairman say to one of the other departments earlier, we need to be discussing it together.
Yeah, that was an oversight. That was getting lost in the weeds. Rocky Mountain Power asked for that meeting, and I just didn't do my job. And I don't normally do that. Had good discussions, and thank you for showing up for some of the discussions about how we might use the right of way. But yeah, I won't let that repeat again. I understand that the best work comes from the council being informed and having input, and I get the support that way to go forth and negotiate something good, which is why I wanted to talk to the council today and make sure the way is clear and approved to do this counter.
I like your counter offer, but I'm still thinking big. They're a $1 billion company. They have the right of way through our land. I mean, it's 2026. It's not 19 something 2000. So I was thinking for year one, 3.5 million. And then the 2 years after that, 1 million each year. And then the last year, 500,000. You can still, I don't know at council, I think they're comfortable with your plan, but I'm just thinking big, and it's 2026 and we need to go after that money. But I do thank you for your work.
Chairman. Chairman Council, I know that our economic development, she was a part of this negotiation too. So is David's gonna take the lead on this, right? He got to go ahead. It's gonna be David, not Scott, not nobody else. So everything is gonna be funneled through David.
Council?
That responsibility.
Yeah.
Wholeheartedly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's been included in most of the negotiations.
Yes.
He will. He'll be in charge. He'll be the lead in this. That it?
Yes.
Okay, he will be the lead in this negotiation. Any other comments? Okay. Here we have, and here we go. I would say $10 million.
If the council wants to start high, I have no problem with starting high and see if we.
You know what?
work
It's Warren
back to
Buffett.
something.
It's Warren Buffett that owns Rocky Mountain Power. Warren Buffett.
Do
Guys,
it. 20 million. No, I'm just kidding.
he owns this power grid.
David, can you discuss the discussion that was brought up for White Mesa too?
Yeah, so there were some good discussions with Rocky Mountain Power. You guys have heard some of the frustrations with working with WAPA, with trying to share their transmission line. It is a lot better when you work with a commercial company backed by somebody like Warren Buffett, because they're commercial thinkers. They want to leverage things they have. They want to put them to work. They want to maximize the value of what they're creating. So we did have a secondary discussion about sharing Rocky Mountain Power's right of way going down to Four Corners substation. Their right of way basically cuts through a portion of the Navajo Nation as well to get to that substation. They don't have physical room to allow another transmission line to occupy that space the way it's sized and for safety concerns. But they are open to the idea of working with the tribe to replace the wooden H poles with monopoles, steel monopoles that can hang higher capacity lines, hang additional lines that might represent the tribe's transmission interest from the solar projects. And they provided some estimated costs to develop that together. Somewhere around 94.5 million to 108 million. But we're handling these as a separate discussion with our solar developers, not as really a negotiation topic for the right of way. And I think Rocky Mountain Power understands that. They need to renew their right of way, but then let's see if we can work together on getting the most value out of the right of way, you know, for the tribe's projects as well. Another discussion was going north to the Pinto substation, which could tie us into Salt Lake City market, which is also a booming market with high demand for electricity, data centers, things like that. The cost to go that direction was in the $185 million to $212 million to upgrade the right of way. We've kind of presented some of these numbers to the solar developers. They didn't blink. They actually thought those were pretty attractive investment numbers. So I think the next phase is to get their consultants, Blue Cat Energy and the solar developers, to sit down with Rocky Mountain Power engineers and decide timelines, investment, responsibilities, roles, what we might do. I mean, one of the things I think that still has to be figured out in the Sun Bear is, where is that electricity going to go? I mean, they're negotiating their lease, they're ready to invest, but they've got to know where the electricity is going to be sold. Is it going to be all behind the meter for a data center, or are we going down to the Four Corners substation, or are we going to go north to Salt Lake City? So I think some very core decisions from their group need to be made on what they want to do, and then engage with Rocky Mountain Power of what does a joint project look like. Because there's some really good fits with an existing right-of-way that's there, and Rocky Mountain Power's willingness to reconfigure their equipment to accommodate the tribe's interests. I think that's kind of exciting. WAPA did not want to have that discussion with the tribe.
I think that's the discussion we're stuck on, is with WAPA and the tribe. And that's why the Sun Bear project is looking at an alternative route, meandering around the Navajo Nation to the Four Corner substation. And that is a proposed idea way of going around the Navajo Nation, because they may not even give us a right of way to enter their area through Rocky Mountain. So we need to work and negotiate between Sun Bear and Rocky Mountain Power, and even including WAPA.
And Rocky Mountain Power acknowledged that they have a perpetual right-of-way with the Navajo. Kind of that never expires, probably taking advantage of them as well. I mean, could be. And they know it's a risk to renegotiate that right-of-way with the Navajo. Otherwise, they see the $10 million, $20 million, renewal fee. So we just need to figure out.
Yeah, we need to keep that in our box as to where we can go to allow Sun Bear and Rocky Mountain to come together to see what is doable in this transfer of power that is generated with the Sun Bear project. It may be a far-fetched idea, but the fact of the matter is, if you got an entity such as Rocky Mountain Power, who has the grid going north to Salt Lake, it's an opportunity to be a partner, to jump on as a partner. And like I said, I would go at $10 million because of their financial situation. They're a $1 billion project. They're a $1 billion company that has the capital to negotiate, and it's a main corridor. We have Rocky Mountain Power, we have WAPA that are going through the reservations in many sectors. So again, what we have before us, Tribal Council, is a resolution that is requesting for your approval with the right-of-way that has just been submitted. And that's the resolution you read?
No, the resolution was for the option agreement. Really, we're just talking about what would we want to counter with.
Okay.
And I'm kind of hearing something maybe as much as 10 million might be what we counter.
Let's try it. And then try it.
About 12.
What about 15?
Yeah, what about 15?
What about let's just get greedy?
And a trip to the island.
But, you know, the third topic we talked about was the White Mesa Community Solar. You know, that got stalled because the Rocky Mountain Power Substation has to be upgraded to be able to handle the power that might be generated that's not consumed by the tribe. And, you know, we learned a lot about how utilities look at when things have to be upgraded and who has to pay for it. Generally, it's the person asking for something that results in the upgrade being required. They ask them to pay for it. But it's almost $400,000. So, you know, I think asking for a high valuation right away, you know, if the tribe wants to, it creates those funds to address the White Mesa, you know, community solar, and might help, you know, if some of those funds could be earmarked for that purpose, it could advance that and get that community to a more self-sufficient status down the road. I think that could be a real win as well.
Remember when we were talking and Scott was working on that with them on the upgrades to that substation over there? They wanted the tribe to pay for that.
They still do.
Do they?
Yeah, they still do. And, you know, we'll have them pay us and then we pay for it, you know, through a fair right-of-way, you know, valuation. It's unfortunate. We talked about different, you know, methods and programs and things to shorten, you know, to diminish the size of that payment, but that's kind of the answer, is that if the tribe wants to connect community solar to that substation, it's going to have to be upgraded. They expect the customer to do it.
Yeah, they pay it for electricity anyway.
They are going to look into the power interruptions. We're going to get some of their engineers to look at some records. The way I understand is every time there's a power interruption, the wastewater plant goes down and somebody's got to physically go over there and restart it. So we have some really good timestamps of documenting when that happens. But Rocky Mountain Power did express a willingness to have their engineers try to understand the power interruptions, because they did say that's not what they're in the business of delivering, is power interruptions. So,
Okay. So we'll start at 10 million.
all right. Thank you. Thanks for your support.
Okay.
Word agreement.
Not good. We're going around.
All right, Mr. Number 8, Natural Resources, Mr. Stoner.
Yeah,
Could
thank you,
introduce
Mr.
yourself
Chairman.
And bring forth your topic, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Tribal Council. I'm David Stoner, the Natural Resources Director for the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, and I'm here today to present a resolution requesting assistance from the BIA to begin a fence project in the Four Corners area. As a little background, as most of you are aware, there is no fence in the southwest corner of the reservation along the San Juan River, between the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation and New Mexico on the south and Utah on the west. As Councilman Turtle mentioned this morning, feral horses were a topic of major concern at the recent CPK conference. And they're a topic of major concern for us. In 2024, the tribe received $250,000 from the BIA's invasive species grant. And with those funds last year, we gathered and removed close to 700 head of feral horses from the reservation. But as Councilman Turtle also noted this morning, we're beginning to see horses moving back into the southwestern part of the reservation, crossing the San Juan River, since there is no barrier to them coming across. So with your permission, Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to read the resolution. Unless there's any discussion.
Discussion, any concerns that Mr. Councilman Turtle?
Thank you for that. Thank you, David, for presenting in front of Tribal Council today. As your topic for feral horses has been a huge concern for the tribe, not only our tribe, but Navajo Nation as well.
Sure.
I did touch base with a couple of the representatives, the president, the speaker, and the representative for the area and Shiprock area. But really expressing our problems too, because it's not just our problem, it's our neighbor's problem as well. So how do we collaborate together to suppress the issue of the feral horses? We went to CKP and there was a topic there about the feral horses and the damage that they do. We got shown pictures of deteriorated land, and you know how the feral horses just eliminate any type of growth within the land, and they multiply like crazy. So those were the conversations that we had down in Scottsdale. And again, like I said, trying to make those relationship or communication efforts with the other representatives to let them know that they have a responsibility too. So really just trying to get that message across to them without the utilization of just tribal funding on our side, because we know it's limited, grant funding, those are very competitive. But how can we work together to address that issue? Like I said today, as I've been driving down towards New Mexico, those horses are starting to come out, and they're starting to come out in groups. So really, how do we address that issue? They talked about, I think it's the Wild Mustangs Colorado program that they got going on, and the rights that these wild horses have, as they stated, feral horses. But definitely, how do we use that to our advantage? And, I got to think of some different ideas. And there was this gentleman down there who breaks wild horses, and he's from another tribe. I think he was from the Havasupai tribe.
Okay.
But they were down there as well. How can we incorporate programs like that? Because we as Utes, what are we known as?
Yeah.
We're horse people.
Yeah.
So it kind of, and it kind of deteriorates that fact when we get rid of them. And what do we have with horses here?
Yeah.
Incorporating into another idea, as we have our tribal park up there. I was just throwing different ideas out there. Horseback riding, horseback tours. How can we use things like that to our advantage point? Because I think every species on this land has a right to live, and it kind of reflects back to me about the same issues about the wolf reintroduction. I think that's just a waste of money and a waste of those poor animals' lives. So really looking at developing these programs like these wild horses, how can we turn that from a negative to a positive? But definitely, I know that's probably a long ways out for those conversations to have. Now it's just how do we suppress the issue? Do we think that these boundary fence lines are going to work? As you stated, there's no fences down there, but historically, what have the stats proven with these feral horses damaging fences? Have you seen any impact on that? What does that look like?
Yeah, you're exactly right, Councilman Turtle. Horses are very hard on the range. And here on Ute Mountain Ute, the cattle are managed, you know, they stay down here 6 or 7 months a year, and then we move them to one or more of the ranches that the tribe owns. The horses are here year round. They are very territorial, so a band of horses gets into an area, they stay there, regardless of feed, water, whatever. That's another concern that I have and that the tribe has, that, you know, once they're out of feed and in short water years, we're going to start seeing death loss. And that certainly will reflect badly on us. You know, you bring up some good points, you know, that it's just not a Ute Mountain Ute problem. It is a Navajo problem. It is a problem across, you know, several reservations. And how can we reach out to these other tribes? How can we do some programs that would benefit both tribes or numerous tribes? Starting up some sort of a program where we gather these horses and then we break and train them, you know, either for sale or for our own use. I mean, those are wonderful ideas, and it's going to take some time, you know, to put something like that together. You know, it's going to take some funding as well. We do have a pretty good set of corrals down at the Mancos Creek Farm, you know, so that's a starting place, you know. But to slow down this encroachment of feral horses from the Navajo Nation in New Mexico and Utah, you know, at this point, I think it is necessary to build a fence, you know, in our southwest corner. It's not going to eliminate the problem. You know, we have hundreds of miles of boundary fence and several places where horses come across, you know. We just can't keep up, you know, with the maintenance of all of that boundary fence. On top of that, it's 60, 70 years old. I mean, the fence is in bad shape, and so it's just a constant battle, you know. But we did get a commitment from the Colorado Department of Agriculture. You know, they committed $50,000 to building a fence along the Colorado-New Mexico boundary. So, you know, we do have some funding available, and, you know, with the council's assistance, we might reach out to the BIA and see if they have any other funding available, you know, to help with some of the boundary fences, especially in the Four Corners area, because I know that's a major migratory route for these horses, and we're never going to resolve our issue until Navajos takes a closer look at their problem, because I've heard reports of close to 70,000 head, you know, on the Navajo Nation. And, you know, our estimates were somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 to 1,500. And we were able to get rid of over half of that number. So we made a start, you know, but obviously it's not the solution. I mean, we need to look at other things.
So most definitely, as we're talking about that, you know, that was my next question. How many horses do you know that we have here? And if you said we've eliminated half of that population, you've got to think how many reproduced since then.
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
you know, that was the topics that we had down there. You know, there was some comments that were out there that tribes can regulate how they feel necessary. So tribes could slaughter these horses and do what they want and not come under any scrutiny, but it would come under scrutiny with these privately owned organizations.
Yeah.
So we were like, no, this is something we don't want to do. Oh, we don't eat horses. I think a lot of the horses that were slaughtered were given to the zoos for the animal feeds that are out there, is what was discussed there. Another thing was maybe we should look into a program on castrating these male horses. because that was what was discussed down at the CKP too, was the castration of these male horses really prevent them multiplying there, because you don't want to spay a female horse. It's more complicated.
Yeah.
That was one of the topics that was discussed down there. I think, Tanya, I think we were there listening to that. But castration really proved that the multiplication was suppressed a little, not a lot, because I mean, you have these multiplications of horses out there, but I mean, there's got to be something that we can do, or that we can try differently, because we're not getting a positive traction conclusion to it. So how do we approach it in a different way? So just trying to throw out some ideas that are out there, whether it's capturing them, training them, and then incorporating them into the tribe and what we can use them for, or even selling them off, or even like I said, castration. Look into things like this, because I mean, we got to address this issue. But exactly, I'm hoping that the Navajo Nation representatives really do reach out to us, and see how we could put our heads together and come up with a reasonable solution to suppress the issue of these feral horses. Because if we don't, you're going to see that fence that you're talking about building, that's going to be rampage through from these
Yeah.
horses too, especially
Yeah.
with the water source down there.
Yeah.
So really looking at good remedies for what we got going on here. And I bet you if you go out there and you look at what's going on now and all the horses that are out there, I'm curious about that number. Is there maybe even a plan put into play to keep those numbers down as we move forward with that, in the event we do get these fencings or other remedies to suppress it? But I mean, it's going to be a problem until we just find the right remedy.
Yeah, I mean, the devastation that was caused by this overpopulation of feral horses, is extreme. And some areas, especially that triangle area, west of 41, it won't come back, not without a lot of funding going into restoration projects. And restoration projects hold very little value now, because we haven't been able to keep the horses from coming back in. So we don't want to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars reseeding areas when the horses are just going to come back in and devastate and destroy all of our hard work. So yeah, we need long-term plans. And but how do we reach out? I mean, I've on several occasions, I've reached out to the superintendent here, asking for assistance. Can she reach across, state lines, tribal lines? I mean, yeah, how do we contact? Who do we contact, in the Navajo Nation?
So now that we're making our footprint in New Mexico, definitely we can find some more reasonable answers as we move forward, because we're not just in the area of just Colorado and Utah. Now with New Mexico being on the table, now we can hopefully find some opportunities to address this. Like I said, we did exchange information. We did have a talk down there, so I'm hoping it's all up to the leaders that have these cards, and maybe I can reach out to them as well, and see if we can have a sit down, because I know there's more than just the issues of natural resources with this with the Navajo Nation tribe. There's other issues that need to be brought up. So definitely a prime time to address a lot of these issues.
Yeah.
So my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
And one option that was brought up was the slaughterhouse. Who wants to be the first tribe to have a slaughterhouse on the reservation?
Yeah.
I know we got horses and that's our history, but I mean, that's something.
We have a lot of feral cattle too.
But
We could supply a slaughterhouse.
But just as Councilman Turtle said, we did get contacts, especially from like their grazing officials, the actual people who do the work on the land rather than the higher ups. So we'll get you in contact with them and
Yeah.
hopefully start
That'd be
some
great.
kind of meeting together.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed the conference,
But thank you.
yeah, I'll try to touch base with you later and maybe we can.
Treasurer? Oh, just, thank you for your, resolution. This needs to be talked about. This has been talked about through the past 3 superintendents. and nothing's been done. So we definitely need to get this feral horses under control, because they're overgrazing our land, they're making it unusable for now and forever if we can't help it. And another thing I was brought up at CKP was, we don't have to follow the state rules.
Right.
And so if we wanted to have an open hunt, we could. That would be something we could do on our part, because these horses, they're so inbred that you can't really do anything with them. You rope them, you break their neck, and then it just lays there, then that's it. Or there was nothing we could do too. You can use their body as natural fertilizer too, to help bring back the land too. So there was a lot of solutions. They said, this is what you could do, this is what tribes could do, because it is an issue. It's not just here with us, it's the whole Southwest, all the way down to the Mexico border. So we need to come up with a plan right here, right now. And especially with the water shortage, they're going to follow the water. They're going to find some way to get to water. They're going to break down fences. They're going to do whatever they can. So it was a really good conference, really good meeting that we were down there in Arizona. But we need to have a plan. And the superintendent, we need to put our thumb on her. She needs to push her connections down to her RD and regional and say, hey, these guys need help. And it's not just us, it's the whole area.
Right.
So if you could get a hold of the nearest chapter house, I think it's Rattlesnake and Shiprock and Hogback, that borders us right here. And I think Tees too on their side.
Yeah.
So, and then to get their support. And if you need any one of the council people there, I'll definitely be there to say, hey, this is an issue, we need to work on this together.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
Chairman, Council,
appreciate that.
those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Just a little backstory about building the fence for Dave. We had a meeting with BIA, we had a meeting with Miracle and the Realty. We asked for steps to the process to get this fence built, because when I met with Mr. Stoner earlier about a month or two ago, he said this was his #1 priority, was to stop the feral horses from migrating back in, because it seemed like a waste of money if we spend all that time getting them out of here and then they just keep walking right up. So this fence idea that he had is a 4-mile length of fence.
There's probably about 3 miles on the New Mexico side and 3 miles on the Utah side.
And then Miracle said this was our first step. We needed to get this approval for council assistance with BIA so they can actually line out where that fence has to go.
Yeah.
So that's just some backstory.
Thought you already did that.
What's that?
Surveyed the,
It is surveyed, but I want, the resolution is asking for the BIA to verify the survey, because I don't want to put a fence in and then go down the next day and have it all removed. With that?
are you asking for money?
No. No.
That's all
Well,
we're
if the BIA has any money to throw at this project, yeah, we would certainly welcome it.
Okay,
Okay.
let's entertain this resolution that we have. We got the new drafted, the new amended
Yes,
one.
yes.
So we got the new amended one that we
Yep.
have brought before us. It is the resolution of the Ute Mountain Traffic Council requesting assistance from the BIA on Four Corners Fence project. Mr. Stoner, could you please read from the fourth whereas to this resolution?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Whereas the Natural Resources Department conducted an extensive roundup and removal of close to 700 head of feral horses in 2025, which were causing extensive damage to the tribe's natural and cultural resources by overgrazing and herd movement. And whereas the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, through the Natural Resources Department, wants to safeguard its lands against the encroachment of feral horses from the Navajo Nation lands in New Mexico and Utah. And whereas there is no fence in the Four Corners area to discourage the trespass of feral horses from New Mexico and Utah. And whereas the Bureau of Indian Affairs has a federal trust responsibility to protect and maintain tribal treaty rights, lands, and assets, which includes maintaining the integrity of reservation borders and land bases. And whereas The BIA is charged with protecting these trust lands defined by treaties, statutes, and executive orders against misuse and illegal encroachment. And whereas the possibility of a boundary dispute might exist along the boundaries between the Ute Mountain Ute tribe and the Navajo Nation in New Mexico and Utah. And whereas a cadastral survey of the southern and western boundaries in the Four Corners area was completed in 2009 by the BLM, and brass survey monuments set at quarter-mile intervals that clearly mark the boundary between Colorado and New Mexico on the south and Colorado and Utah on the west. And whereas the tribe intends to build a fence along these boundaries to prevent the encroachment of feral horses onto the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation, and whereas the tribe often requests assistance from the BIA on matters of law, which include boundary disputes and/or issues of trespass. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council hereby supports a resolution requesting the assistance from the BIA to verify the 2008-2009 BLM cadastral survey so that the tribe can move ahead with the construction of a fence along the New Mexico and Colorado border on the south and the Utah and Colorado border on the west in the Four Corner areas. Such fence to discourage the encroachment of feral horses coming in from Navajo Nation lands in New Mexico and Utah. And be it finally resolved that the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council authorizes the chairman to sign this resolution and further authorizes him to take such action as may be necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Stoner, and thank you for your comment, as well as to the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council. Council members, before us, we have a resolution that is requesting assistance from the BIA for Four Corners fence projects. How would you like to proceed?
Make motion.
Motion from Councilwoman Knight. Second from Councilwoman Jacket. Questions, comments, discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I will go to the vote. All those in favor of this resolution for assistance BIA Four Corners fence project signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstained? I have a 6-5-0 vote.
Okay,
Got it.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it.
Okay. Six person.
640.
And
Five
then take it in that.
I had Marilyn.
Oh, Marilyn was in here.
So, okay. Wait on. Got it, Mr. Okay, next on the resolution is the water resource. Patricia Yagi, could you please make your way up here, main department and your business.
Letitia Yazzie, the Water Resource Director for the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, and the topic is purchasing additional MBIC shares. And I also have two guests who will also introduce themselves.
Mr. Chairman, Council. Simon Martinez from the Ute Mountain Farm and Ranch Enterprise.
Michael Vicente, Operations Manager, Farmer Ranch Enterprise.
So today before you is a resolution to purchase additional MVIC shares. Simon brought this agenda item to the Water Resources Committee last month. And he said at that time there was 55 shares available in the market, and 50 shares. And you know, his reasoning was there's not going to be another amount, or this amount of water in one, I guess, from one seller is unlikely to happen again. And with the, you know, advice that the tribe should move on those water shares. Like I had in the resolution, you know, it helped out last year with the additional shares that the tribe had. It was able to increase its water supply from 30% to 50%. And of course, the full allocation is 24,500 acre feet. And so, you know, going into the future, we, you know, nobody knows what the water projection is going to be like. Currently, we are sitting at 46% of median snowpack. And if you look at the graph, the snowpack graph of the San Juan, Dolores, San Miguel region, we're very similar to 2002, which was, you know, one of the worst drought in, I guess, in this century. And, you know, in so far in this century, we've had, what, Simon, 4 or 5 events where we've had 30%, 20%, 10% supply. And this, you know, this MVI shares, like how we, Simon and I mentioned it last year, these are senior water rights, even senior to the tribe's water rights. And so, you know, continually purchasing these water rights to sustain farm and ranch's water supply is essential going forward. And that is the recommendation from the Water Resources Committee. Hand it over to Simon.
Thank you, Letitia. Just a quick synopsis on the letter that was put together to go along with the resolution and the reasonings behind it. Gives the council and the chairman a little bit of background. The Ute Mountain Ute Tribe has an opportunity to purchase an additional 50 shares of Montezuma Valley Irrigation Company MVIC water for $6,000 per share. That price was at $6,500. I was able to negotiate. That's a $25,000 decrease on this person's end for a total cost of $300,000. When the 50 shares are added to the 200 shares that the tribe already owns, there's been some past work done on where the 200 shares come from, but the tribe owns those 200 shares. And the 20 shares that were authorized for purchase, I believe it was back in May of 2025, the tribe will own a total of 270. There was 140,000 at that time to pick up 20 shares. We were able to do that at 140, I believe, and $50 for a filing fee. So those 270 shares now are owned by the tribe. MVIC shares are the best water right in Southwest Colorado with a priority date of 1885 and the right to store water in McPhee Reservoir. MVIC shares yield 4 acre feet per share. That's on a good year. I believe last year we got like 3 1/4 acre feet per share. And everybody in here, do they know what an acre foot of water is? Okay. So the 3 1/4 came in handy last year with the 270 shares, the tribe would be able to add between 810 acre feet to 1,000 acre feet. We had 1,200 acre feet total in 21. So this area right here would allow that same amount of water that was given on a short season, which 2021, we had 10% of the water. The additional water will irrigate an additional 1,000 acres, which is critical benefit in water short years such as 25. Last year, it looks like we're headed in the same direction. This year, we had a 33% of our water allocation last year, and we were able to lease some M&I water and lease some shares that got us up a little over 50% of our water. MVIC shares are also an excellent long-term water investment on the part of the tribe. The MVIC shares can be moved around, leased, or sold at any time. Given that MVIC shares are a superior water right, and Letitia mentioned that, the value of these shares will continue to increase over time, and the shares that are proposed for purchase by the tribe will very likely be bought up by others. I respectfully request that the tribal council authorize the purchase of additional MVIC shares at 50, water shares at 300. Right now, there's people that are wanting up to $9,000 a share. We had stuck earlier with the 7,000 for the 20 shares in 2025. There's other interest out there to sell some shares. I do believe it's the best interest of the tribe to own these shares if possible, not only when Farm and Ranch deals with water shortages, 2016, 2025, 2016, back in 2021 was our worst, and then it started in about 02 with water shortages. This year, we're looking at hopefully 30 to 40% of our water allocation, which, and then if we can add another 20, we'd be up a little over 50% of our water. So I would like the tribe to consider that, and the resolution has been put together with Letitia. Thank you. If there's any questions.
Questions? Go ahead.
Ron, in that Colorado Indian Water Rights Settlement funds, do you have enough money to cover what they're asking for?
Yeah, the balance, I just checked the balance, it's a little over 19 million, it's left in that investment funds. Okay, we'll definitely cover it.
Okay, and just to let council know, this is what Peter was trying to get used to for the water compensation too. So, and we also use this for some departments too, to cover our shortfalls for this fiscal year. So it's there, but let this come in, this money's gonna go down. I definitely support it. If it's there, if it's these water rights are senior water rights, then I think we should skip right now.
Just a comment to that, what Treasurer said, we have used these funds for the last 2 years to cover the natural resource department, tribe site budgets for their operations. So we've been dipping into this the last few years, and also legal uses it for a lot of their attorneys that they hire for legal representation on some of the water rights. So, the funding is there, but we've been dipping into it quite a bit these last 2 or 3 years. So it's
Go ahead, Ms. Knight.
Is that the same budget we use for ALP for the maintenance too?
ALP resource.
Different.
So there's an economic development fund, and then out of the Settlement Act, so different investment funds. ALP maintenance portion, I'm not too sure.
I don't think it does come out of that.
We'll double check on that. But quick question. So purchasing these shares, say because this is a really bad year, we are entitled to the water. They can't say no. We are entitled to it. Right?
For example, last year was a really bad year, right? And these MVI farmers, the shareholders, they all received, like Simon mentioned, 3.25 acre feet per share. So they still got their, I think, 75%, 80% allocation.
but they would be senior to the tribe. So if we receive 37%, 80+% would go towards the shares that are purchased and owned by the tribe. There is word now on the transfer of shares. I had never seen it in years past. The interest that other farmers working with the tribe, the individual I'm dealing with now is aware that it's a tribal purchase for tribal needs. Right now, the Farm and Ranch Enterprise dealing with these droughts. I mean, years looking forward, if there's any other use for the tribe at any time, this water will be available. And it goes into the reservoir here at Block 7000. And there was a vote taken that we couldn't move that water behind the Ute Mountain because we weren't considered part of the project. That has now changed in the years that MVIC votes each year and states it's okay for Farm and Ranch to move this water behind the Ute Mountain to utilize it on the farm, not just here on Block 7000. So that's been a plus for us. So the amount of water that the tribe is entitled to now is 220. If this purchase was agreed upon, it would take the tribe's allocation to 270 shares. And I do believe there's probably another 30 out there. I mean, this year, Michael's aware, I'm going after leased water. And we'd like to have 2 to 250 leased shares to go along with our Toyac High Line responsibility. And the council's aware that if we get 30% of our water, we're still paying for 100%. Last year, our water bill was well over $700,000. We committed to it, we paid it in full. And that's M&I leased water, that's shares, but it's beneficial to us to still have that water because it was said earlier, we have to spend some money to make some money. We were able to do 2 more cuttings of hay, which prolonged it. We still have hay from 2025 season. We're sitting on 100,000 bushel of corn for bow and arrow. But going into this year, we're not going to be able to grow the amount of corn we would like to on row cropping, but the alfalfa is still there. And we'll go with the 2,500 acres of alfalfa. If the tribe so sees it, there is other water available that might become available, and the tribe is being approached by owning these shares. So I think it's a good thing that they've opened that door to the tribe to purchase them, being part of the system.
Good afternoon, Letitia, Simon. Thank you guys for your presentation today. I know I just walked in at the halfway point of it. So for 50 more shares, it's going to be $300,000.
Yes.
What's that going to be for a turnaround in any type of revenue? I know Farm and Ranch has seen some challenging times, but if we're going to be spending this money, I want to make sure that we're benefiting off of that as an enterprise.
It would additional 1,000 acres. So, but that investment that the tribe has, will they go up in price? They were at 4,000 for the longest time a share. Now there's, I refuse to negotiate at $9,000. There's people locally that are looking for that, but our commitment the last time was 7,000 a share. I think that's the top that it should be. This individual at 6, so it would do 1,000 acres of another crop. If it be corn is a breakout even, let's just use it to mill. Wheat, same thing locally. We can get a better price from Cortez Flour Mill. And we do right now have 800 acres of wheat, red winter wheat in the ground, but it's all going to pertain to if we have the water to keep it. Last year we had the dry land, a couple hundred acres, and we're able to pay for the seed, the labor, and the water, and sold it locally, 20,000 bushel. Our intent this year, if this water does become available, it does allow us to have that opportunity to harvest the red winter wheat. We're looking at some teff and a lot of ancient grains for less acres, less water, but the cost has to be what we can grow alfalfa for. Alfalfa does use a lot more water, but we're still getting high dollar for it. You know, and the cattle itself right now with the triticale that they're feeding on, we're going to grow another 250 acres here in the next couple of weeks for the cattle operation. So about 1,000 acres, and then each year the tribe will own that those shares long term.
I see what we're trying to get here for and with this particular enterprise, and I really wish this enterprise was more self-sustainable to acquire a cost like this, because you're asking on behalf of the tribe for an enterprise, your enterprise, and I mean $300,000, that's not cheap. That's a good amount of money there for another 50, what did you say, 50 shares?
Yes.
And a potential 1,000 acres. I just want to know that there's going to be some positivity as we move forward with these investments, because I mean the talks that I've been hearing, I am really hoping that they're not going that way, but really making sure that again this enterprise is self-sustainable.
Yes.
I know with the other enterprises they've gotten themselves out of their hole, but you guys are still kind of lingering in that hole and just flushing more money into that. And I understand the waters and your part of it, but you got to understand the council's part of it with its enterprises that ain't thriving. So I just say that respectably, Mr. Chairman, as we move forward, because I mean we can't keep flushing money into an enterprise that's just going to be status quo. So just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Green.
I'll just add, and maybe look at it more as a benefit to the tribe. I just know because I've been trying to buy, I have MVI shares, I only have 3. But I've been trying to find some, and the cheapest I've been able to find is $7,500 a share. Of course, I just want 1 to 2 shares. So, but I think it would, and Letitia could correct me, but I think it would be good. But what you can remember is you can always sell these shares. You can sell all of them, half of them. You can sell them off, 10 at a time, whatever, might be appropriate depending on how much a share of water is going for. But I was thinking, how'd you get 6,000 a share? So just knowing the tribe needs water. But I also know, like you said, I don't know, looking at farm and ranch, is it going to be worthwhile? That I can't answer, no offense, Simon, but water, that the shares of water that the tribe owns that have a priority, I just, personally, I think it's a good, a smart investment, but just because you can sell it if you come into a bind, but I don't know if Letitia feels any different looking at it from a water resource person.
So just a question to that. So like if you were to sell these shares, if we see, let's say if we purchase these shares and we're seeing no positive traction as we move forward, do you get the same amount back that you bought the share for potentially, or could you go higher as to what she said, $7,500 cost a share?
You can go for any amount that you want. Definitely can go higher.
Like he said, some people sell for 9.
I'm really trying to be optimistic, but I'm really trying to be at that point where I'm treading lightly, because I do want your enterprise to start thriving. We've got I think we've got a good talent out there with things that you've gotten under farm and ranch. I see the corn mill as I go to travel. I see these things out there. I always am a person to advocate for the flour because of the wheat that you guys grow to put into there, and I think that's really swell. But I mean, if we do something like this, I just want to know that it's for the good for your operation, for farm and ranch, because again, you have the means to thrive, and I think you guys can.
Thank you. What the unknown is the water and farming in the desert. And Mike continually lets me know that we farm in the desert. We can grow anything. Our growing season's longer, but we're held at a disadvantage like everybody else. But if we could be one step of everybody and have those shares available for the tribe, that puts us in a better position. In longevity, if the droughts end and the tribe feels they need to sell them or lease them, they have that opportunity, to be able to do that, or any further investment that the tribe wants to make in other industry, per se, or if another industry comes in. I know there's talk about needing water south if they put the solar panels in. They're going to need a lot of water out there. I'm not sure, but at the same time, having access around the mountain with this water when it wasn't available before is a plus to Farm and Ranch. I would say if they wanted to leave the water in the reservoir, you'd never fit that much in the pond. It would end up in McPhee, and then we have to split it with 4 other users: the downstream fishery, MVIC, DWCD, and the full service farmers. So anything we live in the reservoir it's not there for the next year. We have to share it with every other user. I don't think it's right, but I didn't set the rules, or the payment, and we're responsible for it. But I agree with you. I think we need to be good stewards, and with less water, and we do have the shares available. There's small grains out there that'll bring in the same amount of revenue, and that's why we're going after these grain bins to be able to move the grain to different places and grow more seed production, clean seed. Hay's where it's at, but it uses the most water. The tribe continues to see these droughts coming more regular. We need to be smarter, kind of like Bow and Arrow. They have a specialty boutique market, and you're seeing it out there now. What they can do, we can't compete with the Walmarts, especially with droughts or labor. So there's certain areas, but I think what Nikki had said, it would be a benefit to the tribe, because then in time you can almost resell them. And if people are willing to pay $9,000, and this individual wanted to sell them for $65,000, and people on the street found out that we're buying for $6,000 now, and I'm like, well, that's okay. It's the tribes. They're allowed to purchase it. Well, how can they get it for $6,000? So that's the business between myself and the tribe's approval to be able to purchase them for $6,000, not $7,000 or $8,000. And at the 50 shares, that's a reasonable reduction in cost.
I think what I'd like to see, Mr. Chairman, as we move forward, if this is something that we do, I'd really like to maybe get a quarterly update on what that looks like, or maybe even a semi-annual update. We don't get too many updates from our enterprises personally, and I think that's something that we need to do, because it would benefit all of us in the long term. Again, longevity is what we're trying to strive for, and I think that communication, what works, what doesn't, I mean, it's better to have all our heads together than just you as an enterprise. So we know this drought situation is not going to go away. As council goes on travels, I'm pretty sure you see those rivers, now they're streams, and it's getting really bad. So, we have safety guards such as the water drought insurance, but that only goes so far. That doesn't replenish what the water would grow there. So definitely looking at that, but definitely I'd like to see how your status is as you go along with this MVIC water shares, if we do move forward with that, because I mean, it is important. You've been telling us what's not available through McPhee, and I frown on that because it's not just us that's affected by it. It's all these communities along the way that are affected by it, and definitely pulls away from what we're trying to utilize there. And you can see it. We're struggling with that. I mean, just probably like everybody else that's struggling with it. But I just want to know that this is a well thought out way as we move forward, because again, $300,000 is a lot of money. But again, the other facts are, again, if it's not working, then it could be sold at a different price, at different shares. So again, I'm trying to be optimistic about this and making sure that we make those positive choices as we move forward. So just my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do try to keep the WDC board abreast on our activities as far as crop selection and water availability. And they were aware of the 20 that was purchased previously. And then now they were aware of it moving forward, trying to purchase these shares to benefit the enterprise at this time.
Okay.
Any other comments, discussion before we take the vote?
I'd like to make one
Okay, Vice Chairman.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your presentation. I'd like to look at this as an investment for the tribe. You buy in low and then you sell high, just like you do in stocks. So this could generate revenue down the road eventually. You got to invest and you got to take a little bit of risk, but I think this has no risk to it because of the need for water. So I think it would be a very good investment for the tribe. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so before us, we have a resolution authorizing the purchase of additional Montezuma Valley Irrigation Company shares available on the open market.
Chairman, if there's no more comments or questions, I'd like to make the motion.
I have a motion from Treasurer Jacket. Second. I have a second from Vice Chairman, Chairperson Clancy. Would you read the resolution? That's all we did. You told me we did.
From the third whereas, the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe Water Resource Committee held a monthly meeting January 15, 2026. Whereas Simon Martinez, General Manager of the Farm and Ranch Enterprise, brought to the committee's attention water shares available from the Montezuma Valley Irrigation Company, MVIC, in the open market. Whereas last year's water supply at the Farm and Ranch Enterprise was increased from 30% to 50% of the tribe's allocation from the Dolores project, with the additional shares purchased from the tribe, enabling the Farm and Ranch to make the yearly operation and maintenance fee, keep tribal member employees employed, and stay afloat. Whereas VIC user shares are senior to all other water rights in the Dolores project, and in a low water supply year receive a majority 2025 supply of 75% of their water allocation. The additional MVIC shares currently have a duty of 3 to 3.5 acre feet per share and in a full water supply year yields 4 acre feet per share. Whereas it is in the best interest of the tribe to purchase additional MVIC shares to help alleviate agricultural water shortages from the tribe's supply from the Dolores project. Whereas it is the recommendation of the Water Resources Committee approved through unanimous consent from committee members to purchase additional MVIC water utilizing resource funds from the Colorado Indian Water Rights Settlement, with the overall intent of working with the local community in improving the water supply during water short years to the Farm and Ranch Enterprise. Whereas the recommendation of the Water Resources Committee and approval from the Tribal Council, the authority is given to the Farm and Ranch Enterprise to purchase the additional MVIC shares on behalf of the tribe. The Womenage Development Corporation will be kept informed as share purchases advance, whereas the action taken by this resolution is the best interest of the tribe. The MVIC shares will be a benefit to the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe Farm and Ranch Enterprise while also adding valuable senior water rights to the tribe's water portfolio. Whereas when additional MVIC shares are available for purchase, the recommendation will be to purchase additional shares. The future water supply is unknown, but these senior MVIC water shares give certainty to the tribe in helping Farm and Ranch Enterprise be successful. At all levels, Farm and Ranch Enterprise is seen as one of the top sophisticated agricultural enterprises of the West. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tribal Council hereby authorizes the Farm and Ranch Enterprise to arrange for the purchase of Montezuma Valley Irrigation Company shares on behalf of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, subject to recommendation by the Water Resource Committee to the Tribal Council and Tribal Council approval for use at the Farm and Ranch Enterprise. Be it further resolved that the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council authorize a draw of $3,050 from the Resources Fund of the Colorado Indian Water Rights Settlement to purchase 50 or more shares of MVIC stock, and filing fees to be acquired in accordance with the process outlined above. Be it finally resolved that the Ute Mountain Tribal Council authorizes the chairman to sign this resolution and further authorizes him to take such action as may be necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Okay, thank you. So, members of the Tribal Council, before us we have this resolution that was pre-approved or pre-read, and now is the time. Is there any comments, questions, concerns, suggestions? If not, then I get a motion to move forward with this resolution.
Just wanted to clarify.
Okay.
On the letter, it says 300,000. On the resolution, it says 300,050. So which one is it?
300,050, because $50 is the filing fee for the shares, right?
Yes.
Simon?
But be it be known, if it's 300, then Farm and Ranch can cover the 50 filing fee.
We're covering the 50.
And right now, if I lease water, it's 25. If I wait longer, it comes to 50, then 75. So, but it's a $50 filing fee for. Say $50.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So we go to the vote. All those in favor of this resolution going forth with purchase 50 shares of BIC water, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Abstention? We have a 7-6-0 vote. We are 50 shares of water.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Council.
Thank you, Chairman, Council.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have one question
like
for
the
you.
purchase, but-
Tomorrow, we are, the DEIS team is prepared to present to council an update. Do we have the time?
We're scheduled at 10 for IHS. It will have to be at 1 p.m.
Okay,
1 to 3 because we have a law enforcement meeting at 3 p.m.
okay. We should only need, I think, Evelyn, do you remember the time I had? Like 1 to 2:30? Okay.
1 to 2:30.
And for all the council members, that's an update on the post 2026 draft environmental impact statement. Be providing an update from legal and myself. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay. One more. Is it? Yeah. Environmental.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Mr. Clone.
Would you like to cover the old business before the new business?
Let's cover the old business before the new business, which is 2 resolutions. Desiree. Is it Desiree?
Yes, sir.
Desiree. I'm hungry.
I think that's not your favorite.
I think, yeah. Yep. Easy. Sure.
Scott Clow, Environmental Programs Director. And this morning, we discussed a couple agreements with our partners on the Foxtail Flat Solar Project. And it was requested that I separate 2 agreements approval into separate resolutions, so I've done that here. So the community benefit agreement is intended to provide the tribe with another $550,000 for the purpose, the lion's share for education, and then some for security in New Mexico part of the reservation, and also in New Mexico where the project is funding for fencing upgrades for the benefit of pronghorn antelope. So I've revised the resolution to be specific to that benefit agreement.
Could you read the resolution at the fourth whereas?
Indeed. Whereas DESRI, and to be clear, so DESRI, originally they were called D.E. Shaw Renewable Investments. D.E. Shaw, the major investment group, spun off their renewable arm when the Trump administration came into office, hell-bent on destroying renewables. So they're only DESRI now. So if you see D.E. Shaw, that's what they used to be called. Now they're standalone DESRI. So whereas DESRI has recognized that in addition to the educational funding in the lease agreement, other community and reservation needs exist and are now offering to formalize additional benefits to the tribe described in the associated community benefits agreement that's in your packet. And whereas additional community benefits include $400,000 for educational enhancement to be implemented at the tribe's discretion, $60,000 for New Mexico land security enhancements to be implemented at the tribe's discretion, and $90,000 for fencing improvements for New Mexico lands for pronghorn antelope mobility enhancement to be implemented at the tribe's discretion. And whereas the community benefits agreement contains references to sections 9.16 and 9.17 of the aforementioned lease agreement pertaining to dispute resolution, regarding dispute resolution provisions that contain explicit waivers of sovereign immunity and the negotiated positions of each party to the lease agreement. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council hereby approves and authorizes the chairman to sign the community benefit agreement with DESRI, and be it further resolved that the tribal council explicitly approves a limited waiver of sovereign immunity within each agreement, and be it further resolved that the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council authorizes the chairman to sign this resolution and any required legal documents, and authorizes him to take such further action as may be necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Okay, members of council, we have a resolution before us that was brought back to us with the initial resolutions that were lumped together. He's broken it down to where now it's just the community benefit agreement that is before your action. Ms. Green.
I believe Megan wanted to make a comment on this because she's been working on these agreements with Scott. Is that correct?
Hi, thanks, Nikki. Hi, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I just want to let you know that if you agree to this community benefits agreement, it doesn't necessarily mean it will happen without the also signing of the water use agreement. So the idea is that they're a package together. We sign the agreement for the water use agreement, and the community benefit package also comes with that. So you may approve this today, but they may not sign it until the water use agreement is signed.
Okay.
Yeah, no disrespect to Megan, but that hasn't really been a condition of the community benefits agreement. I mean, they are coming at the same time, but the community benefits are not conditioned on the water use agreement. We've never had that understanding with them.
Okay.
Respectfully, most conditional use agreements work that way. Maybe this is excluded, like Scott said. It is from my understanding that they're generally together. So Scott, I know you've been working on this project longer than I have. I just wanted to make sure that we talked about that. And if I'm speaking out of turn, I'm glad that you've corrected me.
Okay.
members of council, we got this resolution before us. What are the wishes of the tribal council to move forward on this community benefit agreement with Desiree?
Chairman, if there's no more questions or comments, I'd like to make the motion.
I have a motion from Treasurer Jacket in moving forward with this community benefit agreement with Desiree. Can I get a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
I have a second from Councilman Turtle. Go to the vote. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, abstain. The ayes have it. I have a 760 approval on the community benefits agreement with Desiree.
Thank you,
Next.
appreciate that. Yes, the next one is a water use agreement. And like the community benefit agreement, I separated it out from the original resolution. I also attached for you the water use agreement, mainly because I noticed in there an issue that came up this morning was the term of the agreement. That's addressed in section 3. It's a 2-year term. There is the opportunity to extend that, but it's really not foreseen beyond the project construction. Now, we have more acreage under option with them. There could be more solar development out in that area, which would, you know, if maybe mean more water beyond this term, but the term is defined as 2 years. They can extend the term, obviously, with our approval. So, yeah, that's, just wanted to clarify that for you. If you'd like, I can read the resolution.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start at the third whereas. The tribe entered into a lease agreement in 2024 with Desiree through Foxtail Flat Solar Incorporated for the development of the Foxtail Flat Solar Project, and the parties amended that agreement to add acreage from the preceding option acreage. Whereas Desiree seeks to develop and purchase water for the Foxtail Flat Solar Project on the project location to reduce the hauling costs for construction water as described in the associated water use agreement. And whereas the water use agreement authorizes enhancement of 3 existing water wells in the project area and the drilling and potential completion of more water wells in that project area at Desiree's expense and a price above market value for all water used on the project. Whereas the water use agreement, section 3, identifies the original term as 2 years with a potential extension if amenable by the parties. And whereas the water use agreement contains section 8, indemnification, and section 9.8, and also schedule 9.8, regarding the dispute resolution clause of the agreement and the 2024 lease agreement as negotiated by both parties, and that section 9.8 and schedule 9.8 have limited waivers of sovereign immunity. Now therefore be it resolved that the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council hereby approves and authorizes the chairman to sign the water use agreement with Desiree, and be it further resolved that the tribal council explicitly approves a limited waiver of sovereign immunity within each agreement. I left the each in there. I can revise that. Apologize. And be it further resolved that the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council authorizes the chairman to sign this resolution in any required legal documents and authorizes him to take further action as may be necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Clow. Before us again, tribal council members, we have the Desiree Foxtail Flats Supplemental Agreement, Water Use Agreement. What are the wishes of the tribal council? Comments? Discussions? If not, motion? Question?
The waiver, okay?
Yes, it's they've worked.
I can,
Oh, go ahead, Megan. Sorry. I forgot you were on there. I apologize.
It's okay, yep. So Councilwoman, there's a arbitration clause in the initial lease agreement with Desiree that was negotiated at that time that they wanted to carry through with their water use agreement as well, which is a reasonable ask as we agreed to it in the past. And that is why, one of the reasons it's before you today.
Chairman, there's no comments or questions. I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Councilwoman Knight. We got a motion for this proposed resolution. Do I have a second? Second, Vice Chairman. Thank you. I will go to the vote. All those in favor of this agreement or this resolution being proposed by Desiree Foxtel Flat, Solar Supplemental Agreement, Water Use Agreement, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, all those abstains, the ayes have it. We have a consensus 760 approval of the Desiree Foxtel Solar Flat Supplemental Water Agreement, as well as the
Thank you very much for that.
community agreement. Okay,
The other piece of business I have for you today is a potential grant application. It's for a Colorado funding opportunity, a one-time funding opportunity. It's the second round on this opportunity, and it is the last because it's backed by federal funding that will continue. It's called a Local Impact Accelerator Grant. And the plan with this project is to work, there's three components of it. One is to try to enhance our local transit services in partnership with Montezuma County, the MoCo vans you see driving around. And so that involves figuring out how we can improve those services for the tribe and work better at that. The cost for those rides is, it's not free. And I know that the tribe's vans that you use to bring people around, I don't think you charge a fee. So there are expenses. So looking at trying to potentially merge and make these two transit services more efficient. The second component is directly related to our climate action goals, and that is to incorporate some electric vehicles into our fleet. This is an opportunity to be able to get a couple. The grant has the initial round, which we made the first cut. We submitted that initial round with three proposed budgets, sort of a bare minimum budget, a looks pretty good budget, and then a pie in the sky vision budget. They told us, go ahead and scrap the cheap budget, give us your next two budgets. So that will affect how many EVs we could buy. So if we get the lower budget, it'll probably be one electric vehicle, like a small minivan type of vehicle, just to go locally with the transit services, and then an electric hybrid vehicle that we would use for non-emergency medical transport. So these are taking people to appointments or family members to visit people with medical conditions in faraway places, be it Albuquerque, Grand Junction, Denver, a more efficient vehicle to take on those trips. And then the third part of this is a policy part, and this is really key for you guys and the decision to proceed. The state wants a policy, and so for other towns in Colorado, that is just, I guess, a little more regular business to develop policy in concert with the state. It's a little different here with your sovereign authority and being a tribal nation. I get the impression that the policy is going to be, we'll have some wiggle room we can build into it, but they really want to take these concepts of this project and have you embrace them through some sort of policy, whether it's an update or a formalization of your existing transit policy, partnership with Montezuma County, both, something formalized in about a year. That's the deadline I've set in the proposal. So like, we work on how we can improve the transit services between the two entities. We get the grant, we buy some EVs, we figure out how to make that work. By the way, it includes the charging facilities for the electric vehicles, and associated electrical upgrades there. And then, you know, we come up with a plan how to make this into a policy, and ideally you adopt the policy in a year or so. That's the nuts and bolts of this proposal. It is due tomorrow, so if you do want to go forward with it, we'll put the effort in to send it in on time. I would need the chairman's signature today on this letter, just to give it a go-ahead that the tribe does want to do it. That's the general gist of it. There is a budget form here I put in your packets. The upper end, the ceiling on the grant is much more than what I've put in here. And in the resolution, I reflected that. I had a meeting with the state folks about the original pre-application on this, and they encouraged us to increase the consulting costs in the vision budget. So the higher budget, like actually budget more for the consultants to look at the transit systems, and how to merge or make them more efficient, provide better services. So I intend to bump that component of the budget up for the vision budget. Otherwise, the standard budget's 148,436. The vision budget's 267,636, likely to increase. There is no tribal match required for this opportunity. And that's a unique thing. The state of Colorado has categorized the tribes differently than everyone else in the state. So they said everyone else has to pony up some money except for the tribes. There's no matching requirement.
Questions? Secretary.
So on the budget, is there any impact for the staff payroll or anything like that?
No, I didn't build in staff on this. Or no, I didn't. Excuse me. I'm looking at the bare bones budget, not the other ones. There is a modest amount of staff time in the office.
Is that the 10,000?
It is yes, a little bit of on the research, vehicle availability, and vehicle procurement. So there's 1,848 in each of those categories meant for the transportation department, Evans shop, and then 10,540 on our staff time at environmental programs.
So when you say it goes back to Evan, is that on his payroll?
That's what it's intended to be.
So would it just be for the director or the whole fleet department? Or just the director?
Whoever's doing the work on researching and procuring the vehicles. It could be Ruben, it could be whoever is there doing that.
But it wouldn't be for the whole department. So only certain ones would get that bump up in their payroll if they're working on the procurement.
It wouldn't be like a raise in pay. That would be up to them. It would just be an offset in the budget.
Chairman?
Yes. Go ahead, Treasurer.
Scott, so after this, do you have to go through another process, do another round of planning again, seeing how it's being funneled down?
No, if we submit this, then they'll give us a yes or no on whether it's funded and which budget is funded.
Okay, and in charging ports, how many, I heard you say charging ports, how many could we get with this?
So up to 4. So we'd be looking at level 2 chargers. So these aren't the Tesla fast chargers. Those are an extra level of cost. These are the types of chargers that would be an overnight charger for the fleet vehicles. Yeah, so 2 to 4. So if we get 2 electric vehicles, we'll get 2 chargers. If we get 4 electric vehicles, we'll get 4 chargers.
Sure.
Councilman Turtle.
So this is probably, thank you for presenting this, Scott. So this would probably be a plan that you and Evan would have to sit down and devise on how these are going to be utilized and who's able to utilize them, correct?
Right.
Okay. And then is there also a maintenance plan that's included with this? Because I know our guys over at the fleet aren't equipped to do an electronic vehicle maintenance.
When we purchase them, I will recommend that we have a service plan with them. So this has come up a few times when we've talked about electric vehicles and trying to diversify the fleet, that like they don't have the experience to fix them in-house. Sooner or later, that day is going to come. So we'd like to work with them on getting training, but in the meantime, I think it's in our best interest to have these vehicles serviced at a dealership temporarily.
I think as we're talking about electric vehicles, I think we had this conversation years ago with the charging stations down at the casino. I think that's something that we have to run concurrently with this, because if we're trying to change into this more greener mode, then definitely I think we should portray that everywhere. Casino, we talked about how that could be an attraction to people. It could be even revenue there with these charging stations, because we don't have any. I think the closest ones are is it in Cortez or in Farmington?
Yeah.
Yeah, so really looking at that, and it's going to definitely be a transition because we're mostly geared towards gas run vehicles. So really, I mean, when we're talking about this, we really got to make sure that we're transparent and accountable for these vehicles that are there, especially these electronic vehicles, because we see with the enterprise fleet that we have right now how faulty that has become, how the maintenance is there or here or there. So with this, we've got to really make sure we're on top of our A game there, because this will be probably more expensive to replace. I mean, it'll probably be under warranty for a number of years or a number of months, depending on what we negotiate there. But I just want to make sure that we protect these investments that we're getting here, and making sure that people are more accountable and transparent with the utilization of these vehicles, because we saw how bad it can get. And it's a totally different story now if we go down this road here. But definitely, I like to say, you know, if we're going to be doing it here, let's start looking at the charging stations down there. I know that the state of Colorado had money to implement something like that within tribal reservations. So just looking at it now, I think we got to do it just across the board. Even at the grocery store, that's off the reservation, but still people going by the travel center. So just something that would attract more people here to spend their money would be something of a pro there. But yeah, I would like to see some type of plan on what it's going to be like as we move forward, because again, this is a big investment that we're doing here with this. Even if it's a grant funded program, it's still an investment, you know, that the tribe is going to partake in. So I just want to make sure we're ready for it. So, thank you, Scott.
On the casino charger front, I do have some good news there. It's been a long haul. So the state of Colorado had a settlement with Stellantis. They are the Jeep company. Jeep is one of their bigger automobiles they manufacture, but they were not able to meet air quality regulations in California, which has pretty tight air regs. And so they reached a settlement with the state of California. Well, Colorado sort of mimics California in some ways on air quality regulations, and they were also not able to meet that in Colorado. So the settlement they made with Colorado was that they would install some free chargers around the state, and they reached out to us. So we looked at the casino. Originally, they had some concerns about that. We looked at the travel center. We looked at the Pottery in Cortez, and some of the mindset was the DC fast chargers, like the Tesla chargers. The challenge with those is that it requires some very pricey electrical upgrades, as well as the cost to deliver that much power that fast is very expensive. So we need to build out the system to be able to deliver that amount of juice in a short amount of time to that charger, which that takes this project kind of off the table as far as expense with the free aspect of it. So we're really looking at the level 2 chargers. So after Beth has kind of backed off on the Pottery in Cortez because, yeah, they put in the Tesla charging station just a mile up the road, and there's some charging stations at the hotels there too. So she's backed off on the Pottery, and I reached out to Alan at the casino, and he's on board. So we're going to be getting a couple free level 2 chargers at the casino. So that'll just be an amenity that they'll be able to offer especially their hotel customers, or if somebody's there gambling for 6 hours, I guess, too. They will be getting those for free.
I think they should look at maybe even investing in one of those those fast chargers, because I know people are gonna be like, oh, this would be so much better if you had this or that. Again, it's an investment. We're gonna make money off of it because you're gonna be being charged for charging your little electric battery car. So, you know, I would just make that recommendation to see where they could find that funding for just one. Because I know we're going to get that complaint, especially by passer goers. And if they're not here for 6-7 hours at a time, and maybe just an hour or two, they want their car charged at a fast pace. So just to throw out some recommendations.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep looking for funding for that, and work with the travel center on that. It's when we've been approached by a couple external entities. The Stellantis people with that program looked at the travel center and they said, oh my goodness, it's a great place for a charger, because anyone driving from, Arizona, Flagstaff or something is going to be desperate for a charge when they get over here. A company called Blink, who ironically is now the company that will be doing the free installations for Colorado, they reached out to us a couple years ago. They were going to write a grant to get some chargers, and they were really looking at the travel center too. So there's interest, even with a little competition 10 miles up the road, it could be feasible. We'll have to look at it very carefully and get some economic eyes on it, not just environmental eyes.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay.
Council.
Thank you, Scott. I'd just like to have more info on it. Which direction I'm going to have a positive impact on the tribe, great. I don't want to just jump right in and say, yeah, this is something.
Do you know much about the transit services that the tribe currently offers? No, I don't understand it fully myself. I have had some conversations with Montezuma County, the MoCo service. It costs, I think, $7 to drive down here, round trip from Cortez. So if you want somebody to come and pick you up and get you to Cortez, you have to pay for that. It's $20 to go to Durango. If you want to pay for those services, they'll come and get you. Same as the rides you see around town, the Sunshine cab, that ride service. I know some tribal members use it to get to appointments and things, but that costs money. nothing is free in the long run. You know, enhancing our transit services will cost us. I mean, we need people to drive the vans. But as far as the transit services, like, my goal, to be blunt, was how can we get some EVs here? Because really want to see us turn that corner and diversify the fleet a little bit. This was a way to do that. And in talking with the people at the Colorado Energy Office, and just to be transparent, I've had help with preparing this application with 4Core, and they're also helping with the chargers at the casino as part of our e-mobility project we've been working with them on. They were really looking at, like, what can we do with this grant locally? And so, like, working with MoCo on transit enhancement is one way we can make this happen. It's a little bit of a stretch, but that's a key part of it. As far as specifics on vehicles, like I mentioned, we're not looking at big electric buses. Like, you can buy an electric school bus. They make them, and the Front Range has a bunch of those. But what we're looking at on just the local electric van front is something on the order of a minivan. So, 6-7 passengers, not a full-blown transit van, but something much more modest and efficient is the key. And then plug-in electric hybrids for longer distances. The plug-in hybrids you can get, depending on the size of the battery and the efficiency, you get 30 to 100 miles just on the battery charge, and then after that it runs as a hybrid vehicle where it uses battery energy and gasoline energy. And so those would be for your longer distance, going to Denver, going to Albuquerque type of rides. I know that our community health representatives have some vehicles for that. And we're not really short on vehicles overall. It's really just trying to get some EVs in the mix is the goal. This is one way to do it. There's other ways to do it. Other opportunities. I don't think there's going to be too many federal opportunities for the next few years, the way things are looking. But other details on this that you're wondering about?
Mr. Morgan.
I know fire suppression for these electronic vehicles is different, and according to our public safety, we do not have any of those materials purchased to, if we needed to have a blanket or a specialty blanket to put over these electric vehicles if they cause a fire. Is that something that can go in this grant, that we can have this, not if, but when one of these catches fire? If we're having a charging station, when do most electric phones go up? Was when they're plugged in getting charged. So what do you think this car is going to be on its battery?
I can include it.
Go ahead.
I just have a question. So it's due tomorrow.
Correct.
Is there a reason why it was so late brought to us?
Yeah, I mean, time. I mean, it takes people to work on these things, and yeah. I mean, I only got the go-ahead from the state a month ago, and you only have meetings every 2 weeks, and you got to get your agenda request in 2 weeks in advance. So there's your timing.
Okay. I just think it's a little pushing it with the deadline.
Yeah, I hear you.
Mr. Turner.
Is there any matches? No matches?
No.
Okay, good. That's what I wanted to know. Waiver of sovereign immunity. It's just submission with the grant and seeing if we get approved for the 150,000 or the ceiling limit of 500,000. Correct?
Right. Okay. Yeah, probably not the full ceiling, but up there.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question?
As far as the waiver of sovereign immunity, I don't know for sure, but I doubt it. Your former general counsel, Peter, worked for years on creating a grant contract with the state of Colorado that didn't require either party to waive their sovereign immunity, either the state or the tribe. So as long as we're using that formula, then no, on the waiver.
The form has been updated, but we're using Colorado. Yeah, I just finished updating it with Southern U.
All right. So we have a resolution. Mr. Clow, do we have a resolution?
Yes, we do. Sorry, I didn't realize you were asking me for that. It's somewhere. Oh, yes, here we go. Would you like me to read it?
Yes, I would.
Okay. I'll start at the fourth whereas down here. Whereas the tribe adopted the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Climate Action Plan in 2000, embracing the concept of actions to address climate change and the impacts it's having and will continue to have on future generations. And whereas the Colorado Energy Office has an opportunity to fund an aggressive climate change related project in the transportation sector. And whereas the tribe has been working with 4Corps to research the community needs and desires regarding e-mobility, access to and use of electric vehicles. And whereas the Environmental Programs Department and 4Corps have prepared a grant application that seeks to enhance local and regional transit services to become more efficient, procure electric vehicles and charging infrastructure, and adopt a policy to support both of these initiatives. And whereas the Colorado Energy Office Local Impact Accelerator Grant may fund $150,000 to $500,000 for this project with no matching funds required for the tribe with the due date of February 18th, 2026. Now therefore be it resolved that the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council is supportive of the tribe's application for a Colorado Local Impact Accelerator Grant, and be it finally resolved that the chairman of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe is authorized to sign this resolution to take such further action as may be necessary to carry out the intent of the resolution.
Okay. Before us, Tribal Council, we have a resolution applying for this grant for these vehicles that could be a plus or could be a bust. What are the wishes of the Tribal Council? Comment.
I don't know if it's too late, but I'd like to make a recommendation just to get more information. And like Scott said, if there's another one out there, then we can apply for that. But I just feel that the due date of tomorrow, got clarification on everything in here. And I don't want to be pushed up against the wall to vote yes on it when the deadline's tomorrow.
Members of council, would you forego another application at another time, which may or may not be available? As you said, Mr. Clow, this is a one-time opportunity.
For a few years anyway. There's federal funding behind it for
Yes.
the state. So yeah, this is the second round on this opportunity.
Okay. Councilman Turtle.
Thank you for that, Scott. You know, opportunity sometimes only comes once, maybe again. And sometimes in our position, what I've learned is sometimes we're pressed up against the wall and we have to make decisions like this. It's not going to impact what's going to happen with us. It's just going to say, okay, if we get approved, we can start educating ourselves more, what the charger stations look like. We're in a modern day society now where electronic vehicles are going to be probably the norm. So really looking to try and transition into that. What's it going to hurt? Right? I mean, either they're going to tell us yes or no. But I think looking at that, I mean, we've been talking about this for a number of years. And if it's something that we don't have to put up a match for, and they're willing to provide the maintenance and the services, the charging stations, then why not give it a go? It'll diversify our fleet. Definitely. Maybe electronics, something that we'll have less problems with. I don't know. But we'll never know until we take a chance or a leap of faith to say, okay, this is something that we're going to do. I know a number of times in my tenure as a council member, things came to us at the 12th hour. And that's where we say, okay, is it going to be doable or is it going to be not? Again, we don't know when we're going to get this opportunity again. Energy is something that this state is definitely looking at to favor for. So why not partake into it? I'm just trying to be optimistic about the different opportunities that the tribe has here. Again, might not come again for a year, 2, 5, 10, or not even. They might just say, okay, this government doesn't want anything to do with the update of electronic vehicles, so we won't offer them any more opportunities. I don't know. Those are things that could come down the pipeline, and I'm just saying, why not? Why not? So, Mr. Chairman, if there's no other comments, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to take a chance on this to say, okay, this might be a positive change. So, my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Turtle. What I have a council person who wants to table this for more information, but I also have a council member who has made a motion to move forward on this resolution. Grant.
Chairman, I'd like to second Councilman Turtle approving this resolution going forward.
Okay, I have a second for the approval of the grant to move forward. Any comments, discussions?
You know, Scott, this is a good opportunity for the tribe because everyone's focusing on reducing their carbon footprint nowadays with what's going on in the world. And, we have to make an impact somewhere, whether it be small or large. And, I thank you for doing what you did, finding this grant. And I know what you're talking about when you say it might not be available again, if ever, due to the administration and how they're focusing on, eliminating any kind of renewable energy sources. So I think it's a plus for the tribe. So thank you for bringing this to us.
On a side note, we had applied for something called a carbon pollution reduction grant, which had some of the similar things in it with vans, and that included vans to and from White Mesa. I want to connect the two communities with EV vans someday. Right now, if we get the money from Colorado, we got to stay somewhat in Colorado with them. The non-emergency medical longer distance vehicles, fine. They don't seem hung up on it being in Colorado grant and keeping it in Colorado, but on the transit planning front, it needs to be in Colorado.
Okay. Any more comments, discussions? If not, let's go to the vote. All in favor of this grant for the transport van or transit opportunity with this grant? Can all those in favor signify by saying aye?
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. All those abstain? I have a 7-5-1-0. move forward.
Thank you.
And
If I can get your signature on this letter, we'll get
I
you.
know. I'll read this.
I hear you.
Can you guys approve it? I'll read this.
You read to.
and it'll be safe. You know, I say this because, you know, sometimes we do have to take chances and sometimes we are pressed up against the wall, but that's the job of a council member. And we've got to just go with it and think with our hearts of what could be potentially for the best interest of our tribe. And I say that because I've sat in here for this number of years and, you know, it's not going to get easy. Sometimes we're not going to get 2 months or 3 months to say, okay, give me this education. Sometimes you're at our front door at the 12th hour. And, you know, we've gone through that a couple of times in the past, well, more than a couple of times. And that's the beauty of our job. And that's what we signed up for. So thank you. Taguaya, Catherine. Good comment.
Okay, that is pretty much all our department presentations. Now we are going to go to our council updates. The BIA has submitted their written comments to enter into the record. So I would like to start the council updates. Ms. Knight, do you have any updates that you would like to?
Yes, Chairman. Good afternoon, Toyac, tribal members, employees, community members, staff. I have a quick update since our last meeting, February 3rd. On February 4th, we had one of the Head Start rooms visit the chambers. Myself, Marilyn, and Catherine were here. The kids were focusing on buildings as their project, so they came and visited us, seen the round structure of our complex, and they had fun just talking, coloring on our calendar, sitting in our chairs. And those are our future leaders, so it was good to have them visit. We need that more often. On February 5th and 6th, I went to Santa Fe, New Mexico, along with Councilman Turtle and Treasurer Jacket. You know, building that relationship with New Mexico, and we always want to thank Alston because he's been working on the New Mexico side and has the contacts. So every year it's getting better, but we'll see how this coming year comes forth with Governor Michelle Lujan's last year. Hopefully, you know, things will improve for us with different projects on the New Mexico side. But it's always good to be there, at least to show that we represent our tribe. We're there in New Mexico and looking for positive outcomes. On March 9th, we had our executive meeting along with our executive staff and council members. You know, we have that every week to give updates, to see what we need to work on, to let our staff know where we'll be, what's going on. And then the rest of the week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I attended the CKP Insurance Conference in Chandler, Arizona, along with Councilman Turtle, Treasurer Jacket. That is a really good conference to attend. It's not just a sit down, here's your presenters, read this, but they have really good resources throughout Indian country and really good speakers, the connections, the networking that we get done. It's really good. And then on Friday the 13th, we had Senator Bennett come into the chambers. He asked for what do we want to see? What can he help with? What can he improve with? And he also spoke on his running for governor. It's always good to keep these relationships with the senators, governors, because, you know, we're going to need that help with the voices out there. And We got a busy week this week with a school board meeting tonight, IHS, DEI, behavioral health. So I just want to say, thanks to the councilmen for doing all your work, chairman, executive staff. It's pretty busy now going into the spring season. And just keep up your good work, employees. We always say thank you, but we don't do stuff to say, okay, we see you guys, but we just want to say thank you for all your hard work. Look out for the kids, especially in this time. It's getting warmer, except this week. Check your propane. If you need propane, let us know. And with that, just have a good evening. Stay safe, stay warm, and Tequayac.
Thank you, Councilwoman Knight. Secretary House.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for tuning in today. I'll start my report off on. Thank you. I'll start my report off on February 9th. I attended the council update meeting, which was in the morning. On February 11th, I visited with some tribal members about their issues that they have concerns about. February 12th, I went to the Head Start. They had their Valentine's Day parties, dropped some stuff off for the kids. I know that's a really big time just for them with their classroom parties and everything. I also attended the Elder Valentine Lunch, which was held at the Elder Center here in Toyac. Talked, gave a small welcome, and helped serve some food. And on February 13th, I attended the Senator Bennett meeting, which was in the council chambers. I just want to go over a couple of my issues that I brought up to the senator that I felt was important. I talked about how consultation needs to happen more often with the Ute Mountain Ute tribe. For a long time, our voices aren't heard and they need to be heard. I talked about building that strong relationship with the state and improving on that relationship. In recent years, sometimes we're not felt that our voices are heard or we have that strong relationship with our government that we work with. So I expressed that concern. I also thanked him for the federal funding that was secured for the Ute Mountain Ute tribe. I know some of you have seen on the newspaper just about some of the federal funding that the Ute Mountain Ute tribe has secured. So we're very thankful for that. I also brought up an issue, law enforcement, how we need more assistance with that, and how we want to open those talks of getting more assistance and more help with our law enforcement, which would hopefully alleviate some of our issues that we have in the community. Also talked about how we always have some of our council members go out to the meetings, but sometimes it's good to have some of those meetings here on our Ute Mountain Ute lands. These are our homelands. We're very proud of where we come from, and we'd like for the senators and any other visitor to come on our lands and come meet with us. Let us show you what our land has to offer. Also talked about the missing and murdered Indian relatives. We need more assistance with that. We have some relatives that have gone missing that are part of our tribe, and we want to stay updated and informed, and we want assistance to those families on where those cases are. Also spoke about the uranium mine in White Mesa and how White Mesa continuously needs support for that. We're always opposed of what the uranium mine does to our land and our people, so we still want to fight for that, and I expressed that to the senator. I also expressed we want a governor who's going to also, when times get tough, to speak up. We don't want someone who's going to be quiet and stand alone and not speak up. We want our voices heard too, since we meet with you on special occasions and everything. But I also invited him to come down to our bear dance and see what we have to offer as well. So those are just some of the concerns that I brought up to the senator on my behalf. February 16th, there was no work and no school. I hope everybody enjoyed that day with their family. And then today, February 17th, which is council meeting day. I just want to let everybody know the flu is still out there. So if you do still need a flu shot, please call the clinic, get your families that flu shot or that COVID shot. You know, we still want to push, you know, getting our COVID vaccines, even though, you know, in some places it's not mandated, but we still want to push that to be the most healthy you can be. I also want to say congratulations to the Montezuma Cortez Middle School girls 7th and 8th grade A and B basketball team. They had a basketball meet in Pagosa Springs this weekend, and both teams won. So I'm very, very proud of our tribal members and our descendants that played in that basketball tournament. We also do have tribal members and descendants who are also playing in basketball games and tournaments that are a part of the high school. And I want to say that, you know, it's good that we have our kids and our descendants representing not only the school that they come from, but from the Ute Mountain Ute tribe, whether they're tribal or not, or descendant, they are representing where they come from as well. And I also want to say that it's very good that they do this and their parents support them. That's what we want, is good, strong parents to support their children, especially in activities like this that they do at their school. So I want to say congratulations to them, and just, you know, keep going. It's a good thing. Sports is good. Also want to give an update. Ute Day is going to be March 20th in Denver, Colorado, and that's open to the public and tribal members. We're still working on some logistics of that, but as always, the food and the lodging and everything, that's on that own individual's behalf if they want to attend. And I also want to say thank you for tuning in. I hope everybody had a good Valentine's Day with their loved one. And remember to love one another, care for one another, and take care of yourself too as well, because yourself is very important too. So thank you with that, Duane.
Okay. Vice Chairman.
Good afternoon. Last council meeting, I foregoed my my report to today. So I just wanted to let you all know that our communication with the state of Utah has vastly improved. We are actually going to be holding a working group meeting Thursday with the Department of Health and Human Services, which all our service providers are at. I say service providers because all our departments in White Mesa are service providers, because they do provide services for our community, and I'd like them to think of themselves as such. So we will be doing that. We have various different departments that are going to be coming down, presenting. They're going to give us information on grant opportunities to enhance our community, to enhance any services that they have that could benefit us. Our community is small. We still have to work together. We all have to get along. And you know, that's something that's very important to us all, to have a good working relationship with the states that we reside in and the states that we communicate with. We have to extend that hand out, and they have to as well, so we can build these bridges. They have a lot to offer, and we can do a lot with what they have to offer. So it's always, and don't forget to vote. Midterms are coming. I forgot to throw that in. Okay, the Utah driver's license revisions, that'll put your federally tribal recognition on your driver's license is moving through the legislature now. It had some amendments that were given by Utah tribal leaders on a private meeting with the sponsor of that. So that has moving through. As soon as that gets done, I think it'll be great. One of the biggest financial burdens that they saw was the educating of the driver's license individuals as to recognizing CIBs, to make sure that they are authentic, and tribal IDs as well, in order to get that status placed on your driver's license or your Utah state ID. I'm excited for that. I'm glad that Navajo Nation is the one that started that process. It's already in place in Arizona, so Utah's the second one that's going to try to do that. I attended the Utah Tribal Leaders meeting in Wendover. It was a very productive meeting. We had many presentations from state departments and from other entities as well, privately, that were offering services to the tribes. So we, as everyone probably knows in White Mesa, we have that grant, that nonprofit. It was originally the 100 Years of Silence, and now it's the Anuch organization. It is a 401(k)(3)(c), and that has been recognized, and we are currently looking for a committee member. I think it's posted on the White Mesa events page on Facebook if you want to log in there. If you're interested, you can submit a letter of interest to Dina Ute, and at the next committee meeting, we'll be reviewing those, and we will bring all interested people in for interviews, and then we will make a selection from there. We are a growing organization there, so in the future we'll be looking for more people, since we have 3 tiers of our mission statement. One is youth, one is environmental, and the other is community building. So those 3 are the priorities that we've been looking at. And so we would love to invite everyone to come to our White Mesa Community Dinner. I think that it will be held on Saturday. I'm not too sure on the date. That date's been thrown around a little bit. So, but if you want confirmation, Dina will post it on the White Mesa website. I attended my University of Utah meeting. I have served on the Indigenous Advisory Board for the University of Utah going on 16 years now. I love what I do there. Our committee meets twice a year, but now we're curators on the exhibit that's gonna that's gonna focus on Utah Indigenous Tribes basketry and cradle boards. We've been doing that for the last year, so this is our 2nd year going into it. It's the final year, so we're working on colors, layouts, displays, and just identifying what objects we want in the museum. So hopefully, if everything goes as planned, the opening for that will be in December of 2026, so this year. And just to give you a heads up, if you're ever in Salt Lake City, you want to go check out the Museum of Natural History, you can go there and you can get in for free. Just let them know your tribal affiliation and they will let you in for free. So that's something that's always been there, but I guess it's little known. So, all right, I guess that is it for me. Thank you. Enjoy your day.
All right. Councilwoman Jacket.
Oh. Calvin, just first of all, I'd like to say thank the council, for putting a lot of effort and do the best they can, and say good afternoon to community members and staff. And I just want to say that I don't really have much to share other than I've been in my office last first week of February, met with some tribal members that came in, helped with butane, and also I started helping at Nuchi Market for groceries. Whoever wants some food, they can come and see us, and we can take that check to Nuchi Market. Also, behavior health. I've been working with behavior health, and we're going to be meeting this Friday, and we'll be talking about the wraparound services for behavior health here in the community. and that entails the Tawahi and Mugua Behavioral Health Counseling and Treatment and Social Service. Also, I'm gonna get going with that adult elderly services, elderly support. I know that's been brought up and said, they were kind of disappointed and said, where is Catherine supposed to do the elderly support? But, you know, I've been working on it and trying to get it going. I haven't, you know, kacham na muna sa mo, what muna nan puche. So I'll be working with pretty soon, like on Wednesdays, hope to get that one going. And like I say, you know, as councilmen, you know, I'm just happy that we're all trying to work together and try to get things going. That, you know, there's a lot of concern when even, you know, out there in the community. There's a lot of things that's going on, and if you want to know something, it's good, better to come see us, come talk to us. You know, don't hear it from somebody else, because that's not because you don't get the full information that you know you want to know. So if you want to come see us, you know, our doors are open. That way we can share where we're at, where we're going with the plans for this month. I know we're going to be out. So that's all I really have for this week. So y'all have a good day. Take care of each other and be safe out there. You know.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jacket. Councilman Turtle.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, I want to thank you, the tribal members, for viewing today's council meeting. It's important that, you know, we're as transparent as possible with the tribal membership on the activities that go on a day-to-day basis, and what we do in council meetings as far as the decisions that we make. Just want to make sure that we're doing that in the best interest of you, the tribal members. So thank you again, tribal members, community members, tribal staff, for tuning in to today's council meeting. So I'll go ahead and start off at the beginning of January. The beginning of January, Councilwoman Knight and myself and Executive Director Janot did have a scholarship meeting. And it just really surprises me when we have these scholarship meetings, the number of tribal members that are being successful in their higher education, and the steps that we're trying to take to ensure that everybody's being successful in this. So we passed a number of scholarships and making sure that they continue in their educations, and the tribal members that are struggling with their endeavors out there in higher education, trying to implement policy that really helps the upkeeping of them and making sure that they're successful as well. We did discuss about policies and how we're needing a change for that. I'm always a firm believer in policies and the updates of all these policies and how we can get them up to date, because I always say policies that were enabled 10, 15, 20 years ago that are still implemented now without any type of amendment to it are really working against the tribal membership, or anything that the tribal membership, community members are trying to do within their requests or their asks. So really looking at that in the scholarship section, because I mean, there's a lot of things that have been overlooked or been allowed in the past number of years. So really trying to get it mainstreamed. I'm really proud of the tribal members that are graduating. I just want to tell all the tribal members that are on their way to graduating this spring, the higher education and even high school. Good luck and, you know, congratulations, because I mean, this is the time that you really start to prepare for higher education. It's important that you continue your higher education and don't let time lapse there, because sometimes it works against you. But just know that the tribe's here to support you if you're serious about your higher education, and we want you to be successful, because, you know, we always say get your education and come back and utilize what you've learned. So we really need to be firm about that statement that we make as a tribe in our scholarship participation participants and our higher education graduates. So I just want to say, good job to all the scholarship applicants that were out there. January 14th, I did attend the welcoming policy and briefing at New Mexico. I did go to the state capitol in Santa Fe. We talked about a lot of things that we as a tribe are already participating in, and ICIP programs, TIAF programs. These are just programs that allow tribal entities within the state of New Mexico to participate in the funding sources that are there. But just keep in mind, you have to have a good structured plan as we're doing this. Tribal Infrastructure Fund did start a number of years ago, and it only started with $1 million, and now it's a multi-million-dollar entity that helps with tribal governments if they're needing the infrastructure. We as Ute Mountain Ute Tribe did submit our application last year, and we were awarded $50,000 for the study. So we're going to get the ball rolling on that process, so that way we can submit the next application on the request and the needs for tribal infrastructure in the community that we're trying to build in New Mexico. I just want to thank the chairman, council members for their support as we move forward. Just know that this isn't a one-person endeavor here. I just want to thank and encourage the tribal members that have been working with me with the state of New Mexico. I want to thank you guys for all your help and what you've done thus far. And it's always an open door. If you want to know and learn about the New Mexico side of it, attend. I'll give you the information if you're wanting to attend to these things. So again, it was good. Council Treasurer Jacket and myself did attend that, and really trying to mend those ties with the Indian Affairs Department. As we work with the different states, Colorado, Utah, New Mexico, we see each process is really different when it comes to these government relationships. And some of the states are more advanced than the others, but that's where we come in and we really advocate on what the needs are for our respected tribes. And, like the council members have been going, I want to commend and thank Vice Chairman for going to UTL. I had a chance to go and be a part of that last year, and it's a lot of work when you go to these things, but nonetheless we all need to support one another and advocate on a lot of the same things, so we have a bigger impact for our tribe and what we're trying to request of. The 19th of January, I did attend the first day of the Legislation Day in New Mexico. Again, we've done this process in Utah and Colorado, so we want to see how the New Mexico process is now, because again, we were just state recognized last year. In the state of New Mexico, we became the 24th tribe. So really having a seat at the table right now and making ties and communications with the representatives, the senators that are there, lobbyists, even the governor and potential candidates for governor. Were there. I got to meet Deb Holland down there. I did talk to her for a bit, and I asked her what her take is if she were to become a New Mexico governor, and how she would really prioritize the tribes that are within the state, and how she could benefit and prioritize the Ute Mountain Ute tribe, because again, we as tribal nations really need to work together and communicate with each other to make sure that we have a bigger footprint in what we're trying to do. So it looks pretty good down there in New Mexico. Totally different process. I did connect with a potential lobbyist. Her name is Valerie Espinosa. So we're looking at getting her onto the next council meeting. So that way we have a lobbyist in New Mexico. Our former lobbyist had to resign just because of the conflicts of interest with another tribe that he was dealing with there. So really looking at a new lobbyist as we move forward, and hopefully we can invite her to the tribal office, and she can meet all the tribal council members. But before then, I want to make sure that she has communication ties with Nikki, and ensuring that we're going the right process for these lobbyists as we move forward. I did talk with a number of the other tribal leaders. I introduced myself to all of them, so they get a pretty good idea of the name and the face that goes along with it, and the tribe that we're advocating for, our tribe, Ute Mountain Ute tribe, so they know where our stance is and how we can be an ally, because I feel like in today's modern generation and things that are going on out there, sometimes we're pitted against each other, and I feel like that's a more modernized way of keeping tribes pitted against each other and not really working with one another. So it's important that we develop these relationships. We got an outstanding relationships with a number of the tribes that are in the state of New Mexico, and really looking forward to prioritizing those relationships and how we can help each other. As the council seeing right now, one of the tribes we're working really closely with, and really developing that relationship, because it's important that we cut out the middleman and we really develop the relationships from tribe to tribe, because that's really important there. So again, good to meet all the governors that are a part of the Pueblos down there, the presidents that are a part of Navajo Nation and the Apaches, and again, just making sure they know who we are as we go to the Capitol there. Our flag is still raised, and it's more situated with everybody now. So, you know, I'm really happy with the way that things are starting to unfold there. But again, we have to be at the table to ensure our voices are heard there. So again, that was really good. On the 29th of January, I went to the Sunflower with Miss Sharon House, and she's taken the forefront of our food pantry. And let me tell you, what started off as a small conversation with some of the state entities really turned into something that is going to be really fruitful for the tribe, and you, the tribal members, especially the ones that are struggling with what's going on with today's society and the food stamp situation. Really wanting to make sure that we offer an outlet for the tribal members to get food in the event that they're needing, because we don't want anybody to go hungry or to think that we're not here trying to support anybody. So that's why we're trying to reiterate on a lot of these conversations. Sharon was a panelist for the movie that we watched up there, and it involved food sovereignty and how other not tribal communities, but just every community out there is going through their food struggles. Food stamps really came to the forefront, and you know, is that a program that really benefits our members in this great country? And what are some of the shortfalls? And there's a lot of shortfalls that are out there. So it's important that we, as respected governments in our communities, really provide an avenue to ensure that our community members are well taken care of. Chris Lopez from Chafa was there. So Chafa has a really good relationship with the Ute Mountain Ute tribe, as they've really embarked on a lot of our endeavors that we've had here, and really funding some of them. So we had a discussion with Chafa and seeing how we can get a permanent structure here for the food pantry, because it's important. As you're seeing the food pantry right now, it's the old security office, and I think it's only a 2-room building there, and it's very small. They need a refrigerator. They need probably maybe a stovetop, restrooms, just to be in a sanitary way. So I just got an email confirmation today from Chris Lopez on a meeting that we're going to have next week. Myself, Sharon, any other council members that want to come, I open it up. Executive director come, how we can find funding sources for the structure. It is well needed. So that way maybe we can put it somewhere else that'll be more of a benefit for the tribe. But yeah, we're engaging in these conversations, because now with the Nutri market open, we want to make sure that everything is just as smooth as possible for these processes, and then the individuals that are going through their challenges really have food to partake in over there. February 5th was Indian Day down in New Mexico at the Santa Fe Capitol. I was accompanied by Councilwoman Knight and Treasurer Jacket, and it was really good to feel welcome there. There's a little shortfalls that are still happening with the Indian Affairs Department, and we did address some of those shortfalls there. They are recognized in 24 tribes, but unfortunately I didn't hear Ute Mountain this time in the proclamation. So as we move forward, we want to make sure next year that a lot of our concerns are addressed there. We did talk with some of the Pueblos there. They want to come and talk with us about our facility, our law enforcement, our jail facility, on how we can bring it up to par and offer maybe more services and to accommodate more of the people that are sending their prisoners up here. So that way, you know, we don't have issues like faulty HVAC systems or anything that's going on in there, shortfalls of potentially maybe staff members. So really looking at how we can collaborate with some of the Pueblo tribes that send their community members up here for incarceration, and see how we can better this facility here. So really got good conversations that we had, again, with a lot of the Pueblo governors. Really important that we develop a relationship with them, as they have the numbers there, as they're a part of the All Pueblo Council of Governors, and really making sure that we leverage the playing field out there because it's important. It's important. No core group of people should have the right to say that they want it this way just because they have the more numbers of people. I think all tribes that are affiliated with the state of New Mexico should definitely have their voices heard and that implemented within some of the changes that are going to be there. I met with Governor Lujan Grisham. I did acknowledge her for allowing us to be at today, the Indian Day, the breakfast, and just really expressing some of the challenges that I feel as one tribal council member, how we can make things better within the state. I did let her know I was a part of the Colorado Commission of Indian Affairs, and this somewhat mirrors what we're doing at the Indian Affairs Department in New Mexico. So really just trying to just give little ideas there and seeing how it could be better for us as a tribe as we move forward. I did meet with a couple of senators that were down there, Senators Pinto and Senators, I can't remember his name, but he was one of the firm advocates of the Tribal Infrastructure Program. Shendo, Senator Shendo. He's a good Native American ally, as he is a part of one of the Pueblo tribes down there. So really a good team player for Indian country in the state of New Mexico, and really got our story across to him. He is going to be coming up this way because he is affiliated with Fort Lewis College, so he wants to meet with the tribal council. So if I get any emails from them, I'll go ahead and forward it to all the council members and to Chairman Secretary, so we can get something set up in that aspect and really eliminate a lot of the things that we are of concern that are there. I did meet with Navajo Nation President Boo Nygren. I did talk to him about concerns about meeting with him. I did let him know that we've reached out more than a couple of times in the past 3 or 4 years, and we're still trying to set up a date with him because we have issues regarding, as you heard today, feral horses, boundaries. We've got the Four Corners issue. We've got issues how we can collaborate together from tribe to tribe entities. So, really caught his ear there, but I also caught the ear of Speaker Curley, who is a part of the Navajo Nation, and Delegate Crotty. So they were really willing to listen about some of the challenges that we're facing as well. Some of the representatives are from around this area, so I think we could have a better footprint as we engage in these conversations and hopefully get a positive outcome in the lack thereof in the past couple of years. So, met a lot with it, a lot of other leaders, and it's good to try and start developing relationships because those are the people that we're going to have to confide in as we start building these working relationships. So again, Indian Day, it was good to hear the proclamation, but again, just really concerned that Ute Mountain Ute tribe wasn't specified in that proclamation, but we'll get that situated for next year. So from there, February 9th, I was at the CKP Summit with Councilwoman Knight, also Treasurer Jacket. A lot of good information down there as we were talking about feral horses and boundary lines. I think Councilwoman Knight made a couple of communications with one of the people from Navajo Nation. So again, I feel with all these communications that we're having out there with Navajo Nation, now hopefully we can get some type of consensus on how to move forward together. But definitely we talked about food processing plant. Definitely is a need for Indian country, especially here at Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, as we have our own herd, as we opened up our own market. We can really devise things and implement what we've grown or what we've done here on the Ute Mountain Tribe Farm and Ranch that defines our food sovereignty. Definitely food sovereignty, especially with tribes, is really somewhat of a struggle as we move forward because, again, regulations. As stated, tribes are the most regulated here in this country. And, unfortunately, we have to go through more hoops than everybody else. But, when we become successful at it, then it becomes more of a project that's held dear and dear. So really looking at things like this guy developed a food processing plant, and he works with troubled youth all the way up to early adulthood. And, I was a firm believer with his presentation because a lot of tribal reservations don't have a father figure or a mother figure or an authoritative figure to say you can or cannot do these things. And that's how the tribal members in these respected reservations get into a whole bunch of trouble and try to climb their way out of it. But this guy developed a homeless shelter that I think it was up to like 25 people that he had, 30 people. And all these young men that are there, young men or women, have the opportunity to work in this meat processing plant. So awesome. They pack food. Buffalo. They pack food and they go to their respected states and different communities in there and they give food away. They give food away. And he told us that this food processing plant was $1.2 million. I mean, that's an investment. We need something like that that would alleviate a lot of costs for us here at the tribal reservation. So, to hear a lot of these stories and what was going on, it's just, it takes somebody just to be involved with anybody that's going through these problems to get them back on track. Again, people do need second chances as we're specified there. And it's like, wow, the train of thought on a lot of these people at these conferences, you get floored by it because you're like, wow, a lot of people have the heart for their respected communities. So really hearing all these different programs that were out there and how we move forward, and it was just so great, to hear that and to have some of the council members go down there. So I really look forward to the next year getting more of our staff really at the forefront there. They did ask about our farm and ranch, wasn't there. Our natural resources wasn't there. So I think we need to be serious about these things when that happens like that, especially our tribal staff, because we expressed that before we went down there and they still wasn't there. I mean, if we're going to go down there and bring back this information and make ties, then like was always said, why don't we get paid their salary? Because they should be there at the forefront as well. It's important that council members are there, but who knows better than the individuals that work in these respected positions. So really looking at it that way and how we move forward. But CKP, we did meet with Chuck and them. We did talk about the insurance. We did take a photo op with the big old check that should have came with us, but we took the photo op there with that and ensured that we did get invited to res. So council members, CKP wants to invite us to res when we go down there. We just need an accounting of how many is going to be there. So that way they know how many is going to be at the restaurant and what they have to provide for. So it was really good. I think the relationship that we built with them is outstanding. We saw the number of tribes grow. This organization went from a small organization in an office. Now they have their own building area where they do their meetings like this. And it's like, wow, it's really good because I seen as we were a part of that process, being a part of the insurance, we have our questions, we have our reserves. And I think we were like that when we first went through this insurance program because we're like, when are the benefits? When are we going to reap the benefits? And the first year wasn't as much, but as each year started to climb, we're starting to see the benefits of this grow. The what we're getting back from the insurance program is starting to get bigger and bigger. So it really says that this program has taken a lot of initiative to make sure that tribes are at the forefront with their voices, and they really offer these questionnaires on how they can make it better. I did talk to somebody from Colville, and it was the guy that I got into it with, but the difference is, but you know what, we had a good conversation. So I got his information, we got his information. I want to have a conversation now as we move forward, as we're talking about the wolf reintroduction program, because that was a part of the conversations last year with CKP and how we move forward with that. I don't know what that's going to look like next year, but again, they bring all of these different items to the forefront to say, what are you guys going through and how can we help you guys with it? So definitely CKP, I'm just proud with the relationship that we have with them as we move forward. February 13th, again, with the council members, we did meet with Senator Bennett. We did talk about a huge array of issues going on and his potential run for governor and how he's been a team champion for the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. Senator Bennett and Senator Hickenlooper have really been champions for the tribes, and we really want to continue those relationships with that. We just asked him what he would do differently as a Colorado governor and how he would definitely make it a Colorado for all without overlooking any areas of the state, because I think everybody is fitted the opportunity to be as equal as possible. Like I say, we as rural communities were really overlooked in things like this. So again, that's where we come into play and really voice our concerns there. And, we just reiterated to him that when he needs to set up a date with the tribal members, because I know you tribal members have concerns and how you vote, whether it's for a governor election, a presidential election, tribal election, any election there. Candidates got to really be at the forefront to ensure that, what they're trying to do really benefits your community. So again, wish Senator Bennett all the luck, but just really advise to him again some of our shortfalls and what we got going on, law enforcement, the lack thereof, and how we can make it better with the collaborations of state entities, tribal entities, and most definitely federal entities, because there is a fiduciary responsibility that is being dropped by the federal government out there, and we need to ensure that with this fiduciary responsibilities that they're met. The biggest thing that we see is treaties and the obligations that the federal government has to that, but the lack thereof that they've really not done for us as tribes. And we see it with the struggles that we go through, especially here on our reservation, with the lack of law enforcement. And how we can get more funding with that. We talked about the water issues. We talked about Lake Nighthorse, ALP, how we can get how we can get that transferred over here. Maybe those are things that we have to talk about with the Colorado government and the New Mexico government now that we've got our foot in the door and seeing how maybe potentially we could shepherd that water. So really looking at how we can get water from ALP, because it's been a number of years since that's been utilized. And last year, our sister tribe, Southern Ute Indian Tribe, really started utilizing their water, and now we're left in the dark. So really it comes back to us advocating now, and with a lot of these things. We talked about Colorado initiatives, how we can make them better and make them prolonged and last longer. We talked about the boarding school era and the initiatives for that, and how a lot of tribes are affected by that, and how it becomes historical traumas, and how people are how they were trying to be the genocide there. How tribal members were really inclined not to speak their language. But it's important that we get this education out here like that. I think in one of the articles that I read out there, they were going to start teaching more in depth about African American history in the state of Colorado. But where are we at that as Native Americans? I think there's a really shortfall there when we talk about the teachings here, and especially the historical people that have lived here and still continue to live here. I think that's really important as we talk about a lot of these issues. MMIR, we have a lot of relatives that are out there, and the initiatives that Colorado has done is important. So, we look at that. ICWA. ICWA was just, I think one of the bills was passed last year, and I had the opportunity to testify on that bill to get it passed, and it passed, myself and Southern Ute Chairman. So, it was really good for things like this, and I'm really looking forward, to see how Colorado continues on these initiatives, because it's important. We also did talk about trust land acknowledgement and putting our ranch, Pinecrest Ranch up in Gunnison County, into potentially trust land. But what type of risks does that pose when you have another Native American tribe that has private land here and they want to do the same thing even though they're not affiliated with the state? So there's a lot of challenges on both sides that we really have to look at. So Senator Bennett really has his hands full as he makes his bid for potential governor for the state of Colorado. February 18th, tomorrow, we will have a law enforcement meeting to address some of the issues that we talked with Senator Bennett with, and hopefully that leads into more of the bigger meetings that we need to do. As you heard today, a lot of the challenges and issues that we face with the state of New Mexico, how do we incorporate that in there? That way we advocate it on the best way. So again, a lot of issues that are there. Got a broadband meeting tomorrow to get updated on some of the things that we're going through, and hopefully we get a clear, concise consensus on how we move forward with the broadband. I know we've had some challenges there, but nonetheless, every project has its challenges. It's just how we bounce back from it and make sure that these challenges are addressed and suppressed in the best way possible. February 19th, I do have a housing meeting. We did have to reschedule that because of everybody's schedules. But again, that's open to everybody. It's always the second Thursday of the month. So I encourage anybody that wants to know about the housing initiatives, do that. Again, we're still solidifying the dates for our housing retreat. I'm hoping next month. So that way we address a lot of these issues. They had us kind of worrisome there with some of these emails that were being sent out, but they definitely panned out, not in a negative way. So we just move forward in the best teachings possible and how we make our different departments accountable for what's going on there and making sure that they're doing it in the right process. So again, housing, thank you for the work that you've been doing. As we move forward, whether it's housing under HUD, whether it's the 729 account, or whether it's new housing construction that goes on with the planning department and other entities of housing, and our grant writers, and now the permanent supportive housing, as you all heard today, we're looking at a supportive housing now. Again, we've been looking at it, but we just acquired the funding. We're going to be acquiring the funding as it's getting tribal chairman's signature today. So that gives us about $250,000 to look at all of these studies and making sure we're doing things in the right process as we move forward for this permanent supportive housing. Just want to make sure everybody's comfortable with it. It being closer to the tribal reservation than something that's maybe 11 or 12 miles away. So we just want to make sure that it benefits all of our tribal members that are here. It's not going to be the expectation to what everybody thinks that it should be, but again, it's a work in progress. As we get to that point, we'll go ahead and extend that invitation to tribal community members, so that way you guys could come in and put your input in as well, because it's not just a council endeavor, it's a community endeavor as well. So we want to make sure that we're approaching this the best sensitive way possible as we move forward. What else? February 25th, we got a meeting with CHAFA, as I explained earlier today, or earlier on my report. Chris Lopez, Sharon House, myself, any council members that want to be a part of it, executive director, we'll be talking about potential funding sources for a pantry. They need a refrigerator, they need a bigger pantry, they need storage areas, they need potential sinks, stove maybe. So things like that, we'll have that conversation with, and I think it's a great opportunity. Like I say, when you walk through that door for an opportunity there, three more open. So we've really got to take advantage of that as we move forward. And just remember, it's the relationships that we build with individuals out there. So I just want to reiterate that to the tribal membership out there. Sometimes we're not in our offices because we go out there and we travel. We have to travel. That is a part of the job that's here. If you don't travel, you're not doing nothing. I mean, nobody's going to come to us as U Mountain and say, do you need help? Do you need help? Oh, we're seeing you with this. We think you need help. No. Closed mouths don't get fed. So we got to make sure that we always go out to these meetings and build these relationships with new people, or found the structured relationships that we have even more better than what they are. So please, tribal members, this is for the longevity of our tribe. So I just encourage that, and I just want to tell the tribal council members, thank you for the work that you're doing out there. We see it, we all see it, we see the changes that are moving forward, and we just need to support the system all around. I think what we really need to do is establish a relationship with you, the tribal membership, and I think there was a couple ideas floating around out there on how we can start with maybe a monthly dinner on a weekend and transpire from that, because we know that the relationship between the membership and the tribal council is hit or miss, but we want it to be structured and founded on how we do things like this. So definitely involving the tribal members in these processes and making sure that their voice is there as well is very important. March, we got Res coming up. Again, CKP has invited us all to things like this, but I just want to encourage the tribal council members, go to Res. A lot of opportunity, a lot of communication to be met, a lot of relationships to be built. So definitely, if you're first Res, you're gonna learn a lot. You're gonna learn a lot. It's really an experiment out there. So again, you're gonna see how many people we do the business with and how many potential people we could do business with. That's important because it's an economic summit. So I just encourage everybody. I think it's in the right after Ute Day. I think it's the 23rd. So I just want to encourage tribal council members, if you haven't got your reservation set up, get that set up. I did talk to Miss LeBeau from LeBeau Simone, and they're our consultant for the permanent supportive housing. So next week, I will send out the meetings to anybody that wants to be a part of that permanent supportive housing conversation. There are some updated email addresses that we have to get up there. So that way everybody who's wanting to be a part of these meetings is messaged, and we can make a bigger impact on this permanent supportive housing for the U Mountain Ute tribe. I just want to say again, it's still cold out there. The groundhog did see his shadow, I guess. So I guess we got 6 more months of winter out there. So I just want to encourage all the tribal members out there to check on your propane, check on your elders' propane, your loved ones' propane, and again, If you're needing that help and we're able to help you, then we could do that through council assistance. Or I just also want to encourage that there is payroll deductions out there for propane as well, for those tribal membership who have those opportunities open for them. And you know, just be safe out there. You know, we've seen everything kind of calm down a little bit because of the curfew. But that's probably something we're going to speak about during executive session. But you know, I haven't got really complaints about the curfew. One tribal member came up to me and said, "Leave the curfew because everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing," which is a good thing here. But we also want to leave it into the tribal members' hand, because remember, as we went through COVID, we don't want you, the tribal members, to say that we're telling you what to do as kids. We want you guys to make those decisions as responsible adults, to say, okay, this is right, this is wrong, and let's do it for the safety of our community. We are getting the law enforcement meeting started up, so again, we're going to get that situated. One of the biggest concerns that we see there is the cameras and neighborhood watch. So working with Jerry Whitted to have those conversations and moving forward on the neighborhood watch, because again, it's important that we stick together as community members and we really report on these negative behaviors that are going on out there. Because you know, we have these reports from multiple tribal members, then it doesn't just single one tribal member out and feel like they're vulnerable to confidentiality reasons or retaliation reasons. So we just want to make sure everything's set in the right way for the tribal membership as we move forward. So, you know, again, I just wish everybody well out there. You know, it's been challenging. It's really been challenging. But we'll get through it together. So I say this respectively to all the tribal members, tribal community members, staff. Enjoy the rest of your week. Be safe out there. Make responsible decisions. And just look after one another. And enjoy each other's company out there. You know, develop new relationships with people you haven't spoken with out there. You know, life's too short to be upset at something so small from a friend, a family member. So I just want to encourage that out there, tribal community members. You know, we'll get through this all together as we deal with these circumstances. But, you know, that's it for me for my update. I just want to wish everybody well out there. And again, thank you, council members, for the work that you do.
Thank you, Councilman Turtle. Treasure Jacket.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, Tribal Council, community members, employees, community members, everyone who's watching on YouTube and wherever you might be listening and hearing us. So I'd like to say the council meeting after the 3rd, I went with Councilman Turtle and Councilwoman Knight down to Santa Fe for the Native American Day recognition. So it's really good to have those relationships, as Councilman Turtle has said. We got to be open. We got to be, all of our investments aren't going to be here for us. It's going to be out there. We got to bring these investors in now, because as membership has said, we need funds, we need utilities, and our people are growing older. Our workforce is growing older. So we need to have a plan. We need to have something going. We need to make these investments, these long-term plans. When I was down there, I was able to meet up with Pueblo of Zia. So they really want to partner up with us, especially about law enforcement, and especially about our detention center here, because we have one of the big detention centers in this area, and a lot of their people, they come up here and they're held here. So I like to have, even though they're detained, they still have human rights, and they should be still be treated with warmth and food. So that was a big discussion there, and I think we do have the land here, and we might have the manpower here, maybe to have a bigger facility. So that was a big talk. When I was there Thursday evening, and that was an all 2-hour discussion with them, and that's just all what they wanted to talk about, because they are really concerned. They said that all the Pueblos, they could fill up our facility. So it's that much. The 19 tribes of Pueblo, they really need a detention center, a bigger one. And if we can support that and we could help them out, it would be great. On that Friday, we met up at the Capitol, and we had our flag flown there. We were truly, definitely recognized there. And thank the royalty for being there too. Thank the media staff for being there. It's really good, because we have a stance now in New Mexico, and we would definitely pay a lot of taxes into the New Mexico with the oil and gas. We definitely want to get into the capital outlet funds, the tribal infrastructure fund. So it's there. It's there for us. And I thank Councilman Turtle for putting that step in for us to be recognized there. It's a lot of hard work going down there. It's a lot of gas mileage, a lot of time being away from your family. But this needs to work out for our membership, for that day that we're gonna build that community in New Mexico. So that next week, I did go to Phoenix, Councilman Turtle, Councilman Knight, and there was so much information. The presentations were really great. It's not just about talking about insurance policy. They brought up mental health with Sacred Buffalo, how a nonprofit can help out on tribal land and off the tribal land. And it's not on their reservation, the Sioux, they're spreading out to all their reservations toward the West Coast. So I definitely want to get them here. And their presentation was just strong and emotional. It touched everybody. Everyone had a really good comment to have. And this nonprofit group, Sacred Buffalo, they're just bringing back something that we always had but lost, and it's butchering animals and then processing them the natural way. So it's really great. I did talk to Albuquerque Indian Health Board about possibly getting them to come on this area, and they said yes, that's what they do. That's what they do is mental awareness. So it will happen. They will be here. Also from Phoenix, I went to Albuquerque, and in Albuquerque, I was at the Albuquerque Indian Health Board. This board was started in the late 1980s, and we're still a board member in it. And this organization has grown, and it's amazing to see where it was when I started on council being here to where it's headed to right now. And I wish I can have them come up here and do a presentation about where they're at and where they're going at, because it's definitely a need here for us. They advocate funds for us. That's where our ideologist comes from. And the big thing about this is a lot of our medical staff, this whole region, Southwest region, actually the whole West, a lot of medical professionals, they're retiring, and there's no one to take their spot. And with IHS, the way that they're paying, they won't take the IHS pay. They will not wait a year to be employed. So with Albuquerque Indian Health Board, they're a source that can get these professionals and pay them through their grants, through their supportive funds. So it's there. It's a good thing that we are definitely a board member. I'm at the council meeting now. There's a school board meeting tonight. I will make the IHS meeting tomorrow and the law enforcement. So in closing, like say, membership, beware if you're traveling south to the border. There is a insect called a New World screwworm. If you go across the border, they will get into your skin. You will not know that you have it. You will get it. Right now it's affecting the animals in South America, going up into Central America. It's right at our border. So be aware if you're going out there, then this is a special fly. It's not like a regular fly. It's a different fly. But there are organizations who are trying to help fight it off, but with it being so warm as it is and having these pool of waters to sit in, that's a breeding ground for them. So cattle owners, be careful of your cattle, and also it's not just the cattle owners, they also get into pets too, animals. And they're starting to get into humans too. So just to give it a heads up, as what the rest of the council said, propane, check your tanks. I am doing the elders. If you got council assistance, I'm doing as much as I can. $100 isn't that much, but it's something that gets you by. In March 11th, Ameren Home Insurance will be here at 5:30 with Vanessa Brooks. I strongly encourage homeowners to hear them out. Pay something for house insurance because it's going to be dry. Regardless of this weather that we're getting right now, it's great. It's good. Thank you. But it's going to get dry, and it'd be good if you got some homeowner insurance or just listen in on it and see what if it benefits. It will benefit you, but you got to pay something into it. It is an insurance. And in closing, I like to say the curfew. This is one of the few things that we can do in tribal council that can help out everyone. We don't got the We don't got the money for the law enforcement. BIA does not got the man support. So this is one way that we can self-sustain ourselves and say, we took the initiative, we put our foot down, and hopefully everything settles down and we can just lift this curfew up. Because I know parents are taking their kids to basketball, or they're coming back home late from Farmington or whatnot. Just let the officer know, hey, this is why I'm out. And most of them are being understanding. They're like, okay then. But it's the ones that are out there just to be out there and are starting trouble. So I really like to say that's on us, and hopefully here pretty soon we can lift it up and everyone be reassured that they can go about their own business. So membership, employees, community, everybody listening, thank you for listening to us. And as well as mentioned, we're advocating, we're out there, we're the front line. We're bringing in these investors saying, this is what Ute Mountain wants to bring to the table. Invest in us. We're here. We have the land. We want to partner up. We're doing something different, very, very much different. So membership, community members, employees, everyone who's listening, thank you for listening to us. And I just like to wish everyone a good rest of the week until I see you again. So Chairman, Council, that's my report.
Thank you. Thank all the council members for your report, your updates as to what you worked on during the 2 weeks we've been off, or 2 weeks that we've been advocating up to the 17th today. I'm just going to go real brief with mine. On the 4th, we had a CPW listening session, tribal listening session in Durango at Fort Lewis College. That was at 6 to 7:30. We had a meeting with the correctional program officer who was doing an assessment of the Chief Ignacio Detention Facility with the housing of the inmates, as well as the infrastructure repairs, maintenance as well. They will give us a report as to their findings as well. That was on the 4th. The 5th was work as usual. The 6th, we had a draft environmental impact study regarding the Colorado River. The operation suggested what needs to be in that environmental impact study that is going to be approved or sent on March 2nd. On the 9th, we had the Bureau of Reclamation Commissioner here meeting with the tribe, as well as the upper and lower tribal liaison to the Bureau of Reclamation, here to review the document that we were working on, which is the environmental impact study document. Gave us a brief as to what is inserted and what it's going to impact tribes as well as states. The 7 states are still working on their agreement, which hasn't been agreed upon, and that needs to have a conclusion to that document here within the next 2 months. On the 10th, I had a field trip, BLM permits in the Black Mesa, Butler Wash, Comb Wash area in Utah. Our grazing permits are in question, with several cattle operators over there wanting to buy our lease or sublease our permits there. We went and took a visit. Resource Director, BLM, White Mesa fencing crew that was there. Very productive field trip there. On the 11th, we had the BIA Acting Regional Director meeting. The Acting Director came, and his team also met with the Hill Attack Building to make the transition over to the tribe. What's it going to cost to make those improvements? It's still work in progress that's happening with that. On the 13th, we had Senator Bennett visit the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, its tribal council. Those that were here had a session with him, as all council members has indicated. He gave us federal updates as well as his initiative on what is going to occur if elected to the governorship as well. So those were some of the elements that we had talked about. The Utah Indian Health Advisory Board retreat was conducted. We got updates as to where the Utah Department of Health is. We are going to lose through legislation. We're going to get a cut on one of the tribal liaison health representative is going to be cut out of the legislation. And that's a concern for the tribes because that liaison individual really coordinates the initiatives that the states brings down to the tribes. And it is a component that we are trying to save at that level. Tomorrow we have the 93-638 IHS contract meeting at 10 a.m. Soon after, we have the draft environmental impact study meeting at 1 p.m. At 3 p.m., we have the BIA law enforcement meeting with the law enforcement council representatives, those that can make it. On the 19th, we have the Utah Department of Health and Human Services programs going to meet with the staff in White Mesa. They're bringing their team down as to the components that work with the White Mesa community. Encourage everyone to be there if you can make it. On the 23rd, we have executive staff meeting, and in that executive staff meeting, we have the Manta LaSalle Forestry final draft to be approved for the management of that national forest. Our last meeting for the draft environmental impact study is going to be presented again to the tribal council as to its final document that's going to be submitted for the deadline on March 2nd to the Bureau of Reclamation as to the position we're taking with that draft environmental statement. On the 24th, there's a short CCIA meeting, 3 p.m., 4 p.m. As well. We have the first Brunot Hunting Commission meeting at 10 o'clock in the East Wing Conference Room, which will be taking place, and all the new appointed and reappointed commission members will be there. We have one more position to fill on the commission. Is that what we have? I think we have one more position that needs to be filled on the commission to have a 5-member commission. On the 27th, we have the Interstate Water Task Force meeting in Albuquerque. It will be 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Just want to appreciate and thank the Councilman Turtle for his initiatives on the New Mexico portion. There is a lot of information and a lot of meeting that coincides with the 19 Pueblo tribes and the 7 tribal nations that are there, the Apaches, the Navajo Nation, and the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. There are a lot of programs that are being pushed over, and meetings by these cabinet level individuals with tribes. So they've been including us as well into those sessions as well. Transportation for one, water development is another one, economic development is another one, and the fossil fuel initiatives that are going to happen that the New Mexico tribes are really involved with as well. So that is the report that I have. I will do the announcements tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and that concludes my report to the tribal membership. I thank the tribal membership for listening to our council meeting. We are now going to go into our executive sessions. We have 3 subjects that we will discuss in executive session. So I want to thank each and every one of you and your continued support and understanding of the initiatives that the council members are working towards to make a better way of being a part of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. So thank you, and we will be talking to you guys. Our next council meeting is on March 3rd. So we still have a lot to go in the meantime. So thank you.